26a. The 8th Rains Retreat, Prince Bodhi. As stated before, the Buddha observed the 7th Rains Retreat, Vassa, on the emerald stone slab at Tvatisa and taught the Abhidhamma throughout. At the conclusion of that Rains Retreat, the Buddha descended to the human world by the triple stairway and taught the discourse where Sariputta asked questions, Sariputta Sutta, S&P 4.16, and so on at the base of the stairway, near the gate of the city of Sikasa, for the benefit of humans, devas, and Brahmas present. The Buddha then observed the 8th Rains Retreat, Vassa, in the forest of Ghosaka, near the town of Sisamaradjuri in Baga province. The story of Prince Bodhi. The story of Prince Bodhi is given here based on 2 treatises. The Discourse to Prince Bodhi, Bodhi Raja Kumara Sutta, MN 85, and DHB 157, and their commentaries. We deal with this story in abridged form. Prince Bodhi was the son of King Udina. He learnt the art of managing elephants and wielding the iron hook for controlling them from his royal father. As such, he became an expert in elephant taming. During the reign of King Parantapa, in the country of Kosambi, the queen was one day taking a sun bath with the king in an open space. She was at an advanced stage of pregnancy and was wearing a red blanket. Suddenly, a big monster bird came sweeping down and snatched away the queen, mistaking her for a piece of meat. The queen made no attempt to call for help lest it might drop her at the cost of her life. The bird dropped her at the fork of a tree, its usual place of feasting. Then the queen shouted at the top of her voice, clapping her hands at the same time, with the result that the huge bird flew away from fright. The queen gave birth to a child at the fork of the same tree. She clad herself in the red blanket due to a constant shower of rain all night. There was a recluse living in the vicinity of the tree. The recluse went to the base of the tree at dawn, as he had heard the voice of the queen the night before and asked her about her race and birth. Once he knew all about it, he made a ladder for her to come down and took her to his hermitage. The boy baby was named Udina, as he was born in a moist Yuta atmosphere of rains and in a mountainous region. One day, as she received the recluse on his return from the forest, she tempted him to yield to her feminine charms as she was anxious about her own future. As a result, both lived together as man and wife. Years rolled by, and King Parantapa of Kosambi passed away. The ex-recluse discovered the king's death by means of his astrological knowledge and intimated the matter to the ex-queen. Your king had passed away. Do you want your son to stay on in this forest, or to return to Kosambi and claim the throne of his father, and remain there as a ruler? The ex-queen acquainted her son with the true aspect of his life to ascertain his attitude. When she learned of her son's desire to become a king, she confided to the ex-recluse. The recluse was well versed in incantation that had the power of wielding influence upon elephants. He learned it from Saka, who once came and asked the recluse, "Is there anything that causes you to feel worried?" The recluse replied, "Yes, we have been facing the danger of annoying elephants." Saka taught him incantations and gave him a harp to overcome his trouble. His instructions were that when the recluse wanted the elephants to go away, he should tune the harp in a certain way and recite a certain verse, and when he wanted the elephant to come, he should tune the harp in a different way and recite a different verse. The ex-recluse taught the prince how to make use of the harp and to utter the incantation in case of emergency. The prince climbed up in a banyan tree to see for himself how the incantation worked. When he saw the elephants coming towards him, he struck the right chord of the harp and uttered the appropriate incantation, and, sure enough, the elephants ran away through fright. On the following day, he caused the elephants to come by playing the harp and uttering the incantation as instructed. The elephants came running to him in response to his command. The elephant king lowered its shoulder for the prince to step on it. Riding the elephant, the prince selected young, stout, and strong elephants capable of engagement in a battlefield. He requested for the red blanket of his mother and her ring to serve as evidence of his lineage. Then, paying homage to his parents, he left the forest. He stopped at every village in his attempt to build up an army by announcing, "I am the legal son of the late King Parantapa. Anyone wishing wealth and prosperity may join me." Surrounding the city with his army, he laid claim to his father's throne. "I am the legal son of the late King Parantapa. hand over the throne to his rightful successor. To support his claim, he showed the red blanket and the ring of his mother to those who seemed to have doubt about his claim. In this manner, he was able to ascend the throne without let or hindrance. King Yudhishthira was very much fond of capturing elephants. He would go without hesitation to any place to capture elephants on being told about the presence of fine elephants. King Pañcaggadāyaka, a rival of King Yudhishthira, was desirous of learning the art of managing elephants from King Yudhishthira. He caused the construction of a wooden elephant and kept trained soldiers inside of the sham elephant, which served as a trap to catch King Yudhishthira and when he came out to catch elephants. His plan succeeded, and King Yudhishthira was taken prisoner. King Pañcaggadāyaka sent his daughter, Vajraladhara, to King Yudhishthira to learn the art of elephant management, and the two eventually fell in love with each other. King Yudhishthira eloped with Princess Vajraladhara and lived in the town of Samarajari in the province of Baga. Princess Vajraladhara gave birth to Prince Bodhi, who learned from his father, King Yudhishthira, the art of elephant management and became an expert in it. Prince Bodhi builds the Kakinada Palace. Prince Bodhi caused the construction of a palace with a turreted roof, known as the Kakinada, Red Lotus. The turret was of peculiar and unprecedented design and won the admiration of the people. The prince asked the master builder, "Have you constructed a turret of a similar design elsewhere, or was it the first of its kind ever constructed by you?" He replied, "Your Majesty, this is the first of its kind I have ever constructed." Whereupon, Prince Bodhi was worried with the thought, "Should the carpenter build a similar turreted mansion for someone else, my palace would no longer be the object of praise and wonder by the people." An evil, cruel thought entered his head to plot the destruction of the architect and deprive others of having a similar palace built. He was thinking of doing away with the builder either by killing him or by cutting off his hands and feet or extracting his eyes. Prince Bodhi happened to confide his brutal plot against the carpenter to one of his close boyhood friends, named Sañcakaputta, who was of kindly disposition and considerate. Sañcakaputta felt certain Prince Bodhi meant what he said, but he was quite against the idea of destroying an innocent man of arts and crafts of such great prominence. He made up his mind to avert the imminent danger, and so he went to the carpenter and asked, "Have you finished the work of constructing the turreted palace for Prince Bodhi, or is there anything still left to be done?" When the carpenter said, "All is complete," he confided, "Prince Bodhi wishes to do away with you. Please be careful about your security." The master carpenter replied with words of gratitude, "Dear Lord, you have indeed done very well by such kind words," and he told him, "I will do everything as demanded by the circumstances." When Prince Bodhi asked him, "Master Carpenter, is there anything yet to be done in connection with the turret?" He said, "Your Majesty, it is not completed yet. There is still a lot to be done." Whereupon the prince asked, "What work is left to be done?" The carpenter said in reply, "Your Majesty, details will be given later. Just provide me with the necessary timber immediately." The prince demanded, "What kind of timber do you want me to supply?" "Your Majesty, just light wood, light and dry wood," was the reply. The prince, not suspecting anything, supplied him with light and dry wood as demanded. The master carpenter subsequently asked the prince, "Your Majesty, please do not visit my place of work forthwith, as the kind of job I am about to handle is very delicate, so much so that I will have no leisure to enter into conversation with anybody, excepting my wife who is charged with the task of conveying food." The prince gave his consent, saying, "Very well." The master carpenter stayed in a work cabin and cut the soft wood to measurement and built a flying vehicle in the form of a garua bird. On completion of the job, he asked his wife to turn their household property into hard cash and jewelry and to have the family kept in a state of readiness. Prince Bodhi posted security forces around the place where the turret was supposed to be under construction. When everything was ready, the master carpenter had his family gathered together at the workshop, and after taking their morning meal, they went aboard the flying vehicle and flew away. The guards reported the matter to the prince. "Your Royal Highness, the master carpenter is gone." The carpenter and his family descended to a region of the Himalayas and settled there permanently. The new settlement developed into a city, and he ruled the region as its king. He was known as King Kahavana. The inauguration of the turreted palace. Prince Bodhi had in mind to invite the Buddha and his Sangha to the inauguration of his palace. Therefore, he caused it to be decorated and smeared profusely with sweet scents. Then he had a white carpet laid from the lowest rung of the ladder. The prince had no offspring. He thought that there was the chance of getting a son or a daughter should the Buddha care to tread on the white carpet, if not otherwise. That was the idea behind the laying of the white carpet. When the Buddha arrived at the palace door, the prince paid homage to him in a traditional manner and received his bowl with his hands, saying, "Exalted Buddha, please enter." But the Buddha would not enter the palace. The prince requested the Buddha 3 times in succession. At the 3rd time, the Buddha turned round and looked at Venerable Ananda, who at once realized that the Buddha would not tread upon the white carpet. He therefore turned to the prince and asked him to remove the white carpet since the Buddha would not tread upon it. Facts relating to Prince Bodhi's object of laying the white carpet and the Buddha's refusal to tread upon it are fully explained in the commentary to MN 85. Here we give an abridged form of the exposition. The prince's object. Prince Bodhi had no offspring. He had heard that any handsome offerings made to the Buddha usually bring about fitting rewards. He therefore made the resolution that he would get an offspring should the Buddha care to tread on the white carpet, if not otherwise. Prince Bodhi's former deeds. The prince was an inhabitant of a small island in one of his previous existences. He had a wife who had a similar frame of mind. They killed and ate helpless small birds by mutual consent. The prince stood the chance of having children had he married a woman other than the wife just described. Since he and his wife were jointly responsible for the destruction of the young birds in the past, they were equally guilty of taking the life of the infant birds. The Buddha was well aware of all this, and hence his refusal to tread upon the white carpet that had been purposely laid on that occasion. There are still some other points to ponder here. The prince was predestined not to get any offspring due to previous actions, and nothing could interfere with the course of cause and effect, even though the Buddha tread upon the carpet laid by the prince with an erroneous idea. He might, through ignorance, make an additional mistake by forming an idea that nothing could be gained by making offerings to a Buddha, notwithstanding the adage that every offering made to a Buddha brings about fitting rewards. He might be led to form such mistaken ideas on this aspect. Such a practice might be a cause for complaint by members of other sects. Those monastics are wandering around hither and thither and treading on the white carpets, and there is nothing that they dare not do. Amongst those monastics who might have occasions to tread on the white carpets during the lifetime of the Buddha, there are monastics replete with supernormal faculties that enabled them to know the mind of the people. Such monastics would tread on carpets as and when they should be tread upon. They would refuse to do so when circumstance did not allow. Once the Buddha had passed away, the chances of attaining the paths and fruitions endowed with a knowledge of the future would be rare for sentient beings, if not remote. Their faculty of reasoning will deteriorate, and they will not be able to decide whether the white carpets should be trod on with advantage or disadvantage. It would be well if they had enough foresight to decide as necessary. If not, the lay devotees might naturally form the idea that, during the lifetime of the Buddha, offerings made to the Sangha invariably fulfilled their wishes, whereas nothing accrued from the offering made to the monastics of our time. Perhaps they are not devoted to the practice of the path nowadays. Such thoughts might make them unhappy. It was for these reasons that the Buddha did not tread on the white carpet, and Venerable Ananda also stated, "The Buddha did not tread on the white carpet in consideration of the facts stated above, and because of concern for the monastics of the generations to come." The prince had the white carpet removed and conducted the Buddha to the mansion and offered him gruel, soft food, and sweetmeats. When the alms ceremony was over, the prince addressed the Buddha, "Most exalted Buddha, it occurred to me that the state 643 of peace and tranquility can only be attained by strenuous effort." Whereupon the Buddha replied, "Prince, I was also of the same idea when I was a bodhisattva," and explained to him the part of his life from the time of taking up austere practices to the time of teaching the discourse about the characteristics of non-self. Anatta Lakha Sutta, SN 22.59, to the group of 5 monks who consequently became arahats. Prince Bodhi takes refuge in the 3 treasures. When the Buddha had taught the discourse dealing with the establishment of the group of 5 monks in the arahat fruition, Prince Bodhi asked him, "Most exalted Buddha, for one who has a teacher such as you, how long has he to work for the attainment of the arahat fruition and thereafter enjoy peace and tranquility?" The Buddha replied, "Prince, in this connection I would ask you a question, and you may answer as you deem fit and proper. Aren't you skillful in managing elephants and the wielding of the goad?" The prince replied, "Yes, Lord, I am skillful in elephant management and the wielding of the goad." The Buddha went on to ask the prince, "Prince, supposing a person, knowing that you are skillful in the art of elephant management and the wielding of the goad, came to learn the art of elephant management under you, and he had these defects. He was lacking in confidence. He had not enough confidence to attain the desired standard or goal. He was suffering from a disease bad enough to prevent him from attaining the desired goal. He made false pretense or put on vain and boastful airs that deterred him from attaining the desired goal. He was lacking in earnest effort to attain the desired goal. He was not intelligent enough to attain the desired goal. Would that person be able to learn the art of elephant management and the wielding of the goad from you?" The prince replied, "Most exalted Buddha, it will not be possible to train a person with any one of the 5 defects to attain the desired goal, let alone the question of training one with all those 5 defects." Again, the Buddha put a set of alternative questions. "Prince, supposing the person who comes to you to learn the art of elephant management and wielding of the goad has the following qualifications. He has enough confidence that enabled him to reach the desired objective. He was free from any disease and was one with sound enough health to enable him to reach the desired objective. He did not make false pretense, or he is one with an honest mind that enables him to attain the desired objective. He was one with earnest effort that enabled him to reach the desired objective. He was a man of intelligence capable of attaining the objective. Will it be possible for you to train a person with such qualifications to achieve the desired objective?" Prince Bodhi replied, "Most exalted Buddha, it will be quite possible for me to train a person to achieve the desired objective even when he is only one out of the 5 qualifications, the more so if he is one with all the 5 qualities." The 5 elements of effort. The Buddha then proceeded to teach. 644. Prince, in a similar manner, there are 5 qualities to be striven after by one who practices meditation. 1. In this dispensation, a monastic has complete confidence in the arahat path knowledge, arahata magga with Meghiya, and the omniscience of the Buddha, with the understanding that the fully self-awakened Buddha is replete with the 9 attributes. 2. He is free from disease and possesses an equable frame of mind and body, and is endowed with a gastrointestinal system, Pañcaggadāyaka, which can digest food easily, which is conducive to the practice of meditation. 3. He is free from pretensions and deceptions, presenting himself as he is to the Buddha or to his associates. 4. He is diligent in the work of doing away with what is bad and striving after what is good. He is energetic and steadfast in his effort. He possesses unrelenting zeal to perform deeds of merit, free from fault. 5. He is possessed of wisdom and is one with penetrative knowledge or path insight into the state of rising and falling of the conditioned, Udayabaya with Meghiya, that eradicates the suffering of the round of rebirths. Prince has already stated, a person who has these 5 qualities, Pañcaggadāyaka, faith, freedom from illness, honesty, diligence, and knowledge of the rising and falling of the conditioned, is capable of realizing the arahat fruition, arahata phala, within 7 years under the guidance of a teacher like the Buddha, and can thereafter live happily. Prince, if a period of 7 years be considered to be too long, a person who has these 5 qualities can realize the arahat fruition within 6, 5, for 3, 2, 1 year under the guidance of a teacher like the Buddha, and can thereafter live happily. Prince, should a period of 1 year be considered too long, one possessed of these 5 qualities can realize the arahat fruition within 7 months under the guidance of a teacher like the Buddha, and can thereafter live happily. Prince, should a period of 7 months be considered to be too long, One endowed with these 5 qualities can realize the arahat fruition within 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 month, half a month, under the guidance of a teacher like the Buddha, and can thereafter live happily. Prince, should a period of 15 days be considered too long? One endowed with these 5 qualities can realize the arahat fruition within 7 days, 6 days, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 day under the guidance of a teacher like the Buddha, and thereafter live happily. Prince, should a period of 1 day is considered to be too long, one endowed with these 5 qualities can realize the arahat fruition within half a day. That is, one endowed with these 5 qualities and instructed by the Buddha in the evening can realize the arahat fruition in the morning, or, when instructed in the morning, he can realize the arahat fruition in the evening. This was the answer given in response to the question by Prince Bodhi. Here are some points connected with the 5 factors, Pañcaggadāyaka, from a verse written by Ledi Sayadaw, which can be learned by heart. Faith, health, honesty, diligence, insight into the state of flux are the qualities to be striven after. 645, to attain the arahat path, arahata magga. Of these 5 mundane factors, confidence or faith sada may be divided into 4 classes. 1. The faith of bodhisattvas that has remained unshaken since the time of making the resolution to become a Buddha, agama sada. 2. The faith of noble persons, arya puggala, that remains unshaken since the time of the realization of path knowledge, adhigama sada. 3. The faith in the Buddha as one who is perfectly self-awakened, in the Dhamma which has been well taught, in the Sangha for its uprightness, okkappanna sada. 4. A simple adoration through respect for the moral virtues of the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, pasada sada. Of these 4 modes of faith, the faith in the Buddha, okkappanna sada, should be considered as the factor forming a constituent of the effort factors, Pañcaggadāyaka. When Prince Bodhi had heard of the practical and personal knowledge of the Dhamma taught by the Buddha, he said these words of adoration and praise. One who practices as taught by the Buddha in the evening is able to attain path and fruition in the morning. One who practices as taught by the Buddha in the morning is able to attain path and fruition in the evening. The Buddha is wonderful, the Dhamma is wonderful, the way of teaching the Dhamma, which is good in the beginning, good in the middle, and good in the end, is wonderful indeed. This the prince said in praise of the way in which the Buddha had taught the Dhamma. When the youth, Sanjakaputa, heard of Prince Bodhi's address of appreciation of the discourse, he spoke against the prince. This Prince Bodhi has said that Buddha is wonderful, the Dhamma is wonderful, and that it is as good in the beginning, good in the middle, and good in the end, and he also praised the way in which the Dhamma was taught. With all that, the prince does not seem to have taken refuge in the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. Whereupon, the prince explained to him in detail. My dear Sanjakaputa, please do not say so. Please do not say so. Please take note of certain facts which I am about to tell you now, that I had heard from my mother in the past. When the Buddha took up residence at Ghosaka monastery in the country of Kosambi, my mother respectfully approached the Buddha and made a solemn request. Most exalted Buddha, please be so kind as to do honor to my coming child, a son or a daughter, whom I am bearing now, and who takes refuge in the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, by accepting them as a lay devotee, male or female as the case may be, from the time of their birth to the time of their death. My dear Sanjakaputa, when the Buddha took up residence in this very sanctuary of Ghosaka forest in the province of Baga, my governess approached the Buddha carrying me in her arms and made a request. Most exalted Buddha, this Prince Bodhi takes refuge in the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. Please be so kind as to regard this prince as a lay devotee from today till he breathes his last. My dear Sanjakaputa, in addition to the 2 requests made by my mother and my governess, I do hereby for the 3rd time take refuge in the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. The most exalted Buddha, may you regard me as a devout lay devotee from today forward for the rest of my life. Prince Bodhi attains stream entry. After that, Prince Bodhi sat at a place free from the 6 faults and addressed the Buddha. Most exalted Buddha, I am one of your devotees. My mother requested for the first time the favor of your accepting me as a lay devotee before I was born, and my governess repeated a similar request for the 2nd time, holding me in her arms when I was a baby. I have also renewed the request for the third time now I have come of age. Even so you refuse to tread on the white carpet laid by a devotee like me. May I know the reason?" Whereupon the Buddha asked him, "Prince, what was your object of laying that white carpet?" "Exalted Buddha, I did it with the thought and wish that if I was to be bestowed with a son or a daughter, you would tread on it," was his admission. The Buddha said in response, "That was the reason why I did not tread upon it." The prince again asked, "Exalted Buddha, am I destined to go without any offspring, a son or a daughter?" "I, Prince," replied the Buddha. The prince asked, "What was the cause of it?" The Buddha gave him a hint. "This is because you had been forgetful and had indulged in the 5 sensual pleasures in association with your wife as a partner in a past existence." The prince requested the Buddha to enlighten him as to when and in what existence had he been forgetful and indulgent in the 5 sensual pleasures. The following is the Buddha's reply to his request. "Once upon a time, hundreds of people went across the ocean by means of a big boat. The boat was wrecked in the middle of the journey, and all the travelers perished with the exception of a couple who managed to land on an island by means of a plank. The island was inhabited by quite a large number of birds, and the couple, being pressed by hunger, managed to satisfy their hunger by baking the eggs of the birds for their meals. When they found that eggs alone would not do, they killed young birds for their meals throughout their first, second, and third stages of their lives. They did not realize at all that their indulgence in pursuit of luxurious living constituted a wrong deed. Having revealed their past immoral deeds, the Buddha proceeded to evaluate their guilt, saying, "Prince, had you and your wife realized your wrong deeds at a certain stage of life, you might have stood a chance of getting offspring at a corresponding stage of your present existence. Had either of you realized the wrong deed, there is a chance of getting offspring on that score. Prince, one who holds oneself dear, will always be aware of the advantages of moral acts in all stages of life, failing which he might guard himself against wrong deeds at one or the other stage of his life." The Buddha then went on to teach, DHB 157, Atanansi Paya Jana, Rakya na Surakita, Taya Atara Ima, Pañcaggadāyaka Paido. "Prince, a wise person who holds himself dear, guards himself from any shortcomings, in his own interest for both the present and future existences. One should see to it that he cleans the dust of the 10 wrong deeds from himself, in his own interest in one or the other of the 3 stages of life." At the conclusion of the discourse, Prince Bodhi attained the fruition stage of stream entry, Sotapatti, and the discourse proved to be beneficial to those present on that occasion. (26b) The 8th Rains Retreat, Mahā Moggallāna. Mara enters the belly of Venerable Moggallāna. Once upon a time, Venerable Mahā Moggallāna took up residence at a monastery in the Ghosaka forest sanctuary near the town of Kasibhāradvāja in the province of Baga. While he was taking a walk in an open space, Mara, the evil one, chanced to enter his belly and sat on top of the large intestine. Venerable Mahā Moggallāna felt that his belly weighed heavy like a massive stone. The belly was tight and weighty as though it was full of cooked gram or a bag full of damp and watery gram. He considered that should the heaviness in his stomach be due to indigestion, it would not be proper to keep on walking in the open. He eventually retired to the chamber and sat on a reserved seat. Venerable Mahā Moggallāna deliberated as to the cause of the trouble in a normal way. Had he made any attempt to rub his stomach after contemplating on the purity of his morality, sila, and making a will to do away with all the pain caused by indigestion or disturbances of his internal system, the stupid Mara would have been torn into pieces. But he did not make any attempt to allay his pain in that way. Instead, he simply deliberated on its cause in a normal manner. After scrutinizing the cause of his stomach pain, he noticed that the evil Mara was 648, sitting on top of his large intestine, and he said, "Wicked Mara, get out. Don't you give trouble to the realized one. Don't bring trouble upon yourself, and suffer the consequences for a long time." Venerable Mahā Moggallāna said this because any attempt to give trouble to the children means giving trouble to the parents. In a like manner, To give trouble to the disciples amounts to giving trouble to the master. That was what Venerable Mahā Moggallāna meant when he said, "Don't you give trouble to the realized one." Mara thought Venerable Mahā Moggallāna was saying, "Wicked Mara, get out, don't you give trouble to the realized one. Don't you try to give trouble to the disciple of the realized one. Don't bring trouble upon yourself and suffer the consequences for a long time, without seeing me at all." He was also of the impression that even the Buddha would not have the power to notice him, let alone his disciple. Whereupon, Venerable Mahā Moggallāna made it plain to Mara, "Wicked Mara, I know you and I know what is going on in your mind. Don't you think that I have no power to know about your thoughts? You are the evil Mara. You are presently thinking I know nothing about you. When I said, 'Get out, evil Mara, don't try to give trouble to the realized one. Don't you try to bring trouble to the disciple of the realized one. Don't you try to give trouble to the disciple of the realized one. Don't bring trouble upon yourself and suffer the consequences for a long time.' You have been thinking that even the realized one would not have the power to notice you, leave alone a disciple like me. Isn't that what was going on in your mind?" Mara came to realize that the elder had actually noticed him and knew his thought, and so he came out of Venerable Mahā Moggallāna's stomach and hid himself outside the door. When Venerable Mahā Moggallāna noticed him standing outside the door, he said to him, "Wicked Mara, I see where you are at present. Don't think I can't see you. I see you standing outside the door." Then it occurred to Venerable Mahā Moggallāna, odor emitted from the human body can cause inconvenience to celestial beings 100 leagues away in the sky. Mara belongs to the Paranamitivasavati realm, which is inhabited by powerful devas who are noted for their purity and delicate body. But since Mara had placed himself on top of a filthy intestine, it may be assumed that he is out to do me harm and cause my destruction. For a being with such a frame of mind, there is no immoral act that he would be loath to do. He does not seem to have any sense of conscience or concern about the consequences of his evil deeds. It would, therefore, be wise in the circumstances to let him know that we were relatives by blood and to make him meek and sober so he can be persuaded to leave. With this end in view, Venerable Mahā Moggallāna acquainted Mara with the fact that he was his nephew by revealing the course of his own unwholesome life in a previous existence. Unwholesome deeds in the past. Wicked Mara, there was an event of interest that occurred in the time of Buddha Kakasanda. I was a Mara by the name of Dusi, and my sister was K with Macron, and you were then the son of my sister. Thus you were my nephew then. Having acquainted Mara with how they were related by blood in a previous existence, Venerable Mahā Moggallāna went on to reveal the fact that he, in the capacity of Dusi Mara, had committed a heinous act, and he had to suffer in the plane of miseries for a long time. Mara Tajaniya Sutta, MN 50 in its commentary. Wicked Mara, I was Dusi Mara during the time of Buddha Kakasanda, whose chief disciples were Vidura and Sanjiva. The chief disciple, Vidura, excelled the rest in matters concerning the Dhamma, hence he was named Vidura, meaning a wise elder. Venerable Sanjiva would abide in the attainment of cessation, Nirodha Samapatti, with ease wherever he might be, either in a forest at the base of a tree or at a secluded place. Once it so happened that cowherds, farmers, and passers-by mistook him for a dead monastic in a sitting posture, while he was actually enjoying the attainment of cessation. They all collected firewood, dried grass, and cow dung, and placed them on his body, and wanting to cremate him, they set it alight and departed. Wicked Mara, on the following morning, Sanjiva emerged from his attainment and came out treading on the burning red-hot cinders, shaking off dust from the robe, and entered the village for alms round. Cow-herders, farmers, and passers-by who had cremated him the day before were struck with wonder when they noticed the great elder on his alms round. They spoke among themselves, "This is a sort of miracle which has never occurred before. The monastic was seen to have died in the sitting posture the other day, and now he is miraculously back to life again." Wicked Mara, all those people therefore called the great elder by the name of Sanjiva because he sprang back to life again. Wicked Mara, Dusi Mara hit upon a plan to create a situation that would agitate the minds of the good-natured monastics by cruel means. He thought to himself, I have no knowledge of whence those virtuous, righteous monastics come from and where they are bound for. I will incite the Brahmin householders to decry those monastics who are reputed to be virtuous and righteous, to speak evil of those monastics among themselves, using abusive language, despising, condemning, decrying, and deriding the monastics. Such behavior on the part of the Brahmin householders will disturb and derange them, thereby creating a chance for me to cause harm to them. Wicked Mara. That Dusi Mara went ahead to incite the Brahmin householders to act according to his instructions by calumniating and humiliating the monastics, with the result that Brahmin householders started to speak ill of the monastics through that misunderstanding. Those monastics with foul means of livelihood, those shavelings of dirty, low castes, born of the arched upper part of a Brahma's foot, sitting down lazily, gloomily pretending to be enjoying absorption, jhana, with bent necks and faces drooping down. They may be likened to an owl lying in wait for rats in the foliage of a tree, a fox looking slyly for fish along the banks of a river, like a cat lying in wait for its prey at the mouth of a drainage pipe or at a garbage container, like an ass with a hole in 650, its back moping near a garbage dump at a corner in the fencing. Those monastic shavelings of dirty, low castes, born of the arched upper part of a Brahma's foot, sitting down lazily, gloomily pretending to be enjoying absorption, jhana, with bent necks and faces drooping down. They thus abused the monastics by using abusive and harsh words. They calumniated the monastics according to the instruction of Dusi Mara. Through that misunderstanding, most of those people were reborn in the plains of woe, such as Niraya, the animal worlds, the worlds of the Pitas and Asuras, according to their guilt. Wicked Mara. When Buddha Kakasanda came to know that his monastics had been outraged by the people under the undue influence of Dusi Mara, he urged his disciples to cultivate the four sublime abodes, Brahma Vihara 1, loving kindness, metta, 2, compassion, kuru, 3, altruistic joy, mudita, 4, equanimity, upekkha. The monastics cultivated the four sublime abodes with due diligence as instructed by the Buddha. When Dusi Mara found out that such a tactic could not influence the minds of the monastics, whose past existences and future destinations were beyond his range of intelligence, he decided, once again, to reverse the mode of his tactics by influencing the people to pay homage and make offerings, with an ulterior motive to disturb and derange the monastics, thus giving him an opportunity to harm them. Wicked Mara. Those Brahmins did as they were bid, paying homage and offering alms to the monastics. Wicked Mara. Most of those people were reborn in the celestial planes of happiness for such deeds of merit. Wicked Mara. This is how Dusi Mara used his undue influence on the people to pay homage and make offerings to the monastics once again. After revealing this part of that fateful event to Mara, Buddha Kakasanda turned to the monastics and urged them to practice meditation. Come monastics, abide practicing meditation by contemplation on the unpleasantness of the physical body, asubha, the repulsiveness of material food, ahara paikala, the unpleasant, undelightful, unsatisfactory nature of the world, anabharati, the insubstantial and impermanent nature of conditioned phenomena, anicca. Wicked Mara. In obedience to the exhortation of Buddha Kakasanda, all the monastics meditated on these subjects in the forests or secluded corners and at the base of the trees, with the result that they became arahats in due course. Wicked Mara. Sometime afterwards, Buddha Kakasanda went on alms round, attended by his right-hand chief disciple, Venerable Vidura, and Dusi Mara, failing to get an opportunity to harm the monastics by instigating the householders to revile them or also to honor them, made his last bid to destroy the saga. He took possession of a youngster and threw a handful of stones at Venerable Vidura. The stones hit the elder's head, cutting the skin and bruising the skull as the result of his assault. Wicked Mara. The elder Vidura followed behind Buddha Kakasanda with streams of blood running down his head, unmoved or unshaken by the incident. Thereupon, Buddha Kakasanda turned around bodily to look at him with the look of an elephant and condemned the offender. This foolish Dusi Mara does not know his limits. And at that very moment, Dusi Mara passed away from the world of the Devas and was reborn in the plane of misery. Wicked Mara. Dusi Mara had to serve his term of punishment in the Great Hell, Mahā, also called the Hell of the Six Contacts, Chapasayatanika, the Hell of being pounded by stakes, Sakasamahata, and the Hell that is personally experienced, Pañcaggadāyaka. Wicked Mara, warders of this great hell used to come at regular intervals, and told me that when 2 javelins had come together at my chest, it would mark the completion of 1,000 years. Wicked Mara, I had to suffer torment in that great hell for hundreds of thousands of years, and on being released, I had to pass through a subsection of that hell, named Asada, where I was subjected to punishment more severe than in the great hell for 10,000 years before final release. Wicked Mara, I had the body of human beings and the head of a fish throughout the time I was being tormented in that hell. After recounting the events of the past, Venerable Mahā Moggallāna proceeded to preach to Mara in 21 verses to make him repent his own follies. The hell where Dusi Mara was punished for offending the Arahat Vidura, the disciple of the Buddha, as well as the Buddha himself, has the nature of being tormented by piercing with iron javelins. These javelins give punishment automatically, even without executioners to wield them. Wicked Mara, you are liable to be tormented in such a hell for offending the disciple of the Buddha, who has understood the cause and effect of any deed. There are certain abodes situated in the middle of the ocean. They have the pleasant appearance of gems with brilliant colors. A great number of Devakana can be seen singing and dancing in those abodes. Wicked Mara, you have offended the chief disciple of the Buddha, who is fully 653 aware of these abodes and the pleasures enjoyed by those celestial maids and the causal conditions of those pleasures. That monastic caused the Eastern monastery, donated by Ghosaka, mother of the rich man Meghiya, to be shaken, even while being watched by the company of the Saga at the instance of the Buddha. Wicked Mara, you will have to suffer the consequences of your offense against the monastics accomplished in supernormal power, abhina, and wisdom, panna. That monastic caused Saka's Vajrayana palace to be shaken with his big toe, with the aid of his supernormal power, thereby frightening all the devas. Wicked Mara, you will have to suffer the consequences of your offense against the monastic accomplished in supernormal power and wisdom. That monastic went to the Vajrayana palace of Saka and asked him this question. Saka, do you know the emancipation that is void of all forms of desires? Saka, on being asked thus, gave the right answer. Stupid Mara, you will have to suffer the consequences of your offense against a disciple of the Buddha, who is accomplished in supernormal power and wisdom, and who was able to ask such a question. That monastic asked the Brahma a question near the Sudhamma Dhamma hall. Dear lay devotee, are you still of the erroneous view that there is no powerful monastic or recluse capable of coming to the realms of the Brahmas? Have you ever seen the overwhelming radiance of the Buddha that excels those of the illuminations of the Brahmas, of their mansions, and of their costumes? The Brahma answered, I no longer hold the old erroneous views. I see the radiance of the Buddha that surpasses the illuminations of the Brahmas, and of their mansions, and of their costumes. Why should I insist any more that I am a permanent or an immortal being? Wicked Mara, you will have to suffer the consequence of the offense against the disciple of the Buddha, who is accomplished in supernormal power and wisdom that he was enabled him to ask such a question. That monastic contacted through supernormal power, abhina, based on the freedom absorption, Vimakajana, the summit of Great Meru and the 4 islands continents, east, west, south, and north, at the time of suppressing the Naga king, Nandopananda. Wicked Mara, you will have to suffer the consequences of your offense against the disciple of the Buddha, who is accomplished in such supernormal power and wisdom that he was enabled to ask such a question. Venerable Mahā Moggallāna managed to subdue Mara by exhibition of his supernormal power, abhina, in 7 ways from 1. With reference to the discourse rebuking Mara, Meritagania Sutta, MN 50. 2. With reference to his supernormal power to go on teaching tours as in the stories about mansions, Vimana Vathu, and the stories about Pitas, Pita Vathu. 3. With reference to the exposition of the discourse concerning Mahā Moggallāna, Mahā Moggallāna Sutta, SN 51.14. 4.5. With reference to the short discourse on the destruction of craving, Kata Saki Sutta, MN 37. 6. With reference to the discourse about a certain Brahmin, Anuttara Brahma Sutta, SN 6.5. 7. With reference to the path of purification, Visuddhimagga, on the suppression of the Naga king. 8. Fire does not make any effort to burn the foolish person. It is the foolish person that gets burned by touching the fire. Just as the foolish person gets burned by touching the fire, so will you be burned by offending the Buddha. 9. Mara. You have done sinful acts by offending the chief disciple of the Buddha. Do you think that your sinful act will not produce a fitting result? 10. Wicked Mara. The amount of unwholesome deeds standing against you increases with the progress of time. Wicked Mara. Have you not got tired of doing harm to the Buddha? You should have taken your lesson from the evil deeds of your uncle Dusi Mara, who had to suffer in the realms of misery. You should at once cease harming the disciples of the Buddha. Citing examples, Venerable Moggallāna thus exhorted Mara so as to cause him to repent his follies and to dread the consequences for a long period in the forest sanctuary of Ghosaka, with the result that Mara, with a heavy heart, disappeared on the spot. (26c). The 8th year, Pañcaggadāyaka. After observing the 8th rain's retreat, Vasa, and emancipating sentient beings who were worthy of emancipation by teaching the discourse to Prince Bodhi, Bodhi Raja Kumara Sutta, MN 85, and other discourses in the Ghosaka forest sanctuary near the town of Susamaradjari, the Buddha left for Savatthi to take up residence in the Jetavana monastery. There was a Brahmin lay devotee by the name of Pañcaggadāyaka. He was so named because of his habit of offering the 5 kinds of foods that came first and foremost in the process of production. 1. He used to offer the first ears of corns, barley, or oats from his fields to the Buddha and the Sangha in the form of gruel prepared with milk, in the belief that offering the first products will yield early benefits. This is the offering made of the first crop from the field. 2. When the grain was mature and ripe, he had the grains put in a heap after threshing and winnowing, and prepared them into meals, and offered them first to the Buddha and the Sangha. This is the offering made of the grains from the first part of the harvest. 3. After storing the harvested crops in many granaries, when the first granary was opened, he had some grains from the first lot taken out and prepared them as meals for offering to the Buddha and his Sangha. This is the offering made of the grains from the granaries. 4. The cooked food collected from each and every cooking pot was first offered to the monastics. Until such an offering had been made to the Sangha, no one was permitted to partake of the food from the pots. This is the first offering made from the cooking pots. 5. He never took his breakfast before collecting a certain amount for offering to the Buddha and his Sangha in the morning. In the afternoon, he collected a certain amount from his dining table for offering to the poor, in whose absence the collected foodstuff was given to the dogs. This is the offering made before he took his meals. Thus he came to be known as Pañcaggadāyaka, one who made offerings of 5 kinds on the first occasions. One early morning, the Buddha looked into the world with the knowledge of underlying tendencies, asayanusaya ewithmekrane, and the knowledge of others' dispositions, indriya paro pariyata ewithmekrane, and perceived the supporting conditions of Pañcaggadāyaka and his wife to be established in stream entry, Sotapadimagga. And so he had himself tidied up, and he stayed in his chamber on that particular morning. Meal. He entered the city of Savatthi all by himself, and the citizens knew that someone would be blessed by him that day, and so they did not come out as usual to invite him for alms offering. The Buddha went along the route from door to door, and stopped at the door of Pañcaggadāyaka at the time when the Brahmin was holding a bowl of food to be eaten, and his wife was in a state of preparedness to fan her husband while he was enjoying the food. His wife was the first person to notice the Buddha standing in front of their house. She tried to keep the Buddha out of sight of her husband by keeping the fan in between the Buddha and her husband. She knew that if her husband saw the Buddha, he would offer all the food in his bowl to the Buddha, thereby requiring her to make a fresh preparation of food for her husband. At the same time, she was assailed with confusion and irreverence. The Buddha knew all about it and directed the radiance from his body towards the couple. When the husband saw the golden-colored radiance, he asked her, "What's this?" He looked around, and he saw the Buddha standing at the door of the house. Whereupon, the wife dropped the fan, hastened to the Buddha and paid homage and worshipped him, in accordance with the time-honored tradition. The Buddha uttered a verse in praise of her while she was in the act of standing up, as warranted by the favorable circumstance. DHB 367. Sabeso namar pasmi, yasa nati mamita, asadasye na sokati, sa v bikati vakati. One who is cut off clinging to mind and matter, nama rupa, without holding the erroneous views of I, my own, he or she is free from sorrow and lamentation. Because of the cessation of mind and matter, he has penetrated the dark mass of defilements and deserves to be regarded as a holy, noble monastic. The wife of the Brahmin was established in the fruition stage of stream entry, Sotapati. At the conclusion of this verse, the Buddha was invited by the Brahmin into his house and offered a seat. He then offered him his share of the food, pouring water as a token of dedicating food to the fortunate one, and saying, "Most exalted Buddha, you are the most arahat person in the world with its devas and humans. May you receive my offer of food with the alms bowl." The fortunate one fulfilled his request by receiving the food offered in his bowl and partaking of it. The fortunate one then uttered the following verse after his meal, noting that the time was appropriate, SNP 219. Yadagato majhado, sasato va. Piao labhitha para datapajivi. Mlathuta no pai napakavati. Tavapi daira munivediyani. A monastic lives on food enthusiastically offered by supporters, either from the 656 first portion, or the middle portion, or the last portion of the pot, as his means of livelihood. A monastic gratefully accepts the food regardless of which part of the pot that morsel of food comes from. He is not overpleased to receive the first portion of food, nor is he disturbed by being offered the leftovers. He has abandoned likes and dislikes. Such a person, who is regarded only by wise people as one who has eradicated the pollutants, asava, is indifferent to the world and worldly incidents. (26D). The Buddha's visits to Sri Laṅkā. The Buddha's first visit to Sri Laṅkā. The Buddha observed the first rains retreat, Vasa, after becoming a Buddha in the deer park at Isipatana, near Bras. From there he proceeded to the forest of Uruvela to emancipate the recluse Uruvela Kassapa by an exhibition of miracles. At that time, the citizens of Aga and Magadha were going to pay their annual homage to the recluse with gifts. The recluse did not wish the Buddha to come to the great festival offering. His thoughts were known to the fortunate one. So on that very day, the Buddha went to Uttarakuru to receive an offering of food, and from thence he returned to Lake Anotada to have his meal, and at nightfall in the 9th month of awakening he went to Sri Laṅkā. His visit coincided with the conference of yakas held at a spot which is the location of the garden of Mahā of today, measuring 3 leagues in length by 1 league in breadth in the central part of the island, along the bank of a river. The Buddha went to the place where the yakas were holding the conference, and while standing directly above their heads, on the spot where the Mahigana Satya stands today, he caused heavy rain to fall and strong winds to blow and darkness to descend to frighten them. The yakas were very much frightened, and they beseeched the Buddha to grant them a place of refuge, free from danger. The Buddha consoled them by telling them that he would relieve them of their anxieties and troubles if he was offered a place on the island to stay. Whereupon they replied, "Lord of peace and tranquility, we hereby offer you this very spot, and we beseech you to give refuge to all our kind on this island." The Buddha restored peace and calmed the fears of the yakas by causing the rain, storm, and blackout to cease, and descended to earth and, spreading a leather rug, sat upon it. When the Buddha spread the leather rug over the place, yakas ran away to escape from the unbearable heat emanating from the blazing carpet and took refuge in the remote areas of the island. The Buddha caused the island of Jaritapa to come close to Sri Laṅkā to accommodate the restless yakas. Once all the yakas had settled there, he caused the island to move back to its original site. The blazing leather rug was removed as soon as Sri Laṅkā was rid of all yakas. Then all the good devas assembled on the island and held a conference among themselves. The Fortunate One taught the Dhamma to them with the result that millions of beings realized the Four Noble Truths, and a countless number of devas took refuge in the Three Treasures with strong faith. The Buddha's Relics. Mahā Deva, a resident of the Simanaka mountain, attained stream entry, Sotapatti, by hearing the Dhamma at the conference, just mentioned above. He requested the Buddha for an object of worship. The Buddha rubbed his head with his fingers to collect a handful of hair and gave it to Mahā. After that, the Buddha returned to Uruvela forest. Mahā brought the handful of hair in a gold casket and kept it at a spot that was strewn with a variety of jewelry. It was where Mahā is standing today. The gold casket containing the handful of hair was enshrined in a small relic shrine, stupa, built of amethyst. In course of time, Venerable Sariputta's disciple, named Venerable Sarabhu, after the Buddha's passing, brought the neck bone of the Buddha from the cremation by his supernormal power to this place. He sanctified it by enshrining it in the original shrine of small dimension and raised its height to 12 cubits, assisted by a company of monastics. Venerable Sarabhu then returned after reconstruction of the shrine. Years rolled by, and Prince Udakbaya, younger brother of King Devanampiatissa, rebuilt the old shrine to a height of 30 cubits, enveloping the smaller shrine. Later, King Dahagmai again reconstructed that shrine, making it 80 cubits high. Thus, Mahā grew to a great height by successive modifications through the years. The Buddha's second visit to Sri Lanka. At a time when the Buddha was residing at Jetavana Monastery in Savatthi, during the fifth rains retreat Vasa, there was a battle being fought, involving huge armies for the possession of an emerald throne between two Nagas, Mahadara and his nephew Kadara. When the Buddha perceived this unhappy state of affairs, he woke up early and taking his robe and alms bowl, he went to theater of war, which was the island of Nagadapa, to save the Nagas from destruction. Mahadara was a powerful king who claimed sovereignty over the Naga country, with an area of 500 leagues in that part of the ocean. Mahadara gave away his sister, Ka, in marriage to another Naga king who was ruling over the Vahamna mountain region. In due time, they produced a son named Kodara. Kodara's maternal grandmother gave her emerald throne to Kodara's mother before her death. Consequently, a war broke out over the possession of the throne between King Mahadara and his nephew Kodara. These inhabitants of the mountain region were also powerful rulers in their own region with their own big army. There was a deva named Samana living in the Rajyatana tree near the arched entrance to Jetavana Monastery. He accompanied the Fortunate One all the way to Nagadapa, carrying the Rajyatana tree as an umbrella to protect the Fortunate One from the weather, with the permission of the Fortunate One. This will be further clarified. Samana was a human being living in Nagadapa in his previous existence. Once, he noticed a Pañcaggadāyaka having his meal at the spot where the Rajyatana Satya is standing today. He offered the Pañcaggadāyaka, out of reverence, a bunch of branches for use in washing and cleaning the bowl after his meal. For this deed of merit, he became a tree deva of the Rajyatana tree near the arched entrance to the garden of Jetavana, owned by Prince Jita. The Rajyatana tree stood outside the monastery since the time of its construction. The Buddha brought Samana together with the Rajyatana tree, which was for his own benefit and in the interest of the island. The Buddha, on arrival at the island, sat in the sky above the middle of the battlegrounds and caused complete darkness in the area to frighten the combatants in the battle. Then he caused the area to become bright and clear again to relieve the Nagas of fear and anxiety. The Nagas, on seeing him, felt happy and rallied around him and worshipped at his feet with profound respect. When the Buddha taught the Dhamma to them in the interest of peace and tranquility, the two rival Naga kings were very much delighted, and they were interested in the teaching, so much so that they made an offering of the emerald throne to him by their mutual agreement. Then the Buddha came down and sat on the throne and partook of the delicious food offered by the Nagas and taught the Dhamma to them again, with the result that 800 million Nagas, both of land and water, took refuge in the three treasures with great faith. These events marked the first visit to Sri Lanka by the Buddha. Mahā, the Naga king of Kailai region, a maternal uncle of Mahādara, also arrived at Nagadapa to take part in the war. He had already taken refuge in the three treasures at the time of the Buddha's first visit to Sri Lanka. He made a solemn request to the Buddha. "Exalted Lord, you have, indeed, done a great deed of kindness to us by your exhortations. Had you not come to this place, by now we would have been reduced to ashes. Our ardent wish is that, out of compassion, you do honor to the place of my dwelling, Kailai, by your visit when you come to Sri Lanka on the next occasion." The Buddha kept silent to signify his acceptance of the invitation. Then the fortunate one urged them to build Rajayatana Satya on that spot as a memorial to the happy occasion. He presented the Rajayatana tree to them and returned the emerald throne with instructions to hold them as sacred objects of veneration. Naga lords, these two objects should be held in high reverence as relics of my utensils, Parabhoga Satya, in your own interest and for your continued prosperity. The Buddha, after leaving those instructions, returned to Jetavana Monastery at Savatthi. These events marked the second visit to Sri Lanka by the Buddha. The Buddha's third visit to Sri Lanka. 3 years later, Mahā, the Naga king, went to Savatthi to invite the Buddha cordially to Sri Lanka, while he was in residence at Jetavana Monastery. It was on a full moon day of May, Ghosaka, during the 8th year after the Buddha's attainment to Buddhahood, and 1 day after Mahā's arrival. The Buddha, on being informed of the time for the meal, put on his robe and went across to Sri Lanka, together with 500 monastics. The Naga king Mahā, accompanied by his Nagas, conducted the Buddha and his monastics to a jeweled pandal near the site where Kailai Satya is now situated and offered delicious celestial food to him and the monastics with profound respect. After teaching Mahā and all the Nagas, the Buddha traveled through the sky to the Simanaka hill and left an impression of his foot, in order that future generations might hold it as a sacred place, Pada Satya. He went to the base of the hill in the company of monastics to spend the day and proceeded to Digavapi. During his sojourn at Digavapi, he and the monastics enjoyed fruition attainment, Phala Samapatti, on the spot where the Digavapi Satya is standing today. This is one of the sacred places held in high reverence by the people from the days of yore. From here, the Buddha proceeded to the garden of Mahā, Meghiya. On arrival at Meghiya garden, together with the 500 monastics, the Buddha sat and enjoyed fruition attainment together with the monastics. On the spot where the Buddha sat, a sapling of the original Mahā Bodhi tree was planted. From there, they proceeded to the location of the Mahā Satya, and together they enjoyed fruition attainment. Rising from this attainment, they proceeded to the present location of Thuparama Satya and enjoyed fruition attainment together again. Rising from this fruition attainment, they went to Sila Satya, which still stands today, and taught the Dhamma to all the devas who happened to be gathered there at that time. After which, together with his 500 monastics, the Buddha returned to Jetavana Monastery. These events marked the Buddha's third visit to Sri Lanka. And so this concludes the account of the Buddha's 3 visits to Sri Lanka. (27a). The Ninth Rains Retreat, Ghosaka and Meghiya. The rich man Ghosaka. Prior to the appearance of the fully self-awakened Buddha, a deadly infectious disease, Ahivataka, broke out in the country of Alakapa, and the toll of this plague affected anything from 10-20 in a family at a time. Those who evacuated to other countries escaped death. One of the citizens left Alakapa together with his wife and a baby son, but they suffered from a shortage of food in the middle of crossing a barren land, and were in a state of exhaustion. The parents took turns to carry the baby for some time. The husband was of the idea that crossing the desert would not be possible with the extra load of the baby on their shoulder. So he kept himself a bit behind the wife by slowing down his speed, as though pressed by the call of nature. He placed the child on the ground in a sitting posture and resumed his journey. When the wife did not see her son in his hands, she inquired about the child, asking, "My lord, where is my baby?" The husband replied, "What good will he be under such stress and strain? We could produce many children so long as we are alive." The wife screamed in anger, "Such a brute you are! I will not go along with a cruel person like you." The husband confessed his inconsiderate act and apologized to her. "Please pardon me for my fault." They continued their journey again after picking up the child. The fatigued couple, with the baby to carry, managed to cross the sandy plain with great difficulty. By evening, they reached the cowherd's hut where they had cooked rice with pure milk for their own consumption. When they saw the couple and the child, they at once realized that the strangers were hunger-stricken and offered them a big pot full of rich milk gruel. The wife was moderate in eating, and so she ate just the right measure of food while the greedy husband ate very much, beyond his limit, so much so that he died of indigestion the next morning. As he was very much attached to the people in the cowherd's hut before his death, he took conception in the womb of a dog who lived there. The dog gave birth to a lovely puppy in due time. It was well looked after by the cowherd as though it was his own child. The two were very much attached to each other, and the puppy followed the cowherd wherever he went. One morning, a Pañcaggadāyaka stopped at the door of the cowherd to receive alms food. The cowherd paid respect and offered food and requested the Pañcaggadāyaka to stay, and the cowherd would provide him the requisites. The Pañcaggadāyaka took up residence in a grove not far from his dwelling. The cowherd used to take the puppy along with him whenever he went to visit the Pañcaggadāyaka. He used to strike the boulders and dry stumps with a stout staff on the way to the dwelling of the Pañcaggadāyaka to frighten away the beasts of prey. The puppy took careful note of his master's activities. On one occasion, the cowherd made it plain to the Pañcaggadāyaka that he might not attend on him personally every day for one reason or other. He assured the Pañcaggadāyaka that the little dog would come to his dwelling to accompany him to and from his hut on his behalf, in case of his failure to do it himself. One day, the cowherd sent his little dog to accompany the Pañcaggadāyaka from the forest to his hut. The little dog went there and, on arrival, lay on its belly stretched at the feet of the Pañcaggadāyaka. The Pañcaggadāyaka realized that the little dog was sent to fetch him. Hence, he took his robe and alms bowl. Being desirous of testing the intelligence of the dog, he deliberately went in a wrong direction, whereupon the little dog went in front of him and blocked his way. It gave way only when the Pañcaggadāyaka resumed the right, 661 direction. He barked aloud at the same spots where his master used to strike the boulders and dried stumps with a stout staff to frighten away the beasts of prey. The Pañcaggadāyaka used to give it a big lump of food out of his own bowl every day. The dog was very much attached to the Pañcaggadāyaka for showing such kindness to him. At the end of the rain's retreat, Vasa, the cowherd offered a piece of cloth to the Pañcaggadāyaka for making robes and said, "Reverend sir, the rain's retreat, Vasa, has come to a close, and I would leave it to you to stay on at the same place or go to any place of your own choice, as pleases you." As the Pañcaggadāyaka appeared to have a desire to leave for another place, the cowherd accompanied him to a certain distance and returned to his hut. When the little dog discovered that the Pañcaggadāyaka had left for good, it died of a broken heart and was reborn in the Deva realm of Tvatisa. He was endowed with a voice that excelled that of the other devas of the celestial world. As a reward for barking aloud and frightening the beasts of prey as he passed through the forest in the company of the Pañcaggadāyaka in his previous existence. He was therefore known as Ghosaka Deva for having a voice that covered the whole of Deva realm. While Ghosaka was enjoying the luxurious life of a Deva in Tvatisa, Yadina was the king of Kausambi in the world of humans. Then Ghosaka Deva died and was conceived in the womb of a courtesan in Kausambi during the reign of Yadina. When the courtesan came to know that she had given birth to a son, she had the newly born babe cast on the garbage dump. One of the supervisors of workmen, in the employment of the rich man of Kausambi, noticed the child in the middle of a flock of crows on his way to his master's house. He was impressed by the look of the lovely child and thought there was a bright future for the child. Therefore, he picked up the baby and sent him to his house, under the care of one of his workmen while he continued his way to his master's house. That morning the rich man of Kausambi met a wise man on his way to the palace of the king Yudhina. The rich man asked the wise man, "Master, have you studied the astrological signs of the stars and their trends?" The astrologer examined the movements and behavior of the planets on the spot and replied, "Anyone born today is destined to become a rich man in Kosumbi, as he is born in conjunction with such and such stars and planets." On hearing the prediction of the astrologer, the rich man of Kosumbi turned to his attendants and gave instructions. "My dear men, the prediction of this wise man are always axiomatic and determinate. My wife is an expectant mother, and you better go to my house and find out if she has given birth to a child." The attendants rushed to his house and hurried back to tell him that his wife has not yet given birth to a child. He sent his men out again to find if there is any child born in the city on this day. The attendants went all over the town to find out if there was any child born on that day. They discovered that there was a newly born babe in the house of his own supervisor. When this was brought to his notice, the rich man sent for the supervisor, and on his arrival, asked him a few questions. "Rich man, is it true that there is a baby in your house who is born today?" Supervisor: "Yes, master." Rich man: "Can you give me that child?" Supervisor: "I can't give, master." Rich man: "Take 1,000 pieces of money in exchange for the baby." The supervisor tried to speculate mentally. "This baby may or may not live long. The question of life and death is beyond my power of decision." In view of this matter of uncertainty, he decided to accept the money in exchange for the baby. The rich man conceived an idea. Should my wife give birth to a girl, he would be treated 662 as my own son. Should she give birth to a boy, he would be killed. After a few days, the wife of the rich man gave birth to a boy. The brutal acts of the rich man of Kosumbi. He thought of placing the adopted son Ghosaka, the son of a courtesan, in the cow shed to be killed by being trodden on by oxen. He accordingly asked his servants to place the babe at the gate of the cowshed. The boy was placed at the exit of the cow shed, as instructed by the rich man. A big bull, the chief of the herd, was the first to come out of the compound, and finding the baby lying helplessly on the ground, it shielded him from the imminent danger of being trodden on by standing over him with its 4 legs placed around him like a fence. On seeing Ghosaka, the cowherds expressed this opinion among themselves. This child must be a favored child of fortune. Even animals seem to know of his attributes, and so with mutual consent, they took him to their house to be looked after. The rich man inquired as to the fate of the baby and was told that he was safe under the care of the cowherds. He regained possession of the baby by giving the cowherds 1,000 pieces of money in exchange for him. He then commanded his men to throw the baby away at the cemetery. The baby was abandoned in the cemetery at a time when the rich man's goat herd was tending a herd of goats there. A milking she-goat caught sight of the baby and left the herd to put herself in such a posture as to afford an opportunity for the baby to suck her milk. She left the baby only after feeding him in the manner just described. On departure from the pasture in the evening, she went to feed the baby again in the same manner. The goat herd's attention was drawn by the strange movements of that she-goat on that day, and he saw for himself that the she-goat was feeding the baby as if it was her own babe. The goat herd thought to himself, "This baby must be a favored child of fortune. Even animals seem to know his attributes." And so he brought the baby to be looked after in his own house. On the next morning, the rich man sent his men to find out what had happened to the baby. When he was told that the baby was safe under the care of a goat herder, he sent his men to redeem the baby in exchange for 1,000 pieces of money and commanded them to place the baby on the cart track in the busy part of the town so that he might be killed by being trodden by the carts of a passing trader on the following day. His servants did as they were told. A train of carts came into the town as expected, but the oxen that drew the first cart saw the baby in their track, so they stood still with their legs fixed like 4 pillars. The leader of the traders saw the strange spectacle and was greatly moved by it, so much so that he picked up the babe and looked after him himself, as the baby appeared to be a favored child of fortune with a bright future. The rich man sent out his men to find out if the baby had been killed by being trodden on by the carts of the traders, and was told that the boy was safe under the care of the leader of the traders. He again asked them to redeem the child in exchange for 1,000 pieces of money and to throw the baby down a steep cliff at a distance from the town. The baby was thrown upside down by the servants, but the child fell right on top of a workshop of those who manufactured mats from reeds. The mats made of reeds proved to be as soft as cotton that had been ginned 1,000 times due to his deeds of merits in the past. The leading workman opined that the baby was a favored child of fortune with a bright future, and so he brought the child to his house for adoption. The rich man sent out his men again to inquire into the state of the child. When he came to know all about the babe, he asked his servants to recover the baby in exchange for 1,000 pieces of money and to bring him to his house. In due course, the rich man's own son and Ghosaka came of age. The rich man again made a plot to kill the lad in a conspiracy with his trusted potter. He therefore went to the potter and confided to him that there was a stupid son in his house whom he wanted to do away with secretly by hook or by crook. The potter said, "Rich man, you shouldn't have said such a thing. Speaking a speech is so full of evil." The rich man thought that the potter would not do something for nothing, and so he paid him 1,000 pieces of money to make him yield to his persuasions. He was successful because there is no one who cannot be corrupted by bribery. The potter accepted the money and told the rich man, "I will arrange for the pot kills to be kept ready on such and such a day, and you might send the boy to me on that date by appointment." The rich man marked time, and on the day of the appointment, he asked the youthful Ghosaka, "My dear son, I require many pots, and I have arranged with our potter to supply them by certain date. You might go now to the potter and ask him to do as he was bid by me, without any delay." Ghosaka replied, "Very well," and left the house. On seeing Ghosaka on the road, the rich man's own son came running to him and asked for help. "Elder brother, I've lost many marbles while playing a game with my playmates. I do pray that you try to recover the loss I've sustained." Whereupon Ghosaka said, "I can't do it now because our father has sent me on an errand." The rich man's own son made another request. "If so, just play for me and recover the lost balls. I will go on the errand on your behalf." Whereupon Ghosaka said, "In that case, you might go to the potter's place and convey the message of your father to the potter in detail, while I play with the boys to recover the marbles you lost to them." The rich man's son went and conveyed his father's message to the potter, on behalf of Ghosaka, as agreed. The potter said he would carry out his father's orders. He took the boy into his house and hacked him into pieces with an axe, and put the pieces of the dead boy's body into a mud pot, which was later kept along with the unbaked mud pots in the kiln. Ghosaka won quite a lot of marbles, and he waited for the return of his younger brother for a time. When the younger boy failed to turn up, he went to the potter's place to look for him and returned home when no trace of his younger brother could be found. The rich man was astonished to see the return of Ghosaka at a distance, and was at a loss to know what had happened. He got up before Ghosaka could even take a seat to explain the matter. "Dear son, did you not go to the potter's place?" The youth replied, "No, father, I didn't go." He asked him again, "Why did you not go?" The youth explained the reason why he did not go and why the younger brother went there on his behalf, in detail. The rich man felt as if he was reeling under the weight of the great earth and scolded him. "My dear son, what do you mean by that?" And so saying, he hurried to the place of the potter with a greatly agitated mind. When he got to the house of the potter, he could not tell the full facts of the tragedy, and so he simply uttered, look, my man, but the potter gave him a stiff reply. "Rich man, what do you mean by that, when it is too late?" The rich man had to return home without any further ado. He was reduced to a mental wreck from that time. The rich man of Kosambi did not take his meal together with Ghosaka from that time onwards, and deliberated as to how to do away with his son's rival. He wrote a note and asked Ghosaka to deliver it to one of his supervisors at a certain village and to tell him verbally that the contents of the note must be translated into action at once. He also instructed the lad to contact one of his boyhood friends, a rich man of Gamaka, and stop at his home for the meals on the way to his destination. Ghosaka had come of age by that time. Ghosaka paid respect to the rich man and left. On arrival at the village of Gamaka, he found his way to the rich man's house and stood worshipping in front of him. The local rich man was shaving his beard by the side of a window. When he noticed the lad, he asked, "Young man 664, from where have you come?" He replied with due respect, "Father, I am the son of a rich man of Kosambi." The Ghosaka rich man was delighted to see the son of his boyhood friend. By that time, one of the maids of the daughter of the rich man was on her way to the market to fetch some flowers for her mistress. She stopped by the rich man, who asked her, "Maid, tarry a little, you might wash and brush the feet of Ghosaka and arrange for the provision of a bed for him." The maid did as she was bid, and then went to the market to fetch some flowers as usual. On seeing the maid with a collection of flowers, the daughter of the rich man scolded her. "You have loitered on the road today. What on earth had made you take such a long time in fetching the flowers?" Whereupon the servant girl replied, "Mistress, I've never seen such a beautiful youth before. He is said to be the son of your father's boyhood friend. It is beyond my power to express his handsomeness and graciousness. Your father asked me to wash his feet and provide a bed when I was on my way to the market to fetch flowers for you. Hence the delay." The daughter of the Ghosaka rich man, accompanied by her maid, went to the bedroom and found Ghosaka sound asleep. She noticed a note tied to the edge of his waistcloth and, out of curiosity, detached it quietly and read it. She discovered that the youth had brought a note that would cause the loss of his own life. She had it torn into pieces and wrote another one in substitution for the original one before the lad woke up. "Dear supervisor, I am sending my son to you. My boyhood friend, Ghosaka, the rich man, has a daughter who has attained the age of puberty. I want you to collect all the yields accrued from our own estates and regroup them into lots of 100 of each kind for presentation at the matrimonial ceremony between the daughter of the Ghosaka rich man and my own son, and I wish you to act as my duly accredited representative on that happy occasion. I also wish you to give me an account of the matrimonial ceremony with a statement of expenditure incurred in connection with the marriage, in due course." And it was signed by the rich man of Kosambi. She had the fresh note nicely stamped with a fabricated seal and tied it to the edge of the waistcloth of the lad, as though nothing untoward had happened to it during his sound sleep. Ghosaka spent a day in that house and resumed his journey after taking leave from the rich man. On arrival at the place of the supervisor, he promptly handed over the note with the information that the contents of the note should be translated into action at once. The supervisor, after reading the note, summoned all the villagers and addressed the gathering. "My dear men, although you do not seem to care much about me, my own master, the rich man of Kosambi, has entrusted me with the responsibility of arranging, on his behalf, a matrimonial ceremony for his son, Ghosaka, and the daughter of the rich man of Ghosaka. It asks that all the products issued from this area should be collected and grouped into lots of 100 of each kind for presentation to the couple as his gifts." When everything was set, he arranged for the matrimonial ceremony to be performed in a traditional manner and sent a report to the rich man of Kosambi to the effect that the 665 matrimonial ceremony had been conducted and that everything had been done in compliance with his instructions, with a detailed statement of the accounts attached thereto. On hearing the news, the rich man of Kosambi felt like one suffering from burns and uttered, "Alas, I have been ruined beyond redemption." He suffered both physical and mental agony and was eventually attacked with acute dysentery. And yet he had not given up the idea of denying the estate to Ghosaka by hook or by crook. He, therefore, wrote a note with an ulterior motive and sent it to the lad. The note read, "Why have you, my son, stayed there long after your marriage? I want you to come back home urgently." Upon receipt of the letter, simple-minded Ghosaka made preparations for the return journey. The daughter of the Ghosaka rich man perceived that the simpleton Ghosaka never knew that it was she who was responsible for his present luxurious life. So she tried to detain him by her own clever tactics. She convinced him by saying, "My dear man, don't be so hasty. One should make the necessary arrangements before one goes to one's relatives." She delayed his early departure for good reasons. The rich man of Kosambi, with an undaunted will, sent another note stating that he had broken down in health through an acute attack of deadly dysentery and that he was in a state of hopelessness, and the situation warranted Ghosaka's immediate return. The daughter of the Ghosaka rich man could not help worrying that, by that time, the truth connected with their union and other things was at stake. "My dear man, The rich man of Kosambi is not your own father, though you have all along regarded him as your father. He had sent you to his supervisor with a note containing express instructions to kill you right away. I personally destroyed that fateful note and substituted it with a fresh one of my own design that brought about our union. He did not call you for nothing, but to expose that you are not his successor. You should wait until his death. Soon afterwards, a rumor that the Kosambi rich man had died was afloat, and the couple made preparations to go there with attendants. The intelligent wife warned her husband to enter the building with great caution and to post escorts around the house beforehand. She accompanied her husband as he entered the house, raising her hands and crying as if lamenting. She found her way to the rich man who was lying in a dark corner and struck his chest with her head, as if in great sorrow, sending the dying man already weak with ailment to an early death. After the cremation of the corporeal relics, Sarira Japana, of the rich man of Kosambi, Ghosaka, by generous bribing, induced the intimate servants of the deceased to tell outsiders that he was the son of the late old man. Title of Rich Man of Kosambi. 7 days after the death of the rich man of Kosambi, King Yudina considered that he had to find a person to succeed him, one with the desirable qualifications who would earn the title. The rich man of Kosambi, Kosambi Sehai. He ordered his royal servants to find out if the late rich man had a son or not. All the intimate servants of the late rich man unanimously reported that he had a son by the name of Ghosaka, who was worthy of succeeding his father. King Yudina then conferred the title of the rich man of Kosambi on Ghosaka, complete with insignia of office. When Ghosaka became the rich man of Kosambi, his wise and intelligent wife said, "My dear lord, although we are of lowly origins, we have become great and glorious by virtue of our meritorious deeds of the past, and let us, therefore, maintain it by performing meritorious deeds with redoubled zeal and enthusiasm." Her husband readily accepted her good proposals, and the couple mutually agreed to spend 1,000 pieces of money every day in unbroken generosity, Nabata Dana, without any breach or breakage throughout their lives. 666. The Recluses of Kosambi. There were 3 distinguished rich men in Kosambi country before the time of the fully self-awakened Buddha. They were Ghosaka, Kukua, and Pavarika, who were boyhood friends. They looked upon 500 recluses as their teachers in the absence of the Buddha and looked after them well. All the recluses used to take up residence at Kosambi during the rainy season, which lasted for 4 months, and retreated to the forests of the Himalayas in the summer and winter seasons, lasting 8 months. Years rolled by, and one day, the recluses felt exhausted after crossing a vast barren land without water on their way from the Himalayas to Kosambi. They eventually came upon a huge banyan tree and naturally entertained the hope that from the look of the banyan tree, there would be a guardian deity powerful enough to provide them with water. The guardian deity of the banyan tree thought it would be well to fulfill the need of the recluses, and he caused a stream of water, about 6 inches in volume, to flow from the fork of the tree. When the recluses saw the silvery water, they received it with their cups and quenched their thirst, and then they began to think that it would be a good thing if the guardian deity could also provide them with food, since they happened to be in the thick of a forest far away from the villages. Whereupon, the guardian deity offered them celestial gruel, which was suitable for the recluses. The recluses thought, since the guardian deity had provided them with food and water, they now had a desire to see him in person. The recluses asked him, "Deva, you are enjoying such pleasure. Therefore, we wonder what kind of deeds of merit you did in your previous existence." The deity replied, "I observed the 8 precepts for half a day in my previous existence." This will be further explained. This guardian deity of the banyan tree was one of the servants of Anthapika in his previous life. It was customary amongst the occupants of the house of Anthapika that everyone should observe the precepts on every holy day. One early morning of an observance day, a workman was required to go to the place of work to perform his duties. When Anthapika took a list of the recipients of food for that day, he discovered that the workman was the only one who had gone to the forest for work that day. So he allowed the cook to draw food for the evening, just enough for that workman. The cooking woman drew the allotted ration and kept it ready prepared for him. On his return, the cook gave him the share of food reserved for him. When the workman found that the whole house was unusually quiet that day, he inquired about the unusual silence and the empty mess room from the cook. "It is an observance day, so all the occupants of the house are observing the precepts," was her reply. He asked her again, "Is it true, mother?" She nodded her head, saying, "Yes, it is." "Dear mother, please inquire from the rich man if one could keep precepts for the remaining part of the day." The cook obliged him by putting his question to the rich man, who replied, "It is tantamount to keeping observance of precepts for half a day, but not for a full day." On hearing the words of the rich man, the workman washed his mouth and made a formal vow to observe the precepts and went to his place and kept the precepts till he fell asleep. He died of exhaustion on the following morning and was reborn as a guardian deity of a huge banyan tree on the fringe of a forest. On hearing the full account of his previous existence, the recluses asked the deity, "You have spoken about the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, which we have never heard of before. Is it true that a fully self-awakened Buddha has appeared?" When the deity answered in the affirmative, the recluses asked, "Where is that Buddha residing at presently?" The deity said, "The realized one is residing at the Jetavana monastery in Savatthi." The recluses left, saying, "Dear Devo of the banyan tree, we are going to pay homage to 667, the Buddha." They arrived at Kosambi on the way to Savatthi. The three rich men extended cordial reception to the recluses and invited them to receive food on the following morning. There was a festival on a grand scale on that day. As soon as they had taken their meal, the recluses said as a token of courtesy, "We are going." Surprised by such words, the rich men asked, "Revered sirs, it is quite unusual that you uttered such words when you have stayed only for a day on this occasion, though you have usually stayed for 1, 2, 3, or 4 months on previous occasions. We pray that you enlighten us as to the reason why you depart so early in the day." Whereupon the recluses replied, "Rich men, you have indeed spoken truly. The fully self-awakened Buddha has appeared already, and death is certain, though we know not how or when. Therefore, we are in great haste to go to the Buddha." The rich men asked for permission to go along with them. The recluses said a few words of encouragement in response to their request. "You might stay behind and come afterwards, as you all are saddled with worldly affairs which restrict your movements. We will go ahead of you." They left Kosambi and found their way to Savatthi without stopping too long on the way. On their arrival at Savatthi, they went immediately to the Buddha, who fed them with the sweet elixir of Dhamma. The recluses became arahats through path knowledge acquired by hearing the teaching of the Buddha. The three rich men attained stream entry. The three rich men left Kosambi, each with 500 carts fully loaded with gifts of all sorts for offering, arrived at Savatthi eventually. They stayed at a spot in the vicinity of Jetavana and erected temporary alms booths before they went to pay homage to the Buddha. On their arrival at the feet of the Buddha, they sat in suitable places. The Buddha then taught discourses in harmony with their dispositions, with the result that the three of them attained stream entry, Sotapatti. They made offerings of gifts on a large scale for 15 days in succession. They cordially requested the Buddha to do them the honor of visiting Kosambi. The Buddha said in response, "Buddhas naturally prefer places of seclusion." They enthusiastically replied, "This is understood, exalted Lord," and added, "Kindly honor us by your visit on receipt of our formal invitation in due time." And after making 3 rounds, keeping the Buddha on the right side, they went their way home, building resting centers at every 1 league's distance between Savatthi and Kosambi. On arrival at Kosambi, they publicized the appearance of the fully self-awakened Buddha far and wide. Each rich man constructed big monasteries in their own garden lands at great costs, in anticipation of the arrival of the Buddha. The 3 monasteries were named after their supporters, so that the one donated by Ghosaka was called Ghosaka, the one by Kukua was called Kakurma, the one by Pavarika in his mango garden was called Pavarikambhavana. When everything was ready, the three rich men dispatched a cordial address of invitation to the Buddha through a special messenger. Māgaṇḍiya and his wife. The Buddha, on his way to Kosambi, in the company of many monastics, perceived that Māgaṇḍiya and his wife were destined to attain the arahat fruition. He therefore diverted his route from the main road towards the direction of the market town of Kamasadama in Kuru country. Māgaṇḍiya returned early after spending almost all night outside the village and offering lights, according to their custom. On his way to the village to receive food in the morning, the Buddha noticed Meghiya coming from the opposite direction at a distance. He grasped the opportunity of making his presence known to the old Brahmin. On seeing him, Meghiya thought to himself, "I have all along been looking for a suitable bridegroom for my daughter, who is as charming as she is, who has a golden body and has assumed the form of a recluse." 668. This recluse is charming and good-looking. He is a match to my daughter. With this idea, he went straight back to his house. Old Meghiya told his wife, "Dear one, I've never seen such a recluse before. The one whom I've seen has a golden color. He has the appearance of the great Brahma. He is really a match to my daughter Meghiya. Get my daughter Meghiya dressed up hurriedly." As they were busy with dressing up their daughter, the Buddha left a pair of footprints, pada satya, at the spot where he had first seen the old Brahmin, and entered the town to receive alms food. The old Brahmin, his wife and daughter, went to the place where he had caught sight of the Buddha, but they could not see him as he had gone into the village by that time. The old Brahmin grumbled at the way in which his wife had taken so long in dressing their daughter that the recluse had gone away. The wife asked the Brahmin, "Let him be gone, but do tell me in which direction he has gone." The old Brahmin retorted, "He's gone that way." And eventually they found the footprints of the Buddha. The old man said, "Here are his footprints. He must have gone in that direction." On seeing the footprints, the old Brahmin's wife thought, "This Brahmin is really ignorant. He is not intelligent enough to know the intricacies of the treatises in the Veda." And to ridicule her husband, she made this caustic remark, "Brahmin, you are such a fool as to have said that you would give away our daughter to this person whose footprints are quite different from those of worldlings, who have the stains of passion, raga, malice, dosa, and delusion, moha." Brahmin, look at his footprints, which characterize those of a fully self-awakened Buddha, who has broken open the enveloping dome of the defilements. Just look at those footprints with care. Ritasa haya kikwagadabhave, dahasa hodi saha snupada, massa hodi avakahitapada, viva chadasa idam dissipada. The footprint of one with strong lust does not touch the ground in the middle. The footprint of one with a great amount of anger is more marked at the heels. The footprint of one with a great amount of delusion is marked by the impression of its toes and heels. The footprint we are seeing is free from all these, and therefore it is evident that it belongs to the omniscient one who had done away with all forms of defilements. The old Brahmin felt uneasy in his mind because of his wife's caustic remarks and complained, "Woman, you are rude and aggressive." While they were thus engaged in arguing, the Buddha had taken his meal in the company of the monks, and he made his appearance at a place where the Brahmin could easily see him. When Māgaṇḍiya saw the Buddha coming from a distance, he scolded his wife and said, "The person whom I spoke of is here." And so saying, he approached the Buddha and made things plain to him. 669. Recluse. I've been looking for you all over the place since earlier in the day. There is no one in the whole world who is as pretty as my daughter, and there is no one in the world as handsome as yourself. I wish to give you my daughter to attend upon you as a housewife." The old Brahmin spoke directly and simply. Whereupon, the Buddha said, in response to his offer, "Brahmin, I had no desire whatsoever for the three charming daughters of Mara of the celestial plain of Vasavati, who stood by my side and wooed and tempted me with talk of love, making full of sweet charms. So you might imagine how I would not have any desire for your daughter Meghiya." And he recited the following verse, SNP 4.9. Disvana taha arati regan ca. Nahosi chando api mithonasmi, kim evita mutta karisapwa, pada pi nasam fusita naich. Although the three charming daughters of Mara, Ta, Arati, and Raga approached me under the Godhar's banyan tree with firm determination to tempt me to enjoy sensual pleasure by mutual cooperation with them. I had not the least desire to yield to their wishes, nor was there the slightest taint of sensual passion in me. In the same way, I have not the slightest taint of sensual desire on seeing this young gay, whose physical body is full of filth such as excreta and urine. I have not the slightest desire to touch her, even with my feet. The Buddha uttered this verse as though he was communicating not with the Brahmin, but with a different person. Gay, the daughter of Brahmangaya, harbored resentment towards the Buddha for insulting her by saying her body was full of filth such as excreta and urine and whatnot. He should have rejected me in a simple manner that does not affect my dignity. I will revenge this insult, as and when opportunity occurs hereafter. Thus Meghiya sowed the seed of enmity against the Buddha. Meghiya and his wife become arahats. The Buddha did not give any heed to the resentment harbored by the young lady, Meghiya, and proceeded to preach the Dhamma to the old Brahmin, Meghiya, in harmony with his disposition. Meghiya and his wife became noble non-returners, anagami, at the conclusion of the discourse. In due time, the couple considered that no useful purpose will be served by continuing to live the household life after attainment to the exalted state of non-returner for any length of time, and they entrusted their young daughter, Meghiya, to her paternal uncle, Kāmaṇḍiya, before they received ordination. They both became arahats free from the pollutants, asava, after ordination. After emancipating Meghiya and his wife, the Buddha resumed his journey to the country of Kosambi and arrived there eventually. Buddha accepts 3 monasteries. When the 3 rich men heard of the arrival of the Buddha in the company of monastics, they arranged for his reception on a grand scale and conducted him to the monasteries. On arrival at the monasteries, they sat at appropriate places and after paying their respects, addressed the Buddha. Most exalted Buddha, the 3 monasteries which have been built are intended to be offered to all the members of the noble Sangha. We humbly request the favor of your acceptance of the 3 monasteries for use by the Sangha, who arrive 670 from the 4 quarters of the compass. The Buddha was pleased to accept them, as requested by the supporters. The 3 rich men then invited the Buddha for the performance of ceremonies at the feast the next day, and then they made their departure. The Buddha stayed in the monasteries donated by the 3 rich men and observed the 9th rains retreat, Vasa, in the country of Kosambi. Meghiya's evil acts. At the time the Buddha was observing the 9th rains retreat, Vasa, in Kosambi, the young woman Meghiya had become the chief queen of King Udina. This is how it happened. Meghiya was left by her parents to the care of her paternal uncle, Kāmaṇḍiya, before they received ordination. King Udina made her his queen after consultation with her uncle Kāmaṇḍiya. A separate chamber with 500 maids of honor was allotted to her by the king. Meghiya was thus a queen of King Udina by the time the Buddha kept the 9th rains retreat, Vasa, at Kosambi. Having come to understand that the Buddha had arrived at Kosambi, she caused all the reckless, starving drunkards to be summoned, and she bribed and instigated them to call the Buddha by derogatory names as taught by her. When the Buddha entered the city on the following day, in response to the invitation of the 3 rich men to a feasting ceremony, the reckless drunkards reviled the Buddha by calling him the names taught by Meghiya. Venerable Ananda implored the Buddha to leave the place. Most exalted Buddha, let us not continue our stay at a town where we have been abused. Let us go to another town. Whereupon the Buddha replied, Dear Ananda, Buddhas are totally indifferent to the 8 worldly vicissitudes, and all those boisterous and abusive noises are bound to die off within a period of 7 days and no more. The abusers are liable to pay for their own demerit. You need not fret and bother yourself by their shortcomings. Extraordinary volitional efforts of the 3 rich men. The 3 rich men invited the Buddha into the city and made offerings of all kinds on a large scale. The Buddha took residence at their monasteries in rotation and received offerings in the same manner. In other words, when the Buddha occupied Ghosaka monastery on a certain day, he would receive alms food from Ghosaka's house on the following day. In the same manner, the Buddha received alms food from Kukkuwa and Pavarika in order of succession. After a lapse of 1 month, it dawned on the 3 rich men. Buddhas have appeared for the purpose of safeguarding sentient beings and promoting their well-being. We should see to it that all the citizens should also take a share in the meritorious deeds. They accordingly afforded an opportunity to all the citizens to participate in the meritorious deeds, with the result that all the citizens made offerings in their respective streets, quarters, or by formation of charitable societies at that time. (27b) The 9th Rains Retreat, Schism. A great dispute within the Sangha. When the Buddha was residing in the Ghosaka monastery, there arose a dispute 671 between a monastic who was versed in the discipline, Vinaya, and another monastic who was versed in the discourses, Sutta. Both were living in the same monastery. One day, the one versed in the discourses entered the privy and came out, leaving a certain amount of water in the cup, which was usually kept in the privy for common use. The monastic versed in the discipline, on entering the privy after him, saw the amount of water that was left in the cup, came out, and asked the one versed in the discourses, "Friend, did you leave some water remaining in this cup?" The one versed in the discourses replied, "Friend, yes, I did," with all sincerity. The one versed in the discipline complained, "Well, friend, don't you know that such an act is tantamount to commission of an offense, a patti?" The one versed in the discourses replied, "No, I didn't know, my friend." Then the one versed in the discipline explained, "Friend, to leave any amount of water in the cup is an offense, a patti." The monastic versed in the discourses said, "If I am guilty of an offense, I am prepared to remove the offense by confessing." Whereupon, the monastic versed in the discipline explained, "Friend, if such an act was committed through forgetfulness and without any volition, there lies no fault." On hearing this, the monastic versed in the discourses formed the idea that he had not committed the offense of leaving behind some water in the cup. The monastic versed in the discipline had thought that such an offense as leaving the remaining amount of water in the cup does not amount to an offense, a patti, by reason of absence of mind, which is devoid of volition. As a matter of fact, such an offense is tantamount to an offense, dukkha patti, no matter whether such an act was committed through forgetfulness or without volition. The monastic versed in the discipline told his disciples that the monastic versed in the discourses did not know when he was guilty of an offense, in an attempt to decry the one versed in the discourses. And when the disciples of the monastic versed in the discipline met the disciples of the one versed in the discourses, the former told the latter that their teacher had no knowledge of the guilt he had committed. When his disciples brought this news to his knowledge, the monastic versed in the discourses said, "That monastic versed in the discipline himself told me that I was not guilty of that offense, and now he had changed his words and accused me of being guilty of that offense. He has told a lie." The disciples of the monastic versed in the discourses went and told the disciples of the monastic versed in the discipline, "Your teacher is a liar." The quarrel thus began. The monastic versed in the discipline managed to obtain the support of his own associates and charged the monastic versed in the discourses with the offense of not seeing the fault as a fault, apatya dasena kapanya, and suspended him with a formal resolution. The monastic who was thus suspended, being well informed and of social standing, approached his friends and associates and said, "This is a case where there was no fault, not a case where there is fault. I am unfallen, I have not fallen. I am unsuspended, I am not suspended. Although they have suspended me, I am not guilty. I was suspended by a formal act which was not legally valid. I would beseech you to stand by me as my partisans on account of the rule, on account of the discipline, Vinaya." He thus gained many friends, supporters, and associates. A messenger was also sent to monastics in the villages and country to explain the situation. Thus the monastics in the country, who were his associates, also became his partisans. The disciples of the suspended monastics versed in the discourses went to those who suspended them and complained by way of refutation. "Friends, That is a non-guilty case. It is not a case entailing any offense sapati. Wherefore, the monastic versed in the discourses was not guilty of any offense. He is unsuspended, though he has been suspended by a formal act, because it was not legally valid. The monastics involved in suspending, in turn, told the suspended monastics that it was a case of an offense, a patti. It was not a non-offense case. The monastic versed in the discourses was therefore guilty of an offense. It was not that he was not guilty. Therefore, he deserved to be suspended by a formal act of suspension which was legally valid. Friends, do not pursue this course. Do not attend upon him any more. But their appeals fell on the deaf ears of the monastics versed in the discourses. They continued in attending upon the suspended monastic, following him wherever he went. The Buddha exhorts the rival factions. An unknown monastic approached the Buddha and reported with respect all that had happened. Whereupon the Buddha uttered, "The saga is divided, the saga is divided," twice in succession, and went to the monastics who had suspended the monastic versed in the discourses and addressed them from a prepared seat. Monastics had, by then, not actually been divided, but the Buddha had said it in anticipation of the imminent danger of a division in due course of time. For instance, one might have said, "The rice grains have ripened," when one noticed the break of rains ushering in the season for harvesting, although they were yet ripe. Hence, the Buddha's utterance. The Buddha said, "Monastics, you should not, through pride and vanity, think of suspending or expelling a monastic on account of a simple matter. Let us suppose that a certain monastic might be guilty of an offense, a patti, though he did not think that it was an offense on the one hand. On the other hand, there might be monastics who held it to be an offense, a patti. Monastics, if those monastics know concerning that monastic, this venerable one is well informed and well versed in the discourses and the discipline, Dhamma Vinaya, and the monastic rules, Padamaka, intelligent and wise, experienced, conscientious, scrupulous, and desirous of the three training practices. If we expel this monastic for not seeing the offense, if we do not carry out the observance together with this monastic, and carry out the observance without this monastic, by doing so, there will be dispute, strife, fighting, there will be a schism in the order, there will be an altercation in the order, dissension in the order, differences in the order. Monastics, knowing this, monastics should not suspend or expel a monastic for not seeing an offense to ward off schism and promote unity. Monastics, you should not, through pride and vanity, think of suspending or expelling a monastic on account of a simple matter. Let us suppose that a certain monastic might be guilty of an offense, a patti, though he did not think that it was an offense on the one hand. On the other hand, there might be monastics who held it to be an offense, a patti. Monastics, if those monastics know concerning that monastic, this venerable one is well informed and well versed in the discourses and the discipline, Dhamma Vinaya, and the monastic rules, Padamaka, intelligent and wise, experienced, conscientious, scrupulous, and desirous of the three training practices. If we expel this monastic for not seeing the offense and do not perform the invitation, pavara, ceremony inviting one another for pardon together with this monastic, if we perform the invitation without this monastic, if we do not carry out a formal act of the order, sagakama, together with this monastic, if we will carry out a formal act of the order without this monastic, if we do not sit on a seat together with this monastic, if we sit on a seat without this monastic, if we do not sit to drink gruel together with this monastic, if we sit to drink gruel without this monastic, if we do not sit in a refectory together with this monastic, if we sit in a refectory without this monastic, if we do not dwell under the same roof with this monastic, if we dwell under one roof without him, if we do not pay respect according to seniority, greet or worship with joined palms, together with this monastic, if we will pay respect according to seniority, greet or worship with joined palms without this monastic. By doing so, there will be dispute, strife, fighting, there will be schism in the order, there will be an altercation in the order, dissension in the order, differences in the order. Monastics, knowing this, monastics should not suspend or expel such a monastic for not seeing an offense to ward off schism and promote unity. After teaching the above discourse on the need for unity in the saga to the monastics who had suspended the monastic, the Buddha went over to the disciples of the suspended monastic who was well versed in the discourses and delivered this discourse. Monastics, when you have committed an offense, you should not think that amends should not be made for the offense, thinking, we have not committed an offense. Monastics, supposing a certain monastic might be guilty of an offense apati, though he did not think it was an offense on one hand, and on the other hand there might be monastics who held it to be an offense apati. Monastics, if that monastic who thinks he has not committed an offense knows concerning those monastics. These venerable ones are well informed and well versed in the discourses and the discipline Dhamma Vinaya, and the monastic rules Padamaka, intelligent and wise, conscientious, scrupulous and desirous of the three training practices. Either because of me or because of anyone else, these monastics should not take a wrong action through selfish desire, ill will through ignorance, through fear. If these monastics suspend me for not seeing an offense, and if they do not carry out the observance together with me, if they carry out the observance without me, if these monastics do not perform the invitation ceremony together with me, if they perform the invitation ceremony without me, if they do not carry out a formal act of the order, Sagakama, together with me, if they will carry out a formal act of the order without me, if they do not sit on a seat together with me, if they sit on a seat without me, if they do not sit to drink gruel together with me, if they sit to drink gruel without me, if they do not sit in a refectory together with me, if they sit in a refectory without me, if they do not dwell under the same roof with me, if they dwell under one roof without me, if they do not pay respect according to seniority, greet or worship with joined palms together with me, if they will pay respect according to seniority, greet or worship with joined palms without me, by doing so, there will be dispute, strife, fighting, there will be schism in the order, there will be altercation in the order, dissension in the order, differences in the order. Monastics, knowing this, the monastic should confess the guilt even out of faith in the Sangha to ward off schism and promote unity. After delivering this discourse for unity of Sangha, the Buddha rose from the seat and departed. The monastic versed in the discourses had honestly expressed his desire to confess and to ask for pardon. If he had committed an offense, when the monastic versed in the discipline made a complaint at first, when he was told subsequently that any offense committed through thoughtlessness and without volition does not amount to offense or a wrong act, he sincerely thought he was free from guilt. Had the Buddha decided to blame those versed in the discipline for suspending the monastics versed in the discourses on such grounds, they would have accused him of taking sides with their opponents, thus exposing themselves to the risk of committing an offense against him, a demerit that could direct them to the realms of misery. Again, the monastic versed in the discourses had knowingly left a certain amount of water in the cup, and as such, he was guilty of an infringement of a light offense, dukkharapati. His disciples had expressed their opinion that such a judgment was legally invalid, through attachment to their teacher. Had the Buddha decided to approve the judgment of those versed in the discipline on such grounds, the disciples of the monastic, who was versed in the discourses, would naturally accuse him of taking sides with their opponents, thus exposing themselves to the risk of committing an offense against him, a demerit that could direct them to realms of misery. It should be borne in mind, therefore, that the Buddha had thus refrained from putting blame on either of the rival groups in the interest of peace and tranquility, and after delivering discourses for the unity of the Sangha, made his departure from that place. Exposition on being in communion. Now at that time, monastics who had been suspended carried out the observance, upasatha, and performed the formal legal acts, sagakama, in the boundary hall, sima, of the same monastery, whereas those who had expelled the former carried out the observance and performed the formal legal acts by having gone outside the monastery. One of the monastics of the latter group approached the Buddha with profound respect and addressed him. Most exalted Buddha, those monastics who had been suspended carried out the observance and performed the formal legal acts in the boundary hall, sima, of the same monastery, whereas those who expelled the former carried out the observance and performed the formal legal acts by having gone outside the monastery. Whereupon the Buddha gave the following answer to that monastic. Monks, in case those suspended monastics carry out the observance and perform other legal acts in accordance with the procedure for a motion and proclamation, nadi kama vaka, laid down by me, in the boundary hall sima of the monastery, Their performances must be held to be quite in order and legally valid. In the same way, if you, the suspending monastics, who have suspended the former, carried out the observance and performed other legal acts in accordance with the procedure for a motion and proclamation, Nadi Kamavaka, laid down by me, in the boundary hall, Sima, of the monastery, your performances also must be held to be quite in order and legally valid. Monks, what is the reason for this? The suspended monastics belong to a different communion from yours. They are not associated with you, and you belong to a different communion from theirs through not associating with them. Monks, there are two grounds for belonging to a different communion. With Māgaṇḍiya Sapsa 1, one's own effort. One makes oneself belong to a different communion. And 2, being suspended by the Sangha for not seeing an offense, a patti, for not making amends, for not abandoning a wrong view. Thus there are these two grounds for belonging to a different communion. Monks, there are two grounds for belonging to the same communion. Samma Sapsa 1, one's own effort. One makes oneself belong to the same communion. And 2, the whole Sangha lifts the suspension and restores, Osaraya Kama, the monastic who was suspended, Ukepaniya Kama. There are two grounds for being in a different communion, with Māgaṇḍiya Sapsa, and two grounds for being in the same communion, Samma Sapsa, as explained by the Buddha. There are two groups or two types of monastics. 1, lawful monastics, Dhammavadi, who suspended the guilty monastics, and 2, unlawful monastics who were suspended for being guilty of one or the other offense at Dhammavadi. Should a monastic, residing with one group or the other, decide, after scrutinizing the views of both groups of monastics, that the monastics who are suspended are unlawful monastics, and the monastics who suspended them are lawful ones, he himself has made himself of different communion from the suspended monastics and of the same communion with the suspending monastics. Conduct of the monastics in the dispute. Now, at that time, monastics fell into dispute, quarreling and causing strife at the refectories in the villages. They behaved unsuitably towards one another in action and in speech. They came to blows. People looked down upon them, criticized them. Well-conducted and modest monastics reported this unhappy state of affairs to the Buddha, who sent for the disputing monastics. Having made inquiries and having rebuked them, the Buddha gave an appropriate talk and addressed them thus. Monastics, when the Sangha is divided, and if it is not behaving according to the rules, if there is discord, you should sit down separately, thinking. At the very least, we must not behave unsuitably towards one another in physical action and in speech. We cannot come to blows. Monastics, when the Sangha is divided, if it is behaving according to rule, and if there is friendliness, you may sit down next to one another. These are the guidelines given to the rival monastics for observance, whenever there is dissension amongst the Sangha. The two rival groups of monastics went on quarreling, making strife, and falling into disputes in the midst of the Sangha, wounding one another with the weapon of the tongue. The Sangha was unable to quell the dispute. Then a certain monastic approached the Buddha, having paid respects to him. He stood at a suitable distance and reported the matter and requested him to approach the quarreling monastics. Whereupon, the Buddha went to the monastics and exhorted them. Monastics, it is not at all right and proper for you to be quarreling, fighting and opposing one another. Enough! No disputes, no quarreling, no contentions. Whereupon, a monastic of the suspended group, who had the welfare of the Buddha at heart, said, Most exalted Buddha, let the Lord of the Dhamma wait. Let the fortunate one remain unconcerned, intent on abiding in peace for the present. We will be responsible for these disputes, quarrels, and strife. This was his appeal to the Buddha. The Buddha exhorted them twice in the same strain, and the monastic of the suspended group repeated his appeal for 2 times in succession. The suspended monastic was a well-wisher of the Buddha. He took pains to appeal to him not to trouble himself about the matter at a time when the flame of anger was at its peak. But the Buddha perceived that the 2 rival groups would come back to their senses once the anger was removed, and so out of compassion for these monastics, he delivered a discourse on the life story of Dagavu with that objective in view. The story of Dagavu. This story has been compiled from the story about the chapter about the monks from Kosambi, Kasibhāradvāja, Vin MV10. For further particulars, refer to the birth story about King Daigati of Kosala, Daigati Kosala Jataka, Ja 371, and the birth story at Kosambi, Kosambi Jataka, Ja 428. Once, there was a king of Benares by the name of King Kasi, who had a great amount of wealth, a big army consisting of war chariots, elephants, horses, infantry, a vast expanse of land, a big treasury, and fully stocked granaries. The king of Kosala, by the name of Daigati, was poor, having only a small amount of wealth, a small army, a limited number of war chariots, elephants, horses, and infantry, a small treasury and granaries. Monastics, King Brahmadatta, alias King Kasi, prepared for war against King Daigati, and marched towards Kosala with a great army comprised of war chariots, elephants, horses, and infantry. On hearing the alarming news, King Daigati of Kosala weighed in his mind. King Brahmadatta of Kasi is rich. He owns an enormous amount of wealth, has a great army, comprised of war chariots, elephants, horses, and infantry, a big treasury, a vast expanse of land and granaries. Whereas, I am comparatively poor, having a small amount of wealth, a small army, and I am sure to be defeated by the first attack launched by that king. As such, it would be wiser to evacuate than to be defeated. Therefore, taking his queen, he fled from his city long before the enemy reached it. Monastics. King Brahmadatta took possession of King Daigati's troops, chariots, territory, treasuries, and granaries, and reigned over his newly conquered land. Daigati, the king, and his queen arrived at Benares in due course, and took refuge at a potter's house on the fringes of the city in the guise of wandering ascetics. The queen conceives a child. Monastics. After some time, the queen of King Daigati became pregnant and developed a strong desire for a certain particular thing, such as to see at sunrise a fourfold army, fully arrayed, fully equipped, standing on level ground, and to drink the water used in the washings of swords. The queen made it known to her husband, King Daigati of Kosala, that she had conceived a child, and that she had a strong desire to see a fully equipped army at sunrise, and to drink water used in the washing of swords. Whereupon, the king of Kosala said, "Dear queen, how will it be possible for us to see a fully equipped army and to get water used for the washing of swords, when we are in a humble condition?" The queen replied, "Your Majesty, I will die if my wishes are not fulfilled." At that time, King Daigati's boyhood friend was the Brahmin priest of Brahmadatta, king of Kasi. Monastics. Daigati, king of Kosala, went to see his boyhood friend, the Brahmin priest, and told him, "My dear friend, my queen is pregnant, and she has a strong desire to see a fully equipped army standing on a vast and level plain, and to drink the water used in the washing of swords." Whereupon, the Brahmin said, "Your Majesty, in that case, I should like to see the queen." Monastics. The queen went to see the Brahmin priest. When the Brahmin noticed the queen coming from a distance, he got up and, arranging his upper garment over one shoulder and with his hands clasped, announced joyously, "Indeed, a king of Kosala is in your womb," for 3 times in succession. And he assured the queen, "Be happy, good queen, you will get a chance at sunrise to see the fully equipped fourfold army arrayed on a level ground and drink the washing of swords." Monastics. The Brahmin priest went to King Brahmadatta of Kasi and addressed him, saying, "Your Majesty, the signs which I can see are such that a fully equipped army must appear on a vast plain at sunrise, and the royal swords are to be washed then." The king ordered his courtiers to carry out the instructions given by the Brahmin priest. Dagavu is born. The queen of King Daigati had her strong desires fulfilled as arranged by the Brahmin. She had seen a fully equipped army standing on a vast plain and drunk the water used in washing the swords. Monastics. She gave birth to a baby son in due time, and he was named Dagavu. Monastics. When Prince Dagavu had grown to an age of discretion, it occurred to King Daigati. The king Brahmadatta of Kasi had hitherto done much harm to us. He had seized our army, war chariots, elephants, horses, and territories including small villages, deprived us of our treasuries and granaries. He would do away with the 3 of us at once if he found out our whereabouts. It would be safer for our son, Dagavu, to stay outside the city. He accordingly arranged for Dagavu to stay aloof from them at a place outside the boundaries of the city. Monastics. Prince Dagavu learned various arts and sciences at that time during the period of his exile. Monastics. A barber of King Daigati of Kosala had free access to the palace of the king of Kasi. Monastics. When the barber saw the king and queen of Kosala taking refuge in an old hut of the potter under the guise of ascetics on the outskirts of the city, he went to King Brahmadatta of Kasi and reported, "Your Majesty, King Daigati and his queen have been taking refuge in a hut of a potter under the guise of ascetics on the outskirts of the city." Monastics. King Brahmadatta ordered his attendants to bring the king and queen of Kosala to him. The attendants did as they were bid. Monastics. King Brahmadatta of Kasi gave orders to his servants. Courtiers, fasten the hands of King Daigati and his queen at their backs tightly. Shave their heads with a razor. Beat a drum that produces harsh and broken sound. Take them from street to street, from crossroads to crossroads, beating them all along the way, and finally take them out of the city by the southern gate to be cut up into 4 pieces. Their remains must be discarded to the 4 quarters. The executioners did as they were ordered by the king. King Kosala's doctrine of peace. At that time, Prince Dagavu had a longing to see his parents. He thought to himself, "It is quite a long time since I have seen my parents. I had better go and see them now." He therefore entered the town and came face to face with his ill-fated parents, with their hands fastened tight at their backs, their heads shaved, being beaten up and paraded from street to street, from crossroads to crossroads to the unbearable sounds of the drums. He was greatly shocked and choked with a deep sense of sorrow, but he managed to go to his parents, even with strained emotions. Monastics. When King Daigati saw his son, Dagavu, coming from a distance, he uttered these words of advice meant for his son. "My dear son, Dagavu, do not look far and do not look close either. My dear son, Dagavu, revenge does not promote peace. My dear son, Dagavu, only non-resentment gives peace." When King Daigati uttered such words of advice, the courtiers misunderstood him and said, "This King Daigati of Kosala had lost his head. Where is his son, Dagavu? Whom is he addressing as, 'My dear son, Dagavu, do not look far and do not look close either. My dear son, Dagavu, revenge does not promote peace. My dear son, Dagavu, only non-resentment gives peace?'" When King Daigati heard their remarks, he retorted, "My dear men, I am not speaking thus through loss of mind. Only wise men will understand the meaning of what I said." King Daigati uttered the same words of advice 3 times, and the executioners made the same comments 3 times. King Daigati gave the same explanation to them, to show that he was mentally sound and that it was meant for wise men who would understand the meaning. Monastics. The executioners went on punishing the royal couple all along the route, and finally took them out of the city via the south gate, as instructed by their king. King Daigati and his queen were cut into 4 pieces and their severed limbs discarded to the 4 quarters. The executioners went back into the city after posting guards at the place of execution. Monastics. Prince Dagavu went into the city and came out with some liquor for presentation to the guards, who soon got drunk and fell into deep slumber. Dagavu collected a pile of firewood and placed the remains of his royal parents on top of the pile and cremated them in the traditional way. He raised his clasped hands in a respectful manner and circumambulated about the bonfire. At that time, King Brahmadatta was in the upper chamber of his palace. He caught sight of Dagavu through the window, in the act of circumambulating the funeral pyre 3 times with his palms joined and raised toward it. It at once occurred to him, that man must be one of the near relatives or kinsmen of Daigati, and the one who would certainly do something against me. He was greatly annoyed that no one was thoughtful enough to bring such a case to his notice. Prince Dagavu serves as elephant keeper. Monastics. Prince Dagavu went into the jungle and mourned over the loss of his royal parents, weeping for a long while, and then he re-entered the city. He went to the elephant stable near the palace and requested the royal elephant master to employ him as a trainee. His request was readily granted. Monastics. Prince Dagava used to get up early and sing sweet songs and play the harp harmoniously at the elephant shed every morning. On hearing the singing and playing of the harp, King Brahmadatta asked his courtiers as to who was the singer who played on the harp early in the morning every day. The courtiers gave the king a full description of the singer who played the harp. The king then ordered his men to bring the singing lad who played the harp so well. When the couriers brought Dagavu before the king, he was asked, "Boy, is it you who sings sweet songs and plays the harp so well at the elephant stable early in the morning every day?" The prince gave his answer in the affirmative. Then the king ordered him to sing and to play his harp in his presence. Monastics. Prince Dagava sang songs sweetly in harmony with the tuning of the harp, in compliance with the royal orders. The king was greatly delighted with his performance and ordered the boy to serve him as one of the attendants. The prince undertook to serve as an attendant to the king. In due course, he was upgraded to a confidential position of trust in consideration of the 5 qualities that he possessed. 1. Getting up earlier than the king. 2. Going to bed after the king. 3. Always being alert and willing to serve, for doing all that would please the king. And 5. Being in the habit of speaking well and affectionately. Prince Dagavu honors his father's words. Monastics. One day, King Brahmadatta of Kasi ordered Prince Dagavu to harness the royal chariot. "Dear lad, harness the chariot. We will go into the deer forest." The prince replied, "Very well, your majesty." And when everything was set, he reported the matter to the king. "Your majesty, the chariot is ready, and it is up to your majesty to decide when to leave." The king started off hunting for big game in the forest, followed by a company of his army. Prince Dagava drove away the royal chariot at such a great speed that it eventually got cut off from the royal followers. When they had gone far enough, King Brahmadatta ordered Prince Dagava, "Boy, we have been cut off from the party. I am tired, and you might unharness the chariot, so that I might take some rest." The prince unharnessed the royal chariot and sat cross-legged on the ground. The king lay down to relax with his head resting on the lap of the young lad. He soon fell into a slumber through tiredness. Monastics. When the king was sound asleep, Prince Dagava's mind began to work. "This King Brahmadatta of the Kasi country has done much harm to us. He had forcibly seized our army, elephants, horses, chariots, territories, treasuries, and granaries. It was he who has killed my parents. The opportunity for revenge upon him has presented itself now." He drew his sword out, monastics, but his father's advice crossed his mind. "My dear son, do not look far and do not look close either. My dear son, Dagavu, revenge does not promote peace. My dear son, Dagavu, only non-resentment gives peace." Thinking it would not be right for me to go against my father's advice, he replaced the sword in its sheath. For a second time, for a third time, Prince Dagava drew his sword out to wreak vengeance on his old enemy, and for the second and third time he replaced his sword in its sheath, remembering the advice given by his royal father. Then Brahmadatta, the king of Kasi, frightened and agitated, alarmed, unsteadily got up all of a sudden from his sleep. Whereupon Prince Dagava asked him, "Your Majesty, what has caused you to get frightened, agitated, and alarmed?" The king replied, "Boy, I dreamt in my sleep that I was running away from my life through fright, running from the son of the king of Kosala, who was chasing me with a sword." Monastics. Then Prince Dagava held the head of King Brahmadatta with his left hand and drew out the sword with his right hand and said, "Your Majesty, the son of the late king of Kosala, is no one other than myself. You have done much harm to us. You have forcibly seized our army, elephants, horse, chariots, territories, treasuries, and granaries. It was you who killed my royal parents. Now, it is my turn for revenge on you." Whereupon, King Brahmadatta touched Prince Dagava's feet with his head and entreated him for mercy by granting him life. "Dear Dagavu, please grant me life." He thus entreated for mercy 3 times in succession. Then the prince replied, "How will it be possible for me to grant life to a king? It is a king who should grant me life." "Well then, dear Dagavu, you grant me life, and I will grant you life." Monastics. Brahmadatta, the king of Kasi, and Prince Dagavu granted life to one another. and they took hold of one another's hands. They vowed to do no harm to one another. Then the king asked Dagava, "My dear son, please get the royal chariot which is waiting and let us return." The prince said, "Very well, your majesty." When everything was set, he reported that everything was ready and it was up to his majesty to leave as and when he so wished. Monastics. Once the king had mounted the chariot, Prince Dagava drove the chariot with accelerated speed, and they caught up with the army in no time. King Brahmadatta of Kasi, accompanied by his troops, then returned to the city. On arrival at the royal palace, the king had the counselors and ministers assembled and addressed them. "Good sirs, what would you do if Dagava, the son of King Daigaithi, could be found now?" Then some said, "We would cut his hands off." Others said, "We would cut off his feet." Again others said, "We would cut off his hands and feet, ears, nose, ears, and tongue. We would cut off his head." The king, pointing his finger, said, "This is Prince Dagava, son of the late King Daigaithi of Kosala. Nothing should be done against him now. Just as he has granted me life, so also have I granted him life." Thus King Brahmadatta of Kasi made this proclamation. Prince Dagava's doctrine of peace. King Brahmadatta of Kasi then asked Prince Dagava, "My dear son, your father is believed to have spoken 4 phrases to you. My dear son, Dagava, do not look far and do not look close either. My dear son, Dagava, revenge does not promote peace. My dear son, Dagava, only non-resentment gives peace. My dear son, Dagava, what did your father mean?" Prince Dagava gave the following reply in response to the king's query. "Your Majesty, my father advised me not to look far. This should be understood to mean one should not be at enmity with other people for any length of time. Your Majesty, my father advised me not to look close either. This should be understood to mean do not shorten the term of friendship, but strengthen and prolong ties of friendship. Your Majesty, my father advised me. My dear son, enmity could not be brought to an end by any act of revenge. You can only do away with enmity by avoidance of revenge. Your Majesty, in case I assassinated you for killing my parents, your well-wishers would undoubtedly try to kill me. That would not end the chain of events, for my well-wishers would turn against your well-wishers, and the endless chain of events would go on forever and ever. Now that your Majesty had granted me life, and I have done likewise, the question of enmity or revenge should no more arise, and so my good father said, My son, revenge does not pay. Harbor no resentment and be happy, with that end in view. Thus Prince Dagava interpreted the meaning of his father's advice on the end of strife. To this objective, the wise men of olden days had also left the following lines for our guidance. 1. Don't prolong the cause of enmity. 2. Don't shorten the term of friendship. 3. Friendliness eliminates enmity. 4. Resentment begets revenge. Monastics. When Prince Dagava had explained the underlying meaning of his father's advice, King Brahmadatta of Kasi said, My dear men, it is indeed wonderful. Such a marvelous thing has never occurred before. This Prince Dagava is so wise that he could explain to us at length what his father had uttered in abridged form. Thus the king of Kasi spoke highly of Prince Dagava and formally returned the possessions of his father, the late King Daigaithi of Kosala, comprising the army, elephants, horses, chariots, territories, treasuries, and granaries, and above all, he gave his daughter, who had come of age, to Prince Dagava. Buddha's exhortation. Monastics. It will be seen that even those kings in arms could come to friendly terms through forbearance and kindly disposition. Monastics. When those of you who have become members of the Sangha within the domain of my instructions that are good in the beginning, good in the middle, and good at the end, cannot forgive and act in a friendly way, how can you expect to uphold the dignity and maintain the nobility and purity of my teaching? Then the Buddha repeated for the third time the exhortation he had given before. Monastics, it is not at all right and proper for you to be quarreling, fighting, and opposing one another. Enough! No disputes, no quarreling, no contentions. At this last exhortation also, the monastic who belonged to the suspended group addressed the Buddha as before. Most exalted Buddha, let the Lord of the Dhamma wait. Let the fortunate one remain unconcerned, intent on abiding in peace for the present. We will be responsible for these disputes, quarrels, and strife. The Buddha then considered, these useless people, without hope of achieving the paths and fruitions, are really incorrigible. It's not easy to bring them to their senses, and he departed from that place. The Buddha entered Kosambi early in the morning for alms food, and after his meal returned to the monastery. He then had his lodging kept in order, and carrying his robe and the alms bowl, he stood in the midst of the monastics and gave the following exhortations in 10 verses. Kosambiya Jataka, Ja 428. Puthis Sado Samajano, 681, Na below Kosi Manatha, Sagasmi Bijayam Nasmi, Na Bayo Amaru. Those monastics, with foul mouths and rude manners, have boisterous, cheerless voices. They are the same type of persons as those with impure hearts. There is no one amongst them who knows his own folly or foolishness. Above all, none of these monastics has realized that dissension amongst the members of Sangha has arisen because of his own conduct. Those monastics, with foul mouths and rude manners, are greatly infatuated by delusion, intent upon quarreling and under the guise of wise and intelligent persons. They do not dwell in contemplative mood. They open their mouths wide and utter abusive language without any sense of shame or dread of blame. None of them keep silent as a gesture of regard and respect for the Sangha. They are ignorant of the fact that such quarrels and conflicts invariably lead to a state of shamefulness. They do not perceive that ill will leads them on to such shameful acts. Akachi ma vidi ma, ajini ma hasimi, yisiye ta opanahani, veritesa na samiti. If you harbor resentment against a person for having abused you, tormented you, overpowered you, robbed or deprived you of your property, and if you do not care to forbear against that aggressor in the interest of peace and tranquility, the flame of enmity will not die down, but it will keep on burning up to the time of dissolution of a world element. Akachi ma vidi ma, ajini ma hasimi, yisiye ta nopanahani, vera tesipasamiti. If you do not harbor any resentment against a person who has abused you, who has tormented you, who has overpowered you, who has robbed or deprived you of your property, through forbearance and equanimity, the flame of enmity is bound to dwindle to a vanishing point for lack of fresh fuel. Nahai varina varani, samantita kikana, avarina ca samani, esa damo sanantano. In this world, the flame of animosity cannot be extinguished by harboring resentment and taking revenge on one another. To wash ordure by means of ordure will not be of any avail. Ordure could only be cleaned by means of pure 682 water. In the same manner, the flame of animosity could only be extinguished, and peace and tranquility restored, by forbearance and loving kindness. This is the path that all the Buddhas and Pañcaggadāyakas have hitherto followed. Per ca na vijanani, mayam ethayamames, ye ca to the vijanani, tato samani madhaga. Amongst the masses of monastics, the unintelligent and quarrelsome monastics are ignorant of the fact that they are on their march towards the kingdom of death, with the movement of time, whereas those intelligent and thoughtful monastics amongst the masses of monastics are fully alive to the fact that all conditioned things are getting closer to the jaws of death with the progress of time. Consequently, quarrel and conflicts are extinguished and peace and tranquility prevail. Ahikan pahara, gavasa dana harino, raha vilampamna, tesam pai hodi sagati. When friendships could be fostered and tranquility established by peaceful means with the kings, who had mercilessly broken the bones and limbs of our parents through malice, assassinated them, robbed us of our cattle and the worldly possessions of our parents by brute force. I personally do not know why you monastics, my own beloved sons, cannot foster brotherly feeling among yourselves and re-establish a state of tranquility and stability among yourselves. It is certainly possible. Sais labhitha napakasaya, sadi karasadu vihari dra, ababiya sabani parasiyani, Kriya Tinatamano Sattama. When a mindful person obtains a friend in the Dhamma, who is accomplished in the three training practices, Sikha, who is self-composed, prudent, and wise, he should take delight in associating with him, and strive to overcome external enemies, such as elephants, leopards, and tigers, and extirpate the internal foes such as greed, hatred, and delusion, leaving an ascetic life in search of truth. No si labhitha napakasaya, sadi kara sadhu viharidra, raja va raha vijita pahaya, eko karam tagara nivanego. Should a mindful person fail to obtain a friend in the Dhamma, who is accomplished in the three training practices, Sikha, who is self-composed, prudent, and wise, he should strive after the ultimate truth all alone, by way of the ascetic life, after the manner of those ancient monarchs who abdicated their thrones, abandoned their countries, and renounced the world, such as Mahā, Janaka, and Arindama, or like a bull elephant of Mataga breed which roams the forest all alone. 683. Ikasa Karidaseo, Nati Baal Sahayata, Eko Karnasiye Papani Kaira, Apasukom Tagara Nivanego. To wander all alone, leading the life of an ascetic, and striving after the ultimate truth, deserves praise and admiration. There is no prospect whatsoever for the acquisition of faith and insight or development of morality, sila, concentration, samadhi, and wisdom, panna, through association with lowly ignorant persons. One should strive, single-handed, after the ultimate goal, like a bull elephant wandering all over the forest without any cares of the world. No evil deeds should be performed. The Buddha delivered this discourse in 10 verses, while standing in the midst of the members of the Sangha, after which he proceeded all alone to the village of Blackaloka. (28) The 10th Rains Retreat, Pāḷileyyaka. Blackaloka was the feudal village of the wealthy Upali. The Buddha went to that village without telling either his chief disciple or any great disciple, not even Venerable Ananda. Like a bull elephant that leaves his herd, he went there all by himself, taking his bowl and robe. For there would be no living being whom the Buddha was to enlighten during the coming 10th Rains Retreat, Vassa. His lone departure from Kosambi city was a device to admonish the contentious and quarrelsome monks. He set off to Pāḷileyyaka forest, and on his way, as he wanted to gladden and bolster up the elder Bhagu, who was then staying in solitude in a forest dwelling with Blackaloka village as the resort for alms. When the Buddha thus went alone, 500 monks said to Venerable Ananda, "Venerable Ananda, the Buddha has set out by himself. Let us follow him." Ananda then replied, "Brethren, when the fortunate one packs up his beddings, takes his bowl and robe, and sets out alone without any attendant monk and without asking the Sangha for leave, then it is his wish to go unaccompanied. A disciple should act in accordance with the will of his teacher. Therefore, these days you should not follow the master." Thus Venerable Ananda did not let them go, nor did he himself follow the master, knowing the Buddha's wish. When Venerable Bhagu saw from afar the Buddha coming alone to Blackaloka village, he prepared the seat, kept the water ready for the Buddha to wash his feet, and the board to wash his feet on, and the potsherd to rub them with. He welcomed the Buddha and took his bowl and robe. Sitting on the seat prepared by Venerable Bhagu, the Buddha washed his feet and asked Venerable Bhagu, who was seated in a reverent posture at a suitable distance, "Are you fit and well, monk? Do you have enough food? Do you get alms without hardship?" "Venerable sir, I am all right. I have enough food. I get alms without hardship." The Buddha then gave a talk on the benefit of living in solitude, and then he proceeded to the eastern bamboo grove. Anuruddha, Māgaṇḍiya, and Kimala. At that time, the three venerables, Anuruddha, Māgaṇḍiya, and Kimala, were living in the eastern bamboo grove. When the watchman of the grove saw from a distance the Buddha approaching, he mistook him for an ordinary monk and tried to block the way, saying, "Monk, do not enter this grove. 3 noble clansmen, who are bent on their own welfare, reside in this grove. Do not cause discomfort to them." Just as a hungry man longs for food, a thirsty man longs for drinking water, a man oppressed by cold longs for heat, a man oppressed by heat longs for cold, or a sad man longs for happiness. Even so the Buddha, being weary of the disunited and contentious Kosambi monks, pondered as to who the virtuous men living there could be. While so doing, there appeared in his vision these three noble clansmen. Wishing to encourage them, he considered thus, "If I do so, this would be a good way to admonish the Kosambi monks." Hence he made his visit to the eastern bamboo grove, the abode of the said three good monks. The grove where Venerable Anuruddha and others were dwelling was fenced, guarded, and conserved by its owners so that the fruit, flowers, gum, and wooden buildings in it might be safe from depredation by all sorts of people. 685. When the watchman saw from afar the Buddha coming, he thought, "Here in this grove are the three worthy people still living in harmony." Quarrels and disputes tend to arise at any place where another person resides. Such a person might move about, attacking and destroying like a wild bull with sharp horns, and such destruction could bring about dissension that makes it impossible for two persons to get along together. This visiting monk might create discord at one time or another and destroy the united and happy stay of the three noble people. He seems impressive. He has golden color and looks like one who is fond of good food. From the time he arrives here, by praising his lay followers, who would offer him good meals, and by doing this and that, he might undermine the mindful monastic life led by the three good monks. Besides, there is accommodation only for the three. There are only 3 lodges, 3 walks, 3-day retreats, 3 couches, and 3 boards. There is nothing extra. This big monk and newcomer has a bulky body. Perhaps he could be a recluse of long standing. He might displace the present occupants at an improper time, thereby making them unhappy in every respect. Thus thinking, he forbade the Buddha's entry into the grove, saying, "Do not disturb their comfort," as he totally did not want the unhappiness of the worthy monks. It may be questioned, did the watchman try to stop the master knowing that he was the Buddha, or did he do so unknowingly? The answer is, he did so unknowingly. When the Buddha went about with the splendor of a Buddha in the company of monks, everybody recognized him without asking, "Who is this man?" But now as he went to the eastern bamboo grove wishing, "Let nobody know of my being a Buddha," he covered his radiance and other Buddha glories by means of his supernormal powers, as if he had hidden them all under a drapery, and he moved along incognito as the big full moon that is covered by clouds, personally taking his bowl and robe. The watchman stopped the Buddha because of his ignorance of the awakened one. While staying at his day retreat, Venerable Anuruddha overheard the watchman's word, "Monk, do not enter this grove," and thought to himself, "Only we 3 are dwelling in this grove. There is no other resident here." The watchman was speaking as though he were communicating with a monk. Who could that monk be? He then rose, and standing at the door, he looked over the road and saw the Buddha. On the part of the Buddha, as soon as he caught a glimpse of Venerable Anuruddha, he emitted the radiance of his body, splendid with the various major and minor marks. The body gave out light that was glorious like a strip of golden cloth spread out. Then it occurred to Venerable Anuruddha, like a man who stretches his hand to grasp by the neck a cobra with its hood erected, the poor man does not know that it is the Buddha whom he is dealing with, the foremost personality in the world. He speaks as if he were dealing with an insignificant monk. So he commanded his man, saying, "Watchman, do not stop the Buddha. Here comes our master, the fortunate one." Venerable Anuruddha did not welcome the Buddha alone, for he considered, "We 3 are staying here in harmony at present. If I alone were to welcome the Buddha, it would not make for harmonious living. I will bring my friends and do the welcoming together with them. My friends too adore the Buddha just as I do." Wishing to meet the Buddha with his 2 friends, he went to their day retreats and called out to them, come, brethren, our master, the fortunate one, has arrived." Then the 3 venerables extended their welcome to the Buddha in unison, one taking his bowl and robe, another preparing the seat, and the third keeping the water, the board, and the potsherd ready, so that he might wash his feet. After respectfully doing obeisance to the Buddha, the 3 venerables took their proper seats. Then the Buddha asked, "How are you? my dear Anuruddhas? Are you all fit and well? Do you have enough food? Are you free from hardship in getting food? Venerable Anuruddha replied, Fortunate one, we are fit and well. We have enough food. It is not hard for us to get food. Again, the Buddha asked, In living together, do you have harmony and happiness, Anuruddhas, without dispute, and like milk and water, do you mix well, looking upon one another with amiable eyes? We really have harmony and happiness, knowing no disputes, Anuruddha answered, and we mix well like milk and water, looking upon one another with the eyes of amity. How do you manage to do so, Anuruddha? The Buddha asked further. This venerable Anuruddha explained, Fortunate one, living in this grove, I consider thus, great indeed is my gain. I have attained a great fortune, for I am sharing this dwelling with these co-residents of such good nature. Fortunate one, towards these two friends I perform physical acts, verbal acts, and mental acts with loving kindness, metta, both in their presence as well as in their absence. Fortunate one, thinking, if I practice setting aside my will and act according to theirs, that will be good, and so I practice giving priority to their will over my own. Fortunate one, though we three are of different bodies, we are, as it were, of one and the same mentality. Thereafter, Venerable Naṇḍiya and Venerable Kimala spoke to the Buddha in the same way. Having thus asked about the value of the unity, Samaggi Rasa, of the three persons, and having known thus of the full value of their unity, the Buddha desired again to question them about the signs of their heedfulness, Apamita Lakha, and asked, Anuruddhas, how is it? Do you abide inclined towards Nibbana by putting in great effort and without negligence? Fortunate one, answered Venerable Anuruddha, we do indeed abide inclined towards Nibbana by putting in great effort and without negligence. Again the Buddha asked, how do you abide inclined towards Nibbana by putting in great effort and without negligence? Venerable Anuruddha replied, Fortunate one resident in this grove, after coming back before others from the alms round in the village, prepares seats, keeps the water and board ready for washing the feet, and places the potsherds for rubbing them with. He sets the vessels ready for placing the first portions of food. He fetches the water for drinking and the water for other purposes. The monk, who returns later from the alms round in the village, partakes of the remaining food, in case he desires. If he does not, he disposes of it at a place where there is no green grass or plants, or he throws it into the water that has no small creatures. He folds up the seat. He restores the water, the board, and potsherds to their proper places. He does so with regard to the vessels after washing them. He stows away the water pot for drinking and those for other purposes. He sweeps the mess room. If he finds any water pot empty, whether for drinking, or for general use, or for the bathroom, he fills it. If it is heavy, he calls another monk by giving him a signal with his hand, and the two carry it with their joined hands. Fortunate one, we do not utter a word for the purpose of carrying the water pot. Fortunate one, once in every 5 days we pass the time fruitfully by discussing the Dhamma throughout the night. Fortunate one, in the aforesaid manner do we abide inclined towards Nibbana by putting in great effort and without negligence. Pāḷileyyaka Forest. As has been said above, the Buddha, having explained the advantages of living in solitude to Venerable Bhaggu at the village of Moggallāna for half a day and the whole night, entered the village of Moggallāna for alms the following day, with Venerable Bhaggu as his companion. After sending him back from that very place, the Buddha went alone to the eastern bamboo grove with the thought, I shall meet the three clansmen who are living in harmony. He talked to Vens, Anuruddha, Naṇḍiya, and Kimala about the benefits of living in harmony, and having asked them to remain there at the eastern bamboo grove, he proceeded alone and arrived at Pāḷileyyaka village. The villagers welcomed the Buddha and made offerings to him. Having constructed a dwelling for him in the forest, named Rakita, near the village, they requested him, may the fortunate one stay here at this Rakita forest dwelling. In the Rakita forest, there was a huge sala tree named the auspicious Sala, Bodhi Sala, near the Buddha's dwelling place. The Buddha stayed near that tree, having his dwelling in the forest with Pāḷileyyaka village as his alms resort. Then it occurred to him as he was staying in solitude, I could not live at ease, being with the Kosambi monks who indulge in disputes under my eyes or in my absence and created quarrels in the saga. Now that I am alone and unaccompanied, away from those disputing and quarreling monks, my stay is happy. Pāḷileyyaka elephant. At that time, there was a certain full-grown male elephant, the leader of a herd, living still with young males, females, courting males and sucklings. Living in this manner, he had to feed on the grass without tender tips. All the branches and twigs brought down from the trees by him were eaten up by other elephants. He also had to drink muddy water. Besides, when he rose from the ford, females went past him and knocked against him. Then it occurred to him, living with such members of my herd compels me to eat 690, the grass that has lost the tender tips, as they have been eaten earlier by others. Whatever I have brought down from the trees is being devoured by them. It is the turbid water that I have to drink. Female elephants jostle my body when I come up from the water. It were well if I would live away from the herd. So thinking, he left the herd and happened to go to the Buddha near the huge sala tree in the Pāḷileyyaka Rakita forest. When the elephant was sick of living with the herd and entered the forest, he saw the Buddha seated at the foot of the sala tree. On seeing him, he felt calm, like a man who has his grief allayed by the water from 1,000 pots. With devotion in his heart, he was attracted to the Buddha and stood near him. From that time onwards, as his daily routine, he swept the ground around the auspicious sala tree and the Buddha's dwelling place with a twig so that the ground might be cleared of grass and plants. He brought water to the Buddha for washing his face. He fetched water for his bathing. He offered a small twig to be used as a tooth cleaner. He brought sweet, delicious fruits of different sizes and offered them to the Buddha, who took them for food. When the Buddha entered the village for alms food, the Pāḷileyyaka elephant carried his bowl and robe on his head and went along with him. When the Buddha reached the edge of the village, he said to the elephant, "Pāḷileyyaka, it is not fit for you to follow me beyond this point. Get me my bowl and robe." Thus he let the elephant put down his requisites from his head, and, carrying them by himself, he entered the village. The elephant waited at the same spot until the Buddha returned, and when the latter came back, he greeted him, and in the previous manner, he took his bowl and robe. On arriving home in the forest dwelling, he placed them in their proper place, and waiting on the master, he fanned him with a twig. When night fell, thinking, "I will give protection to the Buddha," he held a big stick with his trunk and roamed in the forest till dawn to ward off any danger from lions, tigers, and leopards. He performed in like manner all his duties, beginning with offering of the water for the Buddha to wash the face at daybreak. In this way, the Buddha spent the 10th rain's retreat period in the Pāḷileyyaka forest, receiving service rendered by the Pāḷileyyaka elephant. Criticism of the Kosambi monks. While the Buddha was thus spending the rain's retreat, Vasa, in the Pāḷileyyaka forest, the wealthy 691 Ghosaka and other lay devotees and supporters, residents of Kosambi, went to the Ghosaka monastery, and not seeing him, they inquired, "Venerable sirs, where is the master staying?" To this, the monks give a sad answer, saying, "Supporters, the master has gone to the Pāḷileyyaka forest." "Why?" asked the lay devotees. "The master tried to restore unity in us as we were disunited," said the monks. "Having developed hatred among ourselves, we refused to be united. Hence the master's departure to the Pāḷileyyaka forest." "How is this, sirs?" asked the lay people. "Despite your ordination from the Buddha's hand, and despite his attempt to restore your unity, do you remain disunited?" The monks admitted that it was true. Many male and female devotees, citizens of Kosambi, agreed, saying among themselves, "These Kosambi monks, who have been ordained by the Fortunate One, are not united in spite of his efforts to unite them. On account of them, we have long been deprived of the chance to behold the master. We will give no seats to them, nor will we pay respects." From that time onwards, the quarrelsome and contentious monks of Kosambi were no longer treated with respect, much less with the 4 requisites. Because of the scarcity of food and starvation, the monks became emaciated day by day and came to their senses after a few days. They confessed their faults and apologized to one another with salutations. They also begged the laity's pardon, saying, "We have become united. Supporters, please treat us as before." "Have you tendered your apology to the master?" asked the lay people. "No, supporters, I have not yet." "Then you had better do so. After doing so, we will treat you, sirs, as before," replied the lay people tactfully. Since it was a rains retreat, Vassa, the monks did not dare to visit the Buddha and had to pass the 3 months of the rains retreat miserably. The monkey inspired by Pāḷileyyaka elephant. Enjoying the service of Pāḷileyyaka elephant, the Buddha stayed happily in the Pāḷileyyaka forest for the 3 rains retreat, Vassa months. At that time, a monkey, seeing the daily duties performed actively and energetically by the Pāḷileyyaka elephant, became inspired and thought to himself, "I too will do some deeds of merit towards the master." One day, while roaming about, he found a tree branch with a honeycomb devoid of bees, broke it and brought it with the broken branch to the Buddha. He then cut a plantain leaf, on which he placed the honeycomb and offered it to the Buddha. The Buddha accepted it. The monkey watched to see whether the Buddha would enjoy it or not, and he saw him remaining in his seat and just holding the honeycomb without eating it. The monkey investigated, wondering why. He took the honeycomb by its edge and turned it round, only to see the bee eggs, which he slowly and gently removed and offered it again to the Buddha. Then only did he eat it. So elated was the monkey that he joyously danced about, moving from one tree branch to another. While so doing, both the branches, which he was holding with his hand and which he was treading on, broke off and fell on a tree stump. With his body pierced by the stump, but with his mind devoted to the Buddha, he died and was reborn in a golden mansion measuring 30 leagues in the Deva abode of Tvatisa. He was known as Māgaṇḍiya, the monkey god, having 1,000 female celestials as his retinue. Pāḷileyyaka elephant's thought. To Pāḷileyyaka elephant, who had been fulfilling his daily duties to the Buddha in the aforesaid manner, it occurred thus: associated with young males, females, courting males and sucklings, I could not live in peace formerly. I had to feed on the grass without sprouts. All the branches and twigs brought down from trees were devoured by the others. I had to drink unclean water. What is more, female elephants showed no regard for me, and I was rudely jostled by them when I came up from the water. Now that I have departed from them, I can live alone in peace. Knowing his own peaceful life away from his companions, and knowing also the thought of Pāḷileyyaka elephant, the Buddha breathed forth this exalted utterance, Udana. Ada Nagasa Najina, Isidantasa Hathino, Samiti Siddhasatina, Yad Eko Ramadi Mano. Being alone in this forest named Rakita I, the teacher of the 3 classes of beings, humans, devas, and brahmas, take delight. In the same way, this elephant, named Pāḷileyyaka, delights being alone in this very forest. Therefore, the thought of Pāḷileyyaka elephant, who possesses the pole-like tusks, is the same as mine, who has been named the Buddha Naga, the elephant-like Buddha, living in the seclusion of the forest. Venerable Ananda's entreaty to the Buddha. The Buddha, observing rains retreat, Vassa, in the forest of Pāḷileyyaka, enjoying the service rendered by Pāḷileyyaka elephant, became well known throughout the whole of Jambudvipa. The wealthy Anthapika, the monastery supporter Ghosaka, and other high-born residents of Savatthi sent messages to Venerable Ananda saying, "Venerable Sir, kindly help us to get an opportunity to see the fortunate one." 500 monastics who had been staying all over the place approached Ananda at the end of the rains retreat, Vassa, and made a request to him with these words: "Friend Ananda, it has been long since we last heard a discourse from the Master. Friend Ananda, we beg you. We would like to have a chance again to listen to the fortunate one." Then Venerable Ananda went to the Pāḷileyyaka forest leading the 500 monks, but he thought that it would not be nice to draw near the Buddha together with such a large crowd, as the Buddha had been living a solitary life for the whole rains retreat, Vassa. He, therefore, left the monks somewhere else and approached the Buddha by himself. On seeing Venerable Ananda, Pāḷileyyaka elephant rushed to him, carrying a stick in the grip of his trunk, for he mistook him for an enemy. When the Buddha saw this, he stopped the elephant, saying, "Go away, Pāḷileyyaka, go away. Do not block his way. This monk is my attendant." The elephant then dropped the stick and made a gesture to express his desire to take Venerable Ananda's bowl and robe. But Venerable Ananda refused to hand them to him. Then the elephant thought, if this monk were conversant with the rules of an attendant, he would not put his requisites on the stone slab which is the seat of the master. Venerable Ananda laid down his bowl and robe on the ground. After paying obeisance to the Buddha, Venerable Ananda sat down in a blameless place. "Dear son Ananda, did you come alone?" asked the Buddha. When informed that he came together with 500 monks, the Buddha inquired further, "Where are those 500 monks now?" "I came, having left them somewhere else, as I did not know the inclination of the fortunate one," replied Venerable Ananda. "Bring them here, dear Ananda," the Buddha ordered. As had been ordered by the Buddha, Venerable Ananda called the 500 monks who came and paid respects to the Buddha and took their appropriate seats. When the Buddha had exchanged friendly greetings with them, the monks said to the Buddha, "You, fortunate one, are gentle partly because you have become a Buddha and partly because you come of an aristocratic family. You have done a difficult thing by living all by yourself for the whole rains retreat, Vasa. It seems that you have had no one to attend to your needs, nobody to bring you the water for washing your face, and so on." "Monks," said the Buddha, "Pāḷileyyaka elephant has fulfilled all the duties due to me. In fact, one who has a good companion of such a nature should live with that companion. In the absence of such a companion, only a solitary life is praiseworthy." He then gave the following 3 verses, DHB 328-330. Saislabhitha Napakasaya, Sadi Kara Sadhu Viharidra, Abhabiya Sabani Parasayani, Kariya Tinatamano Sadama. When a mindful person obtains a friend in the Dhamma, who is accomplished in the 3 training practices, Sikha, who is self-composed, prudent, and wise, he should take delight in associating with him, and strive to overcome the external enemies, such as elephants, leopards, and tigers, and extirpate the internal foes, such as greed, hatred, and delusion, leaving an ascetic life in search of truth. No si labhitha napakasaya, sadi kara sadhu viharidra, aya va raha vijita pahaya, eko karam tagara nivanego. Should a mindful person fail to obtain a friend in the Dhamma, who is accomplished in the 3 training practices, Sikha, who is self-composed, prudent, and wise, he should strive after the ultimate truth all alone, by way of the ascetic life, after the manner of those ancient monarchs who abdicated their thrones, abandoned their countries, and renounced the world, such as Mahā and Arindama, or like a bull-elephant of Mataga breed, which roams the forest all alone. Ikasa karita seo, nati bail sahayata, eko kare nasiye papani kaira, apasukom tagara nivanego. To wander all alone, leading the life of an ascetic, and striving after the ultimate truth, deserves praise and admiration. There is no prospect whatsoever for the acquisition of faith and insight or development of morality, sila, concentration, samadhi, and wisdom, panna, in association with lowly, ignorant persons. One should strive, single-handed, after the ultimate goal, like a bull-elephant wandering all over the forest without any care in the world. No evil deeds should be performed. At the end of the verses, the 500 monks became established in the Arahat fruition, Arahataphala. Then Venerable Ananda conveyed the messages of the wealthy Anthapika and the monastery supporter Ghosaka and all, saying, "Fortunate one, the 5 billion noble supporters, laymen and women, citizens of Savatthi, headed by Anthapika the merchant, are waiting in great hopes for your coming. In that case, dear Ananda, bring my bowl and robe." So saying, the Buddha set out from the Pāḷileyyaka forest. At that time, Pāḷileyyaka elephant came and lay across the path that was to be taken by the Buddha and the assembly of monastics. When the monastics asked, "Fortunate one, what is the elephant doing?" the Buddha replied, "Monks, this elephant is desirous of offering alms food to you. In fact, this elephant has specially rendered service to me for a long time, for which I am grateful. He ought not to be disappointed. Let us turn back, monks." With these words, The Buddha turned back, leading the monks. Pāḷileyyaka went into the forest and gathered various edible fruits, such as jackfruit, bananas, and so on. He brought them, kept them in heaps for offering to the monks the following day. There were so many even 500 monks could not eat them all. When the meal was over, the Buddha had his bowl and robe brought and left the forest. Pāḷileyyaka elephant made his way through the monks and stood across right in front of the Buddha again. Fortunate one, what is the matter with the elephant? The monks asked. This elephant wants me to turn back and to send you, dear sons, away, answered the Buddha, who also said to the elephant, this time I am going, without turning back. With this body of yours, it is not possible for you to attain absorption, jhana, insight, vipassana, the paths and fruitions. Stay behind. On hearing these words, the elephant, putting his trunk into his mouth and weeping, followed the assembly of monks headed by the Buddha. Indeed, if he were able to make the Buddha return, for his whole life he would serve the master just as he previously did. On reaching the outskirts of the Pāḷileyyaka village, the Buddha addressed his last words to the elephant. Pāḷileyyaka, beyond this point is no habitat of yours. A human abode is dangerous. You had better remain here. The elephant stood lamenting with his eyes set upon the Buddha as far as he could see. And when he lost sight of the Buddha, he died of a broken heart at that very spot. By virtue of his meritorious state of devotion to the Buddha, he was reborn as a deva with a retinue of 1,000 celestials in a golden mansion, 30 leagues wide. He bore the famous name of Pāḷileyyaka Deva. Kosambi monk's apology to the Buddha. The Buddha journeyed on and eventually arrived at Jetavana Monastery in Savatthi. Getting the news that the Fortunate One has come to Savatthi, the monks of Kosambi 694 headed for Savatthi to apologize to the Buddha. At that time, Venerable Sariputta, the general of the Dhamma, hearing of the arrival of the Kosambi monks, approached the Buddha, paid respects to him, and sat down in a faultless place. He then said to the Buddha, "It is said, exalted Buddha, that the quarrelsome and contentious Kosambi monks are coming to Savatthi. Exalted Buddha, how should we deal with them?" The Buddha replied, "Dear son Sariputta, in that case you should abide by the Dhamma." "How could we know, exalted Buddha, what is the Dhamma and what is not?" asked Venerable Sariputta. This led to the Buddha's instruction of the following 18 characteristics of unrighteousness, adhamma, and the other 18 characteristics of righteousness, dhamma. 18 characteristics of unrighteousness. Dear son Sariputta, an unrighteous person should be known by 18 characteristics. Here in this dispensation, a monk indicates 1. What is not Dhamma as Dhamma. 2. What is Dhamma as not Dhamma. 3. What is not Vinaya as Vinaya. 4. What is Vinaya as not Vinaya. 5. What the Buddha does not teach as the teaching of Buddha. 6. What the Buddha teaches is not the teaching of the Buddha. 7. What the Buddha does not practice is the practice of the Buddha. 8. What the Buddha practices is not the practice of the Buddha. 9. What the Buddha does not prescribe as the rule of the Buddha. 10. What the Buddha prescribes is not the rule of the Buddha. 11. What is not an offense as an offense. 12. What is an offense as not an offense. 13. What is a minor offense as a major offense. 14. What is a major offense as a minor offense. 15. What is an expiable offense as inexpiable. 16. What is not an inexpiable offense as expiable. 17. What is a gross offense as not a gross offense. 18. What is not a gross offense as a gross offense. Dear son Sariputta, by these 18 characteristics should an unrighteous person be known. 18 characteristics of righteousness. My son Sariputta, a righteous person should be known by 18 characteristics. Here in this dispensation, a monk indicates 1. What is not Dhamma as not Dhamma. 2. What is Dhamma as Dhamma. 3. What is not Vinaya as not Vinaya. 695. 4. What is Vinaya as Vinaya. 5. What the Buddha does not teach is not the teaching of the Buddha. 6. What the Buddha teaches is the teaching of the Buddha. 7. What the Buddha does not practice is not the practice of the Buddha. 8. What the Buddha practices is the practice of the Buddha. 9. What the Buddha does not prescribe is not a rule of the Buddha. 10. What the Buddha does prescribe is the rule of the Buddha. 11. What is not an offense as no offense. 12. What is an offense as an offense. 13. What is a minor offense as a minor offense. 14. What is a major offense as a major offense. 15. What is an expiable offense as an expiable offense. 16. What is an inexpiable offense as an inexpiable offense. 17. What is a gross offense as a gross offense. 18. What is not a gross offense is not a gross offense. Dear son Sariputta, by these 18 characteristics should a righteous person be known. Thus taught the Buddha the distinction between positive and negative items. Like Venerable Sariputta, Vins, Mahā Moggallāna, Mahā Kassapa, Mahā Kaccayana, Mahā Kohika, Mahā Kappina, Mahā Kunda, Anuruddha, Revata, Upali, Ananda, and Rāhula also heard of the coming of the Kosambi monks to Savatthi. They approached the Buddha and asked him, as Venerable Sariputta did. Then also did the Buddha teach them the 18 ways of righteousness and the 18 ways of unrighteousness, just as he had taught Venerable Sariputta. The Buddha's aunt, Venerable Mahā Pājapati Gautami, learned of the coming of the Kosambi monks, and she visited the Buddha. She paid him obeisance, stood at a proper place, and put the same question as Venerable Sariputta. The Buddha then told Venerable Mahā Pājapati Gautami thus. In that case, Gautami, listen to the sayings of both groups of monks. Having listened, you should prefer the view, wish, liking, and accept the righteous of the two parties. All that is to be expected from the community of monastics by the community of female monastics should be desirable only from the righteous. On receiving the news, the wealthy Anthapika, supporter of the Jetavana monastery, and Ghosaka, the supporter of the Eastern monastery, also went to the Buddha and reported the matter. To them the Buddha said, Anthapika and Ghosaka, in that case give alms to both parties. Having given alms, listen to the sermons from both. Having listened, you should prefer the view, wish, liking, and accept the righteous monks. 698. On hearing the news that the quarrelsome Kosambi monks were coming to the city of Savatthi, King Pasenadi Kosala approached the Buddha and said, Fortunate one, I would not like to grant permission to those Kosambi monks to enter my kingdom. To this the Buddha replied, Your Majesty, those Kosambi monks are virtuous. It was only on account of a dispute that they took no heed of what I said. Now, they're coming to apologize to me. Let them come. Fortunate one, I would not like to let them come into the monastery, said the king. As the Buddha rejected his desire as before, the king kept quiet. When the Kosambi monks arrived in Savatthi, the Buddha made a special effort to keep the monks quiet and to provide them with accommodation at the outlying parts of the monastery. Not only did the other monks shun their company, but all visiting monks of modesty asked the Buddha, Who are the quarrelsome and contentious Kosambi monastics, fortunate one? The Buddha pointed out the monks, saying, They are these monks. The virtuous visitor said, We are told that they are the quarrelsome and contentious Kosambi monks. We are told that they are the Kosambi monks who defy the Buddha's words. They pointed their fingers at them, and the Kosambi monks felt so ashamed that they dared not raise their heads, but threw themselves at the feet of the Buddha and begged his pardon. Then the Buddha said, Monks, you became monastics under an omniscient Buddha, and although I tried to bring about harmony, you disobeyed me, which was indeed a grave mistake on your part. A good, wise bodhisattva of ancient times once listened to the advice of his parents, who were about to be killed, and following their advice, secured the kingship of 2 great countries later on, though the parents had been put to death. The Buddha then related the birth story at Kosambi, Kozambiya Jataka, Ja 428, the story of Dagavu, related above in detail. The Buddha added, In this way, monks, although his parents were killed, the bodhisattva Prince Dagava gave heed to the advice of his parents and eventually won the daughter of King Brahmadatta and became ruler of the 2 great kingdoms of Kasi and Kosala. You dear sons, however, did not follow my word, and committed so great a wrongdoing. The Buddha then uttered the following verse, DHB 6. Parasiye na vijanani, mayam etha yamames, yisiye teta vijanani, tato samani madhaga. Here in the midst of the crowded assembly of monks, those who are foolish and quarrelsome do not realize that we are drawing near the king of death every minute, as they lack the eye of wisdom. In that very assembly, the wise monks who were brilliant, however, realize that they are approaching death from moment to moment. On account of that realization, quarrels and disputes completely cease through right practice. At the end of the verse, the monks who had assembled there became established in stream entry, Sotapadiphala, and higher states. By means of these sermons, the Buddha saved and converted humans, Devas and Brahmas in the Pāḷileyyaka forest for the whole period, beginning from the end of the 10th Rains retreat, Vassa, up to the beginning of the 11th. '29. The 11th Rains retreat, Kasibhāradvāja. The Buddha's daily activities. After staying at Jetavana Monastery in Savatthi for as long as there were beings to be converted, the Buddha journeyed again and eventually reached the Brahmin village named Ekana in the district of Dakagiri, so named because it lay to the south of the hill that stood near the city of Rajagaha in Magadha country. There he observed the 11th Rains retreat, Vassa, with the Brahmin village as his resort for alms. While dwelling in the monastery named Dakagiri, as usual the Buddha did two series of activities. Before the meal, or morning activities, pure Bhattakika, and after the meal activities, Pashab Bhattakika. Having finished the morning activities, he did the after the meal activities, which were of four kinds. At the end of the fourth, he surveyed the world of sentient beings with his Buddha, Buddha Kaku, that consists of the knowledge of underlying tendencies, Asayanusia with Mekrane, and the knowledge of others' dispositions, Indriya Paro Pariyate with Mekrane, and saw in his vision Brahmin Kasibhāradvāja, who had the potential to become an arahat because of his past meritorious deeds. The Buddha came to know this. On my visit to the Brahmin's lands, my conversation with him will take place. When the conversation is over, the Brahmin, having listened to my discourse, will become an arahat. With reference to the Buddha's activities, the collection of the thematic discourses, Sayutta Nikaya, commentary, and others enumerate 5 series of activities, whereas the anthology of discourses, Sutta Nipata, commentary combines the latter 4, give only 2, the morning activities and the after the meal activities. The idea, however, is the same. Hence 2 series according to the anthology of discourses commentary and 5 series according to the other commentaries, which add the activities in the first watch of the night, Purima Yamakika, the activities in the middle watch, Majjhima Yamakika, and the activities in the last watch, Pakima Yamakika. These 5 series of activities will be described in serial order so that readers might develop their devotion. 1. The Buddha's morning activities, Pure Bhatta Buddhakika. The Buddha rose early in the morning, and in order to honor his attendant monk with merit, as well as to see to his own physical well-being, he cleaned his body by washing his face first, and then spent the rest of the time engaged in fruition attainment, Phala Samapatti, in quietude till the time for going on alms round. Then he adjusted his lower garment, girded his waist, put on his robe, took his bowl, and entered the village, sometimes alone and at other times in the company of monks. His entry into the village took place sometimes in a natural manner and at other times attended by miracles. For instance, when he went on alms round, gentle breezes blew, cleaning the ground before him. Clouds repeatedly dropped water, putting the dust to rest along the way, and followed the Buddha like a canopy above him. The winds also blew, bringing the blossoms from all places and scattering them to make a bed of flowers all the way along. The naturally high ground lowered itself and became even. So did the naturally low ground become high and level with other parts of the ground automatically. Stones, pebbles, potsherds, stumps, and thorns moved away on their own accord. When the Buddha put down his foot on the ground, the surface became even, or the lotus flowers, which were as big as carriage wheels, and which provided a delightful touch, arose under the feet for ready support. As soon as the Buddha laid his right foot on the threshold at the entrance of a town or a village, the six-hued radiance streamed out from his body as though they poured liquid of gold on the edifices, including square-roofed and pinnacled houses, or as though they covered them with exquisite drapery. The radiance rushed from place to place, making them all luminous with brilliant lights. Horses, elephants, birds, and other animals made agreeable sounds while remaining in their respective places. Similarly, drums, harps, and other musical instruments produced pleasant music, even without players. Ornaments, such as necklaces, earrings, bangles, armbands, etc., which were worn by the people, sounded sweet automatically. From these signs they knew. Today the fortunate one comes into our town or village for alms food. Well-dressed and well-robed people came out of their houses with scents, flowers, and other offerings in their hands. They gathered on the main road in the town center and paid respects with their offerings respectfully. They asked for monks, as many as they could afford, to provide meals, saying, "Venerable sirs, give us 10 monks, give us 20, give us 100, and so on." They also took the alms bowl of the Buddha and placed the seats and treated the monks to meals. After partaking of his food, the Buddha instructed the devotees according to their inclinations so that some might be established in the 3 refuges, others in the 5 precepts, others in the monkhood, still others in one of the fruitions of stream entry, Sotapatti, once returning, Sakadagami, and non-returner, Anagami, and the rest became arahats. In this way, he uplifted the multitudes spiritually by teaching them the Dhamma, and finally, he returned to the monastery. On arrival at the monastery, the fortunate one sat on his Buddha's seat, ready-made in the round, fragrant pavilion, and waited until the monks had eaten their meals. When they had finished eating, the attendant monk would inform the Buddha. Then only did he go into the scented chamber. All these were the Buddha's activities in the morning. There were still others done in detail, but not described here. These were recorded in the discourse concerning Brahmaya Sutta, MN 91. 2. The Buddha's after the meal activities, Pañcaggadāyaka. After the meal, the Buddha sat on the seat prepared by the attendant monk near the scented chamber, at the meeting place of the monks, and washed his feet. Then, standing on the washing board, he exhorted the monks thus: "Monks, work out the completion of the 3-fold training with diligence. Rare indeed is it to live in the time of the appearance of a Buddha in the world. Rare indeed is it to have human life. Rare indeed is it to have faith. Rare indeed is it to become a monastic. Rare indeed is it to have an opportunity of listening to the Dhamma." At such meetings, some monks asked the Buddha about meditation. To them, he instructed on meditation methods according to their inclinations. They then paid respects to him and retired to their respective day resorts or night resorts, some going to the forest, some to the foot of a tree, some to certain places up in the hills, while others went to the celestial realms of the Kasibhāradvāja, Tvatisa, Yama, Tusita, Nimirati, or Paranamidavasavati Devas. Thereafter, the Buddha entered the fragrant chamber and lay down on his right side, if he wished for a moment, without abandoning mindfulness. With his body eased, he rose and surveyed the world of sentient beings during the 2nd period of the day. During the 3rd period, however, as he was to live depending upon the village resort for alms, residents of towns or villages, who had given morning alms, nicely dressed and robed, gathered in the monastery, bearing scents and flowers and other offerings, to listen to the Buddha's discourse in the afternoon. Then the Buddha arrived in a miraculous way agreeable to the audience, and sat down on his sacred Buddha seat, which was prepared in the Dhamma hall, where sermons were delivered. Then he gave a talk on the Dhamma, which was appropriate to the length of the time available, and dismissed the audience when he knew the time was up. The people, having saluted him, then left. 3. The Buddha's activities in the first watch of the night, Purima Yama Buddhakika. Having finished his daytime activities after the meal, the Buddha, if he wanted to bathe, rose from his Buddha seat and went to the place where the attendant monk had fetched the water for his bath. Taking the bath robe from his attendant's hand, he entered the bathroom. While the Buddha was bathing, the attendant monk brought a seat for him and placed it somewhere in the fragrant chamber. Having bathed, he put on the well-dyed and double-folded robe, girding his waist, with his upper robe under the right arm and over the left shoulder. He then sat alone in the Buddha's seat, which was prepared in the fragrant chamber for a moment of quiet. After a while, monks would arrive from their respective day resorts and night resorts to wait upon him. At such meetings, some monks presented their problems, some asked about meditation subjects, while others made requests for a discourse. To them all, the Buddha gave his help by fulfilling their wishes and thereby spending the early hours of the night. For the Buddha's activities in the middle watch of the night, Majjhima Yamabuddhikika. When the monks departed after paying their salutations to the Buddha, as the Buddha's activities were over, Devas and Brahmas, from all over the 10,000 world element, took the opportunity of approaching him to ask questions which had arisen in their thoughts. The questions asked were extensive and covered a wide range of topics, but the Buddha answered them, leaving none unanswered. Thus, he let the hours around midnight pass. 5. The Buddha's activities in the last watch of the night, Pakima Yamabuddhikika. The last watch of the night near to daybreak was divided into 3 parts. The first part was used for walking up and down in order to ease the strain due to his sitting posture since dawn. The second part was taken up by his lying down on his right side without losing his mindfulness in the fragrant chamber. And in the third part, he rose from lying, sat cross-legged, surveying the world of sentient beings through his twofold Buddha eye. The knowledge of underlying tendencies, asayanusya with mekrane, and the knowledge of others' dispositions, indriya paro pariyata with mekrane, to find out individuals who had in their past lives done meritorious, adhikara, deeds such as generosity, dana, morality, sila, etc., in the presence of former Buddhas. This is the exposition given in the collection of the long discourses, Daya Nikaya, and the collection of the thematic discourses, Sayutta Nikaya, commentaries, and other works. The exposition of the anthology of discourses, Sutta Nipata, commentary, reads as follows. The morning time was divided into 4 periods. In the first period, the Buddha walked to and fro. In the second period, he lay down on his right side in the fragrant chamber without losing mindfulness, which was noble lying. The third period was spent engaged in the absorptions, jhana, on fruition attainment, phala. In the fourth period, he was absorbed in the absorption of great compassion, Mahā, and he surveyed the world of sentient beings by the aforesaid twofold Buddha eye, so that he could see what beings had less dust on their eyes, what beings had more dust, and so on. Thus it was customary for the Buddha to carry out diligently the 5 kinds of activities daily, wherever he stayed. In accordance with that practice, when the Buddha was now dwelling during the 11th rains retreat Vasa at the Dakagiri monastery, he also performed these duties. One day, when he made a survey of the world of sentient beings through his Buddha eye, which was one of his activities during the last watch of the night, he saw in his vision, by his omniscience, the Brahmin Kasibhāradvāja, who was endowed with great merit, adhikara, that would contribute to his becoming an arahat. On 702 further reflection, he foresaw thus, this Brahmin will today hold the plowing ceremony. When I get to his plowing field, my conversation with him will take place. At the end of my conversation, on listening to my discourse, he will don the robe and become an arahat. The Buddha then remained at Dakagiri monastery waiting for the moment. Kasibhāradvāja's plowing ceremony. That day witnessed the plowing ceremony of Kasibhāradvāja Brahmin, a native of Ekana village. The Brahmin was so named because he was a farmer, Kasi, of the Bharadvaja clan. The Brahmin's program for the first day of the plowing and sowing festival was as follows. 3,000 bulls of draft were kept in readiness. All their horns were dressed beautifully in gold sheaths, and so were their hoofs in silver sheaths. All of them were adorned with white flowers and the scented prints of the 5 fingers. They possessed the mark of the best breed, each with a splendid head and 4 legs. Some had the dark brown color of collyrium stones, some had crystal white color, some coral red, while others were splotchy like the cat's eye stone, Masara Gala. Likewise, 500 farm workers, in white garments and bedecked with fragrant flowers, their right shoulders bearing large floral wreaths, were shining as they were besmeared with orpiment and realgar all over their bodies. When they set forth, they did so in groups, each having 10 plows. The front of the plows, the yokes, and the goads were covered with gold plates. Of the 500 plows, the very first had 8 bullocks harnessed to it. Each of the remaining ones had 4 bullocks. The rest of the bullocks were brought as reserves to replace those which were tired. To each group of 10 plows was attached a cartload of seeds. The plowing was done by each farm worker in turn. In this way the sowing was accomplished. The landlord, Brahmin Kasibhāradvāja himself, had his beard and mustache groomed early in the morning. He had also bathed, applied paste of great fragrance to his body, put on his garment worth 500 pieces, and placed an upper robe worth 1,000 on his left shoulder. Each of his fingers had 2 rings, thus making 20 rings altogether. His 2 ears wore earplugs with the design of the lion's mouth. His head had a turban like that of Brahma. A gold ornament with a pattern of flowers was worn at his neck. Surrounded by a host of Brahmins, he supervised the work. Thereafter the Brahmin's wife had many pots of milk food cooked and brought by carts. She bathed with scented water, fully dressed herself, and went to the farm in the company of other Brahmin women. In the Brahmin's house, everything was perfumed. Parched rice was strewn everywhere. Pots filled with water, banana trees, flags, banners, and streamers were used for decoration. And with scents, flowers, etc., worship was done. In the field, cylinder-shaped and flat flags were hoisted everywhere. Assistants, workers, and those who assembled there numbered 2,500. Everyone was in new clothes, and milk rice had been prepared for them. When everything was ready for the occasion at the farm, the Brahmin had his golden bowl, which was normally used for his own eating, cleansed and filled with milk rice flavored with butter, honey, and molasses. He then had it offered in sacrifice to the god of the plow. The Brahmin's wife had bowls of gold, silver, white copper, and red copper distributed among the 500 farm workers, and she herself fed them by pouring the milk rice into their bowls, one after another, with a cup-like ladle. After finishing the offerings to deities, however, wearing his sandals with red straps and holding a red walking stick of gold, the Brahmin went from place to oversee things as required, and to say, "Pour milk rice into this man's bowl. Put butter into this man's bowl. Ladle out molasses into his bowl." This was how the plowing ceremony of the Brahmin landlord Kasibhāradvāja was held. The Buddha visits the plowing ceremony. At that time, while staying at the fragrant chamber, the Buddha knew that the milk rice feast was going on and decided that the time has come to exhort the Brahmin. Hence, he adjusted his lower robe, girded his waist, put on his upper robe, took his alms bowl, and went alone to the place where the plowing ceremony was in progress. At the time of the Buddha's visit, the Brahmin Kasibhāradvāja was still presiding at the milk rice feast for the members of his retinue. The Buddha then reached the site of the feast and stood at a suitable distance. The Buddha, having stood at a place high enough for him to be seen and to be heard by Kasibhāradvāja, emitted his bodily radiance in a color like a mixture of gold liquid and yellow orpiment. Far brighter than the light of 1,000 suns and 1,000 moons, the radiance reached up to the distance of 80 cubits. Enveloped on all sides by the Buddha's body light, the walls of the Brahmin's workshop, the trees around, and the lumps of turned-over earth and other objects looked like solid gold. At that time, the people who were helping themselves to the milk rice saw the peerless Buddha with the glowing Buddha splendor. Accordingly, they washed their hands and feet, and with their joined hands raised in adoration, they stood surrounding the Buddha. When the Brahmin saw the Buddha being surrounded by the people, he became unhappy, 704, thinking, "My work has been purposely disrupted." Noticing the major and minor marks, the Brahmin wrongly remarked, "This monk Gautama, only if he were to work for his material progress, he would have achieved something like the ruby hairpin worn on their heads by all the people in the whole of Jambudvipa. He could have accomplished any sort of well-being. Yet, being lazy, he does nothing but eats the food that he gets at plowing ceremonies and other functions. He goes about giving priority to the maintenance of his physical frame." Because of his unhappiness and misapprehension, the Brahmin spoke to the Buddha contemptuously as follows, "Monk, I do the plowing and sowing. By doing so I make a living. Though I possess no marks like yours, my work is not adversely affected. O monk, you too should plow and sow like me. By doing so, live a happy life as I do. To you who are endowed with the signs of greatness, what benefit will fail to accrue?" Then, as the Brahmin farmer Kasibhāradvāja was somebody worthy of conversation with, the Buddha wanted to instruct him in accordance with his inclinations. Revealing himself as the top cultivator in the world of sentient beings, with its devas and brahmas, in order to give a Dhamma talk, the Buddha said, "Brahmin, like you I too plow the field and sow the seeds and live happily thereby." Then it occurred to Kasibhāradvāja, this monk Gautama says, "I too plow the field and sow the seeds, but I do not see his farming implements such as a yoke, goad, etc. Is he telling me a lie, or is he not?" Then the Brahmin looked at the Buddha and examined him from the feet to the top of his hair, and saw clearly that he was fully endowed with the marks of a great man. He therefore pondered, "There is no reason for a man endowed with these marks to say what is untrue." At that moment there arose in him a sense of adoration for the Buddha, and he abandoned such a rude mode of address as ascetic, and called him by his clan name, and said, "We do not see Venerable Gautama's yoke, plow, plowshare, goad, and bullocks. Even though you asserted, 'Brahmin, like you I too plow the field and sow the seeds and live happily thereby.'" The Brahmin then asked in verse SNP 76, "Kasako pinesi, nasiye pasamati kasai no pachito bruhi, yatha janamuti kasai." Gautama, you declare that you are a farmer, but I do not see your implements, a yoke, plow, and other things that are required for farming. As you are now asked, please tell us in such a way that we might know these farming implements of yours, Gautama. To the question put forth by the Brahmin, the Buddha gave a complete reply in 4 verses, 3 containing the answers themselves, and the 4th the conclusion. The text of the verses and their translations are as follows. SNP 7780. Sadabja tepo vuhi. Punnami yuganagala. Hiri isa mano yada. Sudi mi phala pyana. Brahmin Bharadvaja. My faith is the seed, a faith which is of 4 kinds. Faith inspired by the determination to become a Buddha, agama. Faith inspired by the attainment of path and fruition, adhigama. Faith inspired by the understanding of the attributes of the 3 treasures, okapanna. And faith inspired by the sight and sound of what is pleasing to the heart, pasada. My restraint of the 6 senses is the rainfall that contributes to the development of the plants. My insight wisdom, vipassanapanna, and the 4-fold path wisdom, maggapanna, are the yoke and the log of the plow. My conscience, hiri, and concern, otapa, regarding evil deeds are the twin shafts of the plow. My mind generating concentration, samadhi, is the ropes which are of 3 kinds, 1 for tying, another for harnessing, and a 3rd for linking. My mindfulness, sati, accompanied by insight wisdom, and that accompanied by path wisdom are the plow teeth and the goad. The Brahmin asked exclusively about the yoke, plow, and other implements. But the Buddha answered by adding essential facts omitted in the question. He did so because of the analogy between the 2 root causes of faith and seeds. Such a way of teaching is an asset of every awakened one. The Buddha, desirous of teaching by disclosing that asset, and by supplying the other required factors of the same analogy, said that his faith formed the seeds. What is meant by the analogy between the 2 root causes? Did not the Brahmin ask only with reference to the implements such as a yoke, plow, and the like? Then why did the Buddha talk about his faith by comparing it to the seeds and by bringing it into his answer, though not mentioned in the Brahmin's question? If an answer contains something not asked about, is it not irrelevant to the questions? Although the Brahmin confined his questions to farm implements, such as the yoke, plow, and the like, why did the Buddha touch upon extra things as well in his answers, such as faith equaling the seeds, and so on? Did not this render his answer irrelevant? Such queries might crop up. The answer is, never did the Buddha speak without relevance. It was customary for the Buddhas to teach by introducing new facts by way of analogy. Here references should be noted as follows. The Brahmin Kasibhāradvāja asked about farming with reference to the yoke, plow, and other implements. But the Buddha, who was thus asked, did not leave out anything at all from his answer, saying, "Oh, this was not asked by the Brahmin." Such regard, on the part of the Buddha, indicated the care taken for the Brahmin out of compassion. The Buddha spoke of farming from the very beginning so that the Brahmin might understand the whole business, together with the 4 points of 1. Root cause, mula, 2. Support, upakara, 3. Accumulation, sambhara, and 4. Result, phala, that were excluded from his questions. Though the Brahmin failed to ask fully because his knowledge and wisdom were not deep enough, the Buddha answered all the unasked but essential points as well in his answer because his compassion was so great. Seeds are the basic requirement for farming. If there are no seeds, there is no farming. The quantity of seeds determines the amount of farm work. There is no farm work done more than what is demanded by the seeds. Hence the seeds are the 706 principal root cause of farming. On account of this, the Buddha desired to describe the task of farming beginning from that root cause. Because the seed was the root cause of the secular farming theme of the Brahmin's question, it was analogous to the root cause of the spiritual farming of the Buddha, and so he also wished to add the very analogy. Hence is said, "My faith is the seed." As has been said above, the analogy between the root cause of secular farming, i.e., seeds, and the root cause of spiritual farming, i.e., faith. Thus, the profound significance of this statement should be understood. Again, it may be argued, what the Brahmin asked should have been answered first. Why did the Buddha answer at the beginning and not later what was not asked by the Brahmin? The answer in brief. 1. Though the seed like faith should be answered later, the Buddha answered it first because it would benefit the Brahmin much. 2. The rainfall like sense restraint and the seed like faith are related to each other as cause and effect. Hence the rainfall like sense restraint was spoken of immediately after the seed like faith, though it should have been done so later on. To expand on the answer, 1. The Brahmin was intelligent, but as he was born in a family of wrong views, his faith was very weak. One who is strong in intelligence but weak in faith does not believe others, not even his teachers. He does not practice what should be practiced and is likely to fail thereby to attain the extraordinary paths and fruitions. Kasibhāradvāja's faith, free from mental defilement, was weak because of his birth in a family of wrong views. Therefore, his weak faith combined with strong intelligence could not earn him the paths and fruitions. The combination is somewhat like a bullock yoked together with an elephant. It was the faith that would lead the Brahmin to the spiritual attainment. Therefore, in order to establish him in faith which was required, the Buddha, incomparably skillful in teaching, taught faith first though it should come later. Rainfall is immensely beneficial to the seeds. The relationship between cause and effect could be fully appreciated only if the Buddha spoke of rainfall immediately after his reference to the seeds. Hence his answer concerning rainfall, which should have followed later, was given next to the answer concerning the seed like faith. Not only the rainfall, but the Buddha spoke of the shafts of the plow, ropes, etc. at their respective and appropriate places in the sequence. The characteristics and other particulars of faith may be learned from the text concerned. The analogy between faith and seeds is this: the natural seeds, the basic cause of the farming of the Brahmin, did two things, shooting roots downwards and developing sprouts upwards. Similarly, the seed like faith, the basic cause of the spiritual farming by the Buddha, performed two things, shooting the roots of morality, sila, downwards and developing the sprouts of tranquility, samatha, and insight, vipassana, upwards. Just as the natural seeds absorb the nutritious elements of the soil, as well as of the water through the roots, and grow to bring maturity to the crop through their stems, even so the seed like faith absorbs the elements of tranquility and insight through the roots of morality, and grows to bring maturity to the crop of noble fruition, arya phala, through the stem of the noble path, arya magga. Just as the natural seeds that lie in fertile soil attain development with their roots, sprouts, stems, and ears, producing sap and paddy crop full of grains, even so the seed like faith that lies in the fertile soil of the mental process attains development with moral purity, sila visuddhi, producing the sap of the noble path, arya magga, and the crop of the arahat fruition full of analytical knowledge, paisambit, and the super knowledges, abhina. Hence the Buddha is saying, "My faith is the seeds," with reference to the saying, "My restraint of the six senses is the rainfall." Just as the Brahmin's paddy seeds and the paddy plants that had come out from the 707 seeds always grew abundantly without withering, because they received the help of the rainfall, even so the Buddha's morality, sila, concentration, samadhi, and wisdom, panna, that had their immediate cause in the seed like faith, constantly develop without weakening. By this saying, the Buddha pointed out the profound meaning as follows. Brahman, if it rains after you have sown the seeds, that is all right. If not, you have to provide water by yourself. As for me, I attach the yoke and plow of insight wisdom, vipassana, and path wisdom, Magga, to the plow of conscience, hiri, and concern, otapa, by means of the rope of concentration, samadhi. Then harnessing the draft bullocks of energy, viriya, I prick and drive them with the goad of mindfulness, sati. Thus I plow the fertile field of my mental processes and sow the seed like faith. Never has there been a time when the seed like faith is deprived of rainwater. Rain in the form of restraint of the six senses is always falling on the fertile field of my mental processes. With reference to the Buddha's saying, my insight wisdom and path wisdom are the yoke and the plow. The Brahman's yoke and plow are analogous to the Buddha's insight wisdom and path wisdom. The yoke is the support for the plow shafts. It lies before the ladder, to which it is connected. It is also something on which the ropes depend. It serves by making the draft bullocks move together. Likewise, wisdom is the chief support of faultless virtues led by conscience and concern. It is also the head and forerunner of faultless virtues. As it cannot exist without the shaft like conscience and concern, the latter should be bound up with the yoke of wisdom. As it is something on which the rope of concentration depends, it gives support to the latter. As wisdom checks both excessive and meager exertions, it serves it by regulating the movement in unison of the draft bullocks of energy. When plowing is done, the log fitted with plow teeth breaks up the soil. It also destroys big and small roots. Similarly, the Buddha's log of wisdom fitted with the plow teeth of mindfulness breaks up the four masses. Ghana, the mass of continuity, santati. The mass of composition, samaha. The mass of function, kika. And the mass of sense objects, rama. It also destroys all the big and small roots of the mental defilements, kilesa. Hence the Buddha's saying, my insight wisdom and path wisdom are the yoke and the plow. With reference to the saying, my conscience and concern are the twin shafts of the plow. Conscience and concern are born together and exist together. When conscience is experienced, concern also is then experienced. Hence the translation, my conscience, hiri, and concern, otapa, regarding evil are the twin shafts of the plow. Just as the Brahman's plow shafts hold on the yoke and the log, even so the Buddha's twin shafts of conscience and concern hold on to the yoke and the log of mundane insight wisdom, Lokiya vipassana, and supramundane path wisdom, Lokuttara Magga, as the existence of these two kinds of wisdom depends on conscience and concern regarding evil. The yoke and the log do their respective jobs, as has been mentioned before, only when they are bound up with the shafts. Only then are they neither shaky nor loose, but remain tight and fastened. In the same way, the aforesaid two kinds of wisdom perform their respective duties only when they are bound up with the twin shafts of conscience and concern. Only then are they neither slack nor weak, but remain tight and fastened and unmixed with unwholesome things that may arise from lack of conscience, ahirika, and lack of concern, anotapa. Hence the Buddha's saying, my conscience and concern of evil deeds are the twin shafts of the plows. With reference to the saying, my mind is the ropes, the key word mind here means concentration. Hence the translation, my mind generating concentration is the ropes, which are of three kinds. One for tying, another for harnessing, and the third for linking. There are three kinds of ropes, one for tying, i.e., tying the shafts and yoke. 708, another for harnessing, i.e., harnessing the draft bullocks to the yoke, and the remaining one for linking, i.e., linking the driver with the bullocks. Just as the Brahman's three ropes kept the shaft, the yoke, and the bullocks together, and made them accomplish their respective tasks. Even so the Buddha's rope of concentration helped him focus the shafts of conscience and concern, the yoke of wisdom, and the bullocks of energy on a single sense object, and made all these carry out their respective functions. Hence the Buddha's saying, my mind generating my concentration is the ropes. With reference to the saying, my mindfulness accompanied by insight wisdom and that accompanied by path wisdom are the plow teeth of the plow and the goad. just as the natural plow, teeth guard and lead the plow pole. Even so, mindfulness guards wisdom by exploring the perspective of wholesome things and bringing them into focus. In many Pi texts, therefore, the Buddha teaches mindfulness to be the protector. By never being negligent, the plow teeth of mindfulness precede the plow pole of wisdom. Indeed, the factors that have been investigated by the preceding mindfulness are penetrated by the following wisdom. Just as the natural goad, warning the bullocks of the danger of being pricked or beaten, gives them no chance of retreating and stopping, but checks their going astray. Even so, the goad of mindfulness, warning the bullock like energy of the danger of falling into suffering states, gives it no chance of idling, retreating and stopping, and checks thereby its mental wandering in undesirable sensual pleasures, fastening it to meditation practice. It also deters the bullock like energy from following the wrong path. Hence the Buddha's saying, my mindfulness accompanied by insight wisdom, and that accompanied my path wisdom, are the plow teeth and the goad. Kaya gutto, vachi gutto, ahare udare yado, saka karomi nidna, saraka mi pamakana. Bhāṛdvaja. Just as you make your field secure by fences, even so I, the teacher of the three classes of beings, make the field of my mental process secure by the fences of the threefold wholesome physical conduct and fourfold wholesome verbal conduct. By this is taught the moral restraint under the monastic rules, Padamaka Savara Sila. With regard to the use of the four requisites, I restrain myself well to avoid the 21 unlawful ways of acquisition. By this is taught the moral practice of gaining a pure livelihood, Ajiva Parasuddhi Sila. With regard to the stomach, I restrain myself well by eating moderately. By this is taught the moral practice of depending on requisites, Pakaya Sanasita Sila, represented by knowledge of moderation concerning food, Bojana Matanuta. Through the eightfold noble speech, Arya Vohara, with truthful words, I uproot the weeds of the eightfold ignoble speech, Anariya Vohara, the weeds of falsehood. Being an arahat, delighting in the state called nibbana, means the outright removal of the plow, the complete giving up of the field, and the perpetual retirement belonging to me, the teacher of the three classes of beings. The meaning here is, Brahman, just as you make, after sowing the seeds, a barrier of thorns, a barrier of trees, a barrier of logs, or a barrier of bamboos, so that cattle, buffaloes, and deer have no access and cannot destroy the crop. Even so I, after sowing the seeds of faith, build the three big walls of moral restraint under the monastic rules, Padamaka. The moral practice of living a life of purity and the moral practice of depending on requisites so that cattle, buffaloes, and deer in the form of the defilements, such as passion, hatred, delusion, etc., could have no access and destroy the crop of the various meritorious deeds that I, who am a great farmer, possess. Paraphrase. Brahman, just as you, after doing the external bahira, work of plowing with the hands or with the sickle, pull out and get rid of the weeds which are damaging to the crop, even so I, after doing the internal ajhataka, work of spiritual plowing, pull out and get rid of the following eightfold ignoble speech, the weeds of falsehood. 1. To say, I see, when not seeing. 2. To say, I hear when not hearing. 3. To say, I attain when not attaining. 4. To say, I know when not knowing. 5. To say, I see not when seeing. 6. To say, I hear not when hearing. 7. To say, I do not attain when attaining. 8. To say, I do not know when knowing. On this eightfold ignoble speech, the weeds of falsehood, do I perform the pulling out, cutting off, and eradicating with the hands or the sickle of the eightfold noble speech, the truthful words such as 1. To say, I see not when seeing not. 2. To say, I hear not when hearing not. 3. To say, I do not attain when not attaining. 4. To say, I do not know not when not knowing. 5. To say, I see when seeing. 6. To say, I hear when hearing. 7. To say, I attain when attaining. 8. To say, I know when knowing. Brahman, your removal of the plow, your giving up of the field and your retirement is not forever, since you have to do the job of plowing again in the evening, next week, or next year. My removal of the plow, my giving up the field, and my retirement is not like yours. Indeed, Brahmin, until I became an arahat, I knew no such thing as the removal of the plow, the giving up of the field and retirement. I will explain further, Brahmin. Since the lifetime of Bodhi, I have not removed the plow, given up the field and retired until I attained the wisdom of the path to omniscience. For the whole period of 4 immeasurables, Asakya, and 100,000 eons, Kappa, I had to do the internal work of spiritual farming by harnessing the 4 big bullocks of right exertion to the plow of wisdom. Brahmin, after restlessly doing the spiritual farming for the aforesaid period of 4 immeasurables and 100,000 eons, only when I became an arahat that is encircled by all the attributes of a Buddha, sitting on the golden throne that is undefeated aprajita, under the Mahā Bodhi tree, which indeed is peace, the end of all worries, did I take off the bullocks of energy from the plow of wisdom, give up the field of mental processes and retire once and for all by engaging as long as time permitted in the arahat fruition. Now I have nothing at all to do with the work of farming again. Virya mi dura dureha, yagakim devana, gakati anavatanta, yathagampa nasokati. Brahman-Bharadvāja, my 2 kinds of energy, virya, physical, kayaka, and mental, satasika, form a pair of draft bullocks that are harnessed to the plow at the front. Or my 4 kinds of right exertion, samapadana, are the 2 pairs of draft bullocks. That pair of 2 bullocks of physical and mental energy of mine, or those 2 pairs of bullocks of right exertion of mine, are able to lead me to nibbana that is free from the torment caused by the 4 bonds, the bonds of sensual pleasure, kama yoga, and so on. Having gone to nibbana where a farmer like me would not grieve at all, to that nibbana, free from grief, did I attain without returning through the power of wisdom and knowledge. Paraphrase. Brahmin, just as your 2 pairs of draft bullocks move in the direction of the east, in the direction of the west, and so on as you drive them, even so the bullocks, my 2 pairs of right exertion, move straight to nibbana as I drive them in that direction. The difference between your moving and mine is this. When your 2 pairs of bullocks reach the edge of the field, they turn back. But my 2 pairs of bullocks, my right exertion, have been moving towards nibbana without turning away since the lifetime of Bodhi. Your 2 pairs of bullocks could not manage to reach the place where a farmer like you is free from sorrow. As for my 2 pairs of bullocks, in the form of right exertion, they have managed to reach the place of nibbana free from sorrow of a farmer like me. Eva misakasikaha sahote amataphala etakasikaሲtvana sabba dukha pamutsati. Brahman-Bharadvāja, I, the teacher of the 3 classes of beings, have done the Dhamma plowing in my person without interruption for 4 immeasurables and 100,000 eons. That Dhamma plowing of mine bears the fruit of nibbana with a rich taste of peace. It bears that tasty fruit of nibbana not only for me, but for anyone, be he a human, a deva, or a Brahma, when the harnessing of the bullocks of right exertion and the Dhamma plowing is done in one's person without interruption, one could be free from all suffering and attain nibbana. In this way, the Buddha, in delivering the discourse to Brahmin Kasibhāradvāja, concluded it by fixing it with the pinnacle of the arahat fruition and leading it up to the height of nibbana. Having listened to this profound teaching, the Brahmin Kasibhāradvāja came to a good understanding. Despite my eating of the crop obtained from my plowing, I feel hungry next day as usual. The Dhamma plowing of Venerable Gautama, however, produces the fruit of deathlessness called nibbana. Having partaken of that fruit of deathlessness from the Dhamma plowing, one could liberate oneself from suffering once and for all. Thus the Brahmin developed devotion, understood clearly, and was desirous of doing what every devotee would do. He poured milk rice into the golden bowl, which was meant for his own use and worth 100,000 pieces of money. Then he added butter, honey, molasses, etc. to it so that it looked attractive. Finally, he covered the golden bowl with a white cloth and took it himself and offered it respectfully to the Buddha with these words, "May Venerable Gautama have the milk rice." Venerable Gautama is indeed a plowman, for he has done the Dhamma plowing which produces the crop of nibbana. Then the Buddha delivered these 2 verses to the Brahmin. Thbigta mi abhojaniya, sampasada brahman nesa damo. Thbigta panyadani Buddha, dam sati brahma vuddhi, resa. Brahman-Bharadvāja, the food obtained by uttering verses ought not to be enjoyed at all by me. Enjoyment of such food thus obtained is not the custom of Buddhists, those who observe purity in livelihood. Therefore they reject the food obtained by uttering verses. Brahman-Bharadvaja. When one observes purity of livelihood, one seeks the four requisites lawfully without being attached to any family, just like stretching one's hand in space. Such is the way of making a pure living by all the Buddhas. When the Buddha uttered this, the Brahman-Bharadvaja became sad, thinking, "Venerable Gautama has rejected my milk rice." He said it was not worth eating. "I am so unfortunate. I have been deprived of the opportunity of giving alms." He thought further, "If Venerable Gautama does not accept my milk rice, it were well if he would accept something else from me." Then it occurred thus to the Buddha, who was aware of this. "After setting aside the hour for alms round, I came here with the idea that I would arouse faith in the Brahmin within so limited a time. Now the Brahmin is dejected. Should he form a wrong attitude towards me through dejection, he would not be able to attain the penetrative knowledge of supreme nibbana. Being desirous of fulfilling the Brahmin's wish, so that he would cultivate faith in him, the Buddha uttered the following verse. Anina ca kevalina mahisi, ksavaka kukav pasanta, anina panina opahahasu, keta haita panapek hasahodi. Brahman-Bharadvaja. With food and drink, other than this, attend upon the arahat, who is free from the pollutants, asava, endowed with all the attributes of a Buddha, the habitual seeker of such virtues as higher morality, whose scruples have been quenched. Though the Buddha tried to arouse the desire in the Brahmin to give, he said only implicitly. He did not say directly, "Give it to me, bring it to me." Only a Buddha's dispensation, with its 8 marvelous characteristics, is the excellent great field of fertile soil for you, who have a bent on deeds of merit. Then the Brahmin Kasibhāradvāja thought, "I have brought this milk rice for the sake of the Buddha. Therefore I should not give it to somebody else of my own accord," and asked, "Venerable Gautama, in that case, to whom should I offer this milk rice?" The Buddha replied, "Brahman, neither in the world of celestial beings together with its devas, maras and brahmas, nor in the world of human beings with its ascetics, and Brahmins, princes and commoners, do I see anybody, apart from me or my disciples, who can well digest that milk rice when eaten. Therefore, Brahman, you should dump it in a place without green grass or in the water without insects." The Brahmin Kasibhāradvāja floated the milk rice in the insect-free water. It at once made a sizzling sound, and there arose much vapor from all sides, just as a plowshare that has been baked the whole day sizzles and produces much vapor all round when it is dumped into water. Thereupon the Brahmin Kasibhāradvāja became afraid with his hair standing on end, and approached the Fortunate One. Touching the feet of the Fortunate One with his head, he said, "Venerable Gautama, very delightful indeed is your teaching. Just as an object lying prone is turned upside down, or a covered object is uncovered, or a man who has lost his way is shown the right way, or a torch is lighted in darkness in order that people with eyes may see different objects, so also Venerable Gautama has clearly taught the Dhamma to me in many ways. Venerable Gautama, I seek refuge in you, in the Dhamma and in the Sangha. Venerable Gautama, let me be initiated. Let me be ordained under you." The Brahmin Kasibhāradvāja became a monk under the Fortunate One, and not long after his ordination, Venerable Kasibhāradvāja retired alone to a quiet place. There he practiced the Dhamma, exerting his effort vigilantly and vigorously with his mind bent on nibbana. Finally, he attained and became an arahat. "30. The 12th Rains Retreat, Famine. Having thus spent the 11th Rains Retreat, Vasa, at the Brahmin village of Ekana, giving discourses such as the discourse to Kasibhāradvāja, Kasibhāradvāja Sutta, SN 7.11, SNP 1.4, and others to those who were worthy of conversion, the Buddha set out from the village at the end of the Rains Retreat, Vasa, distributing the cool medicinal water of the deathless among devas and humans, and eventually reached the city of Varanja. He then took up residence with 500 monks, who were of high, noble birth in terms of virtue, near the Margosa, Nimba, tree, which was occupied by a demon, Neru by name, near Varanja city. The Brahmin Varanja's visit to the Buddha. Then the Brahmin Varanja heard the good news as follows. Friends, the monk Gautama, the Sakyan prince who has become an ascetic, is staying together with 500 highly virtuous monks near the Margosa tree, which is occupied by the demon Neru near our city of Varanja. The good reputation of Venerable Gautama goes up to the top of the universe, Bhavaga, spreading all over thus. That Buddha is called an Arahat because he is worthy of special honor. He is called perfectly self-awakened one because he understands all phenomena perfectly by himself. He is called endowed with understanding and good conduct, Vijja Karasampana, because of his wisdom and practice. He is called well gone, Sagato, because he speaks good words. He is called the one who understands the worlds, Lokavidu, because he knows the three worlds analytically. He is called the unsurpassed guide for those people who need taming, Anataro Purisa Damasarathi, because of his power in training people. He is called the teacher of gods and men, Satha Deva Manusna, because these beings are taught by him. He is called awakened Buddha, because he realizes the four truths by himself and let others realize them. He is called fortunate one, Bhagava, because he is endowed with the sixfold glory. That fortunate one comprehends the world of space, Okasaloka, with its devas, Maras and Brahmas, as well as the world of sentient beings, Sataloka, with its ascetics and Brahmins, princes and commoners, through his wisdom, and teaches them. The fortunate one proclaims the Dhamma that is good in all its three phases, the beginning, the middle, and the end, and that is also complete with the letter and the spirit, meaning that nothing new is to be added. He taught the noble practice that is perfect and pure all round, meaning that there is no flaw to be taken out. The sight of such a sage, an Arahat, is indeed wonderful. This is what the Brahmin heard. Thus the Brahmin Varanja visited the Buddha and exchanged words of joy with him. Having thus exchanged words of joy and words worthy of remembrance, the Brahmin took his seat, which was free from the sixfold faults. Thereafter, he began to censure the Buddha. Venerable Gautama, I have heard that the monk Gautama neither bows down, nor gives a welcome, nor extends an invitation to seats to old, aged, mature Brahmins of previous generations who are nearing the end of their lives. Venerable Gautama, what I have heard happens to be true. Indeed you, Venerable Gautama, neither bow down, nor give a welcome, nor extend an invitation to seats to old, aged, mature Brahmins of previous generations who are nearing the end of their lives. Venerable Gautama, doing no reverential act such as bowing, etc., is indeed outright unfair. Being untainted with the two defects of exalting oneself, atukasana, and humiliating others, paravambana, but with his calm heart sprinkled with the clear water of great compassion, Mahā, and desiring to dispel the Brahmin's ignorance and to point out the fairness on his part, the Buddha said, Brahmin, in the world of space with its devas, Maras and Brahmas, and in the world of beings with its monks and Brahmins, princes and commoners, I see nobody to whom I should pay respect, welcome, or give an invitation to seats. Should I even casually pay respect, give a welcome, or extend an invitation to seats to somebody, then his head will break into seven and fall to the ground. Despite such a reply by the Buddha, Varanja, being unwise, did not grasp that the Buddha was the greatest in the world. Instead, he became irritated at the words rightly uttered by the Buddha, so he accused, Venerable Gautama is a man of tasteless nature. In order to soften the Brahmin's heart, the Buddha did not give a directly opposite answer, and in order to show that there was reason for him to be called in a way, a man of tasteless nature, he said, Brahmin, there is reason for saying of me, the monk Gautama is a man of tasteless nature. The reason is this, Brahmin, pleasure in forms, pleasure in sounds, pleasure in odors, pleasure in tastes, and pleasure in touch. All these pleasures I have rejected. For this reason, let one speak of me, if one so desires. The monk Gautama is a man of tasteless nature. But we Buddhas absolutely do not have the taste meant by you. Being unable to put the blame on the Buddha thus for his lack of the taste of harmony, Samagi Raza, demanded by him, the Brahmin willingly brought another accusation. Venerable Gautama is a useless person. 715. In order to show that there was a different reason for him to be called such, the Buddha said, Brahman, there is reason for speaking of me. The monk Gautama is useless. The reason is this. Brahman, use of forms, use of sounds, use of odors, use of tastes, and use of touches, with lust and greed. All these uses I have rejected. Brahman, for this reason, there is an absence of this sort of usage, parabhoga, use of the five sense objects with lust and greed, and so let one speak of me, if one so desires. The monk Gautama is a useless person. But we Buddhas absolutely do not have the uses meant by you. Being also unable to put the blame on the Buddha thus, the Brahmin willingly brought another accusation. Venerable Gautama is a believer in non-action. In order to show, as before, that there was a different reason for him to be called such, the Buddha said, Brahman, there is a reason for speaking of me thus. The monk Gautama is a believer in non-action. The reason is this. Brahman, I declare that the 3 physical wrongdoings, the 4 verbal wrongdoings, the 3 mental wrongdoings, and all the remaining unwholesome deeds should not be done. For this reason, let one speak of me, if one so desires. The monk Gautama is a believer in non-action. But we Buddhas absolutely do not have the non-actions meant by you. Being also unable to blame the Buddha thus, the Brahmin willingly brought another accusation. Venerable Gautama is a believer in annihilationism. In order to soften the Brahmin's heart, the Buddha desired, as in the previous explanations, to show that there was a reason for him to be called such, and said, Brahmin, there is reason for speaking of me thus. The monk Gautama is a believer in annihilationism. The reason is this. Brahmin, I give instructions to annihilate passion, raga, to annihilate hatred, dosa, to annihilate delusion, moha, and also to annihilate other wrong deeds. Brahman, for this reason, one may speak of me, if one so desires thus. The monk Gautama is a believer in annihilationism. But we Buddhas absolutely do not have the annihilationism meant by you. Being also unable to put the blame on the Buddha thus, the Brahmin willingly brought another accusation. Venerable Gautama is a man having the nature of loathing. In order to show, as before, that there was a different reason for him to be called as such, the Buddha said, Brahman, there is a reason for speaking of me thus. The monk Gautama is a man having the nature of loathing. The reason is this. Brahman, I loathe 3 physical wrongdoings, the 4 verbal wrongdoings, the 3 mental wrongdoings, and other wrong deeds. Brahman, for this reason, one may speak of me, if one so desired thus. The monk Gautama is a man having the nature of loathing. But we Buddhas absolutely do not have the loathing meant by you. Being also unable to put the blame on the Buddha thus, the Brahmin willingly brought another accusation. Venerable Gautama is a destroyer. In order to show, as before, that there was a different reason for him to be called such, the Buddha said, Brahman, there is reason for speaking of me thus. The monk Gautama is a destroyer. The reason is this. Brahman, I give instructions to destroy passion, to destroy hatred, to destroy delusion, and also to destroy other evil deeds. Brahman, for this reason, let one speak of me, if one so desires thus. The monk Gautama is a destroyer. But we Buddhas absolutely do not have the kind of reason meant by you. Being also unable to put the blame on the Buddha thus, the Brahmin willingly brought another accusation. Venerable Gautama is a tormentor. In order to show, as before, that there was a different reason for him to be called as such, the Buddha said, Brahman, there is reason for speaking of me thus. The monk Gautama is a tormentor. The reason is this. Brahman, I 717 proclaim that the 3 physical evils, the 4 verbal evils, the 3 mental evils, and all the remaining unwholesome deeds are tormenting things, tapaniya dhamma, things causing sorrow to all humans and other beings. Brahman, I declare that one who has eliminated these wrongdoings is a tormentor of tormenting factors. Brahman, I, who am a good wayfarer like former Buddhas, have eliminated these evil deeds. Brahman, for this reason, let one speak of me, if one so desires thus. The monk Gautama is a tormentor. But we Buddhas absolutely do not have the tormenting meant by you. Being also unable to put the blame on the Buddha thus, the Brahmin willingly brought the last accusation. Venerable Gautama is a man far from rebirth in the Deva realm. As the Buddha had got rid of all four forms of future rebirth, he desired to show, in a different manner, that he was free of rebirth apagabha, and said, Brahmin, there is a reason for speaking of me thus. The monk Gautama is far from rebirth. The reason is, Brahmin, I proclaim that an arahat who has rejected the four ways of birth that would take place in the future is far from rebirth apagabha, one beyond rebirth. Brahmin, I, who am a good wayfarer like former Buddhas, have utterly destroyed all these four ways of rebirth. Brahmin, for this reason, one may speak of me, if one so desires thus. The monk Gautama is far from rebirth apagabha, a man beyond rebirth. But we Buddhas absolutely do not have the rebirth meant by you. Though the Brahmin Varanja had thus condemned the Buddha with these 8 accusations, such as saying he is a man of tasteless nature, and so on. But from the outset of his meeting him, the Buddha set both his eyes on him with tranquility, out of compassion. Just as the round full moon rises in the cloudless sky, just as the sun shines high in autumn, even so the Buddha, being omniscient, became desirous of dispelling the darkness of ignorance that lay in the Brahmin's heart. Thus, he had turned those charges made by the Brahmin into words of honor to him. Now, the Buddha was to show the magnificence of his compassion and the earth-like mind that was unshaken by the 8 conditions of the world and the calm heart, undisturbed however much others would abuse him. He reflected, this Brahmin thoughtlessly believes that he is senior to me, the Buddha, only on account of the conventional marks of his old age, such as gray hair, broken teeth, wrinkles of the skin, and the like. He knows not even a bit that he is being followed closely by the danger of rebirth, besieged by the danger of old age, overwhelmed by the danger of ill health, threatened by the danger of death. Nor does he realize that as a stump in Sasra, he could die today and would become a messenger of the king of death, lying on its back tomorrow. However, he came to me with great effort. Let his visit to me be a beneficial one. In order to make clear that he was peerless, eldest, and foremost among beings, the Buddha elaborately delivered his discourse in the following manner. Brahmin, suppose a hen has 8 eggs, or 10, or 12. Suppose the hen does her 3 jobs. She sits well on the eggs, provides them with heat, and imbues them well with her odor. Of all the chicks that lie in the eggs, so treated one comes out first with ease after breaking the shell with its claws and beak. Would you call it senior or junior? Asked the Buddha. Venerable Gautama, it should be called senior. Of all the chicks, the little one that has come out first after breaking the shell is the oldest, as its making of appearance is the earliest, answered the Brahmin. Then the Buddha said, Brahmin, in the same way, of all beings lying in the shell of ignorance, avijja, and being wrapped up all round by the shell of ignorance, I am the first to have realized the unmatched, supreme path knowledge of an arahat with omniscience after breaking through the shell of ignorance. Brahmin, I therefore am the oldest of all those existing in the world of sentient beings. Therefore, in order to continue to show that by this practical means he had attained the stage of incomparable supremacy, the Buddha elaborately related how he endeavored in meditation through the fourfold diligence at the Mahā Bodhi tree. How he gained, as a result, mundane lokīya, absorptions, jhanas. How he acquired the super-knowledges, abhina, such as remembrance of his former existences, pubnivesa awithmakrane, as a result of meditation based on the mundane absorptions, jhana, in the first watch of the night of the full moon of May Ghosaka, in the year 528 BC, and was born first by noble birth, Arya Jati, later, with the beak like super-knowledges breaking open the shell of ignorance that had concealed the series of his past bodies, how he had acquired the psychic power of the divine I, Dibba Kaku, in the middle watch of that night, and was born for a second time, by noble birth after with the beak like super-knowledges, breaking open the shell of the ignorance that had concealed his rebirths after death, Kuti Paisandi. How he had acquired the path knowledge to become an arahat, which was the third enlightening knowledge named destruction of the pollutants, Asavakya, in the last watch of the same night, and was born for a third time, By noble birth, after the beak like super knowledges broke open the shell of ignorance that had concealed the four noble truths. In this way, when the Buddha, out of great compassion for the Brahmin Varanja, had thus related his being great by noble birth through the discourse, clearly describing the threefold knowledge, the Brahmin became rapturous both physically and mentally, and came to know the greatness of the Buddha and reproached himself. I have wrongly accused the omniscient Buddha, who is supreme among the three worlds of individuals and endowed with all virtues, by saying that he has failed to show respect. To old people, ignorance, friends, is disgusting indeed, being convinced that this Gautama is the foremost, for he was born first by noble birth in the world. Unique in all virtues, he is also the best. The Brahmin supplicated the Buddha as follows. The greatest in the world indeed is Venerable Gautama. The best in the world indeed is Venerable Gautama. It is very delightful indeed, Venerable Gautama. It is very delightful indeed, Venerable Gautama. To use a worldly simile, just as what was turned upside down has been turned upside up, just as what was covered has been uncovered, just as one following the wrong path has been told the right path, just as a torch has been lighted in the dark, so that those who have eyes will see a variety of things. Even so, Venerable Gautama has taught me the Dhamma in many ways. I approach Venerable Gautama and recognize Venerable Gautama, the Dhamma and the Sangha, as my shield, shelter, and refuge. From today onwards, Venerable Gautama, kindly accept me as a lay devotee, Upasaka, established in the threefold refuge for life. Having taken refuge, the Brahmin begged him, saying, May Venerable Gautama observe the rain's retreat, Vasa, together with the community of monks in Varanja, as an act of kindness done to me. Keeping silent, the Buddha agreed to do as requested by the Brahmin. Clever in behavioral studies, the Brahmin reflected, if Venerable Gautama does not accept my word, he should have rejected it by deed or by word. Now that he assumes no appearance of refusal, but of consent, he must have accepted it in his heart. Having known the Buddha's acceptance, he stood up from his seat and paid respects to him from the four quarters and encircled him 3 times, keeping him at his right. Though he had accused the Buddha, since his arrival, for showing no signs of reverence to elders, he was not content at all in repeatedly doing homage to him in all 3 manners, physically, verbally, and mentally, now that he had analytically understood his virtues. Placing his folded hands on his head and facing in the direction of the Buddha as far as he could see, he withdrew, walking backward. It was only at the point where he lost sight of the Buddha that he finally made obeisance to his heart's content and departed. At the request of the Brahmin Varanja, the Buddha observed the 12th rain's retreat, Vasa, in the city of Varanja with his 500 monks. Famine in Varanja city. At that time, Varanja was short of food. It was hard to make a living there. There were white bones all over the city. People had to draw lots for food rations. Therefore, it was not easy for the monks to get enough food by going round with an alms bowl in their hands. The horse merchants of the northern region, Uttarapatha, were then staying with 500 horses in Varanja to take shelter from showers of rain during the rainy season. At the horse yards, the merchants made a regular donation of 1 measure, patha, of barley to each monk. When the monks entered the city in the morning for alms food and did not get any, they went to the horse yards and each received 1 measure of barley, which they brought to the monastery, and pounded it in small mortars and ate it. For the Buddha, however, the horse merchants donated 1 measure of barley and the proportionate amount of butter, honey, and molasses. Venerable Ananda brought the offerings and ground the barley on a stone slab. Anything prepared by a man of merit and intelligence is naturally delightful. Having ground the barley, he mixed it with butter and so on and offered it to the Buddha. Then Devis put ambrosia into the ground barley. That same ground barley the Buddha partook of and spent the time engaged in fruition attainment, Phala Samapatti. Since the arrival of the famine, the Buddha had not moved about for alms. The Buddha's past deed, which caused him to meet with such famine along with his 500 monks in Varanja was this. 92 eons ago, during the dispensation of the Buddha Fusa, The Bodhisattva became a man of bad character on account of his association with wicked friends. He then wrongfully uttered to Buddha Fuss's disciples such unwholesome words as, "You had better buy coarse barley food and eat it, but do not eat any good rice, sali." That evil past deed, was the reason for his encounter with famine as he was keeping the rain's retreat Vasa. In Varanja, CAP 39.10. The Buddha heard the pounding in small mortars. Buddhas ask, even though they know. They know and they do not ask, for there is nothing that they do not know. They know the opportune time, and they ask. They know the opportune time, and they do not ask. They ask what is connected with benefit. They do not ask what is not connected with benefit. What is not connected with benefit, they do away with through path knowledge. They ask monks for two reasons, either to give a discourse or to lay down a rule for disciples. The Buddha then asked Venerable Ananda, "What, dear son Ananda, does the sound from the small mortars mean?" Venerable Ananda replied, stating what has been told above. At that moment the Buddha uttered, "Excellent, Ananda, excellent. You, Ananda, who are of good moral character, have overcome rice cooked with meat by not yielding to scarcity of food, by not wanting, and by not at all letting yourself to be led astray by desire. The meaty rice that you have thus overcome will also be looked down upon by future generations." Venerable Moggallāna's bold words. Venerable Moggallāna was one who had reached the height of perfection of knowledge as a disciple on the seventh day after he had become a monk. He was also placed by the Buddha as the foremost among those who possess supernormal powers. Depending on his supernormal powers, he thought, "Food is scarce in Varanja now. Monks are having much trouble. What if I were to turn over the earth and give for food the essence of the earth from the bottom layer?" Then he continued to reflect, "As I am staying in the presence of the Master, it does not befit me to do so without seeking his permission. Such an action would be tantamount to rivalry." So he went to the Buddha and bowed low before him and took his seat at an appropriate place. Then Venerable Moggallāna addressed the Buddha thus, "Exalted Buddha, Varanja is short of food now. It is hard to stay there. There are white bones all over the city. Lots are drawn for making a living. It is not easy to get enough food by going round with an alms bowls in the hands. The bottom layer of the earth is pleasant for its sweetness, like honey that is free from bees and bee eggs. Pray, exalted Buddha, let me turn up the soil of this great earth so that the monks may enjoy its essence from the bottom layer." Then the Buddha asked, "Dear son Moggallāna, how would you treat the beings living on the earth?" Venerable Moggallāna answered, "Exalted Buddha, I will change my one hand into something like the earth. Then I will transfer the beings from the natural earth on the hand that is changed into the earth. With the other hand, I will turn up this natural earth." Then the Buddha uttered words of rejection. "No, dear son Moggallāna, it is not proper. Do not wish to turn up the earth. It may lead to misunderstanding among living beings." At that time, as Venerable Moggallāna failed to get permission, he desired to change his request and said, "Pray, exalted Buddha, let all monks go to the northern continent." The Buddha again forbade it as before. "Dear son Moggallāna, it is not proper. Do not desire to make them go to the northern continent." These indeed were the bold words of Venerable Moggallāna. Venerable Sariputta's request. At that time, Venerable Sariputta, who was alone in seclusion, wondered, whose dispensations among exalted Buddhas did not last long, and whose dispensations did. With this query, he emerged from his seclusion in the evening and approached the Buddha and bowed low before him and took his seat at an appropriate place. Then he asked the Buddha, "Exalted Buddha, while I was staying in seclusion, I wondered, whose dispensations among exalted Buddhas did not last long, and whose dispensations did?" Then Venerable Sariputta asked, "Exalted Buddha, why did the dispensations of the Buddhas Vipassi, Sikhi, and Vesabhu not last long?" The Buddha answered, "Dear son Sariputta, the Buddhas Vipassi, Sikhi, and Vesabhu did not bother to give discourses to their disciples elaborately. Their teachings of the 9 divisions, such as discourses, sutta, mixed poems and prose, gaya, etc., were so few. Nor did they prescribe disciplinary rules for them. Nor did they recite the authoritative rules, Pattamaka. When they passed away, and when their immediate disciples passed away, the later generations of disciples, who were of diverse names, clans, and births, let the dispensations become extinct rapidly. Dear son Sariputta, just as flowers of different kinds placed on a wooden board without being strung or scattered, blown away and destroyed by the wind for the very reason that they are not strung. Even so, when these Buddhas and their immediate disciples passed away, their teachings disappeared fast amongst later disciples of diverse names, clans, and births. The other three Buddhas, knowing the intentions of their disciples with their minds, bothered to exhort them. Dear son Sariputta, there took place an incident in former times. In a certain terrible forest, Buddha Vesabu knew the minds of his 1,000 monks with his mind and exhorted them. Cultivate these three wholesome thoughts. The thought of renunciation, Nekhama Vitaka, the thought of non-harming, Avyapada, the thought of non-violence, Avyas. Do not cultivate these unwholesome thoughts. The thought of sensual pleasure, Kama Vitaka, the thought of harming, Vyapada, the thought of violence, Vs. Bear in mind that they are impermanent anicca, unsatisfactory, dukkha, unsubstantial, anatta, and unpleasant asubha. Do not bear in mind that they are permanent, nikka, satisfactory, sukha, substantial, atta, and pleasant, sabha. Abandon unwholesome thoughts. Develop wholesome thoughts. Dear son Sariputta, the 1,000 monks who had thus been exhorted by Buddha Vesabu became arahats, free from the pollutants sasava. The minds of these 1,000 monks, therefore, were entirely cut off from grasping of anything through craving and wrong view that, this am I, this is mine. They were totally emancipated from the pollutants, asava, had come to complete cessation in the sense of not arising again. With regard to the terrible forest, the terror of the forest was such that those who were not free from passion generally had goose flesh upon entering it. What has been said is the reason for the short-lived dispensations of the Buddhas Vipassi, Sikhi, and Vesabu. Having heard of the reasons for the short-lived dispensations in terms of generations of the disciples of the three Buddhas, Vipassi, Sikhi, and Vesabu, the noble Sariputta, being desirous of hearing the reasons for the long-lived dispensations of the other three Buddhas, Kakasanda, Kagamana, and Kassapa, continued to ask the Buddha, Exalted Buddha, why did the dispensations of the Buddhas Kakasanda, Kagamana, and Kassapa last long? The Buddha answered, Dear son Sariputta, the Buddhas Kakasanda, Kagamana, and Kassapa gave elaborate discourses to their disciples. Their teachings of the 9 divisions, such as discourses, sutta, mixed poems, and prose, gaya, etc., were numerous. They prescribed disciplinary rules for them, and recited the monastic rules, Pattamaka. When they passed away, and when their immediate disciples passed away, therefore, the generations of their later disciples, who were of diverse names, clans, and births, caused the dispensations to last long. Dear son Sariputta, just as flowers of different kinds strung on a string and placed on a wooden board cannot be dispersed, blown away, and destroyed by the wind for the very reason that they are strung, even so, when these Buddhas and their immediate disciples passed away, their teachings lasted long through the efforts of later generations of disciples of diverse names, clans, and births. Dear son Sariputta, the aforesaid factors, elaborate teaching, a large number of discourses, the promulgation of the disciplinary rules, and the recitation of the monastic rules, Pattamaka, together formed the reason for the long existence of the teachings of the three Buddhas, Kakasanda, Kagamana, and Kassapa. Having thus learnt the reason for the long existence of the dispensations of the Buddhas Kakasanda, Kagamana, and Kassapa, Venerable Sariputta came to the conclusion that the laying down of rules is the main cause for the perpetuity of the dispensation of a Buddha. Wishing to ensure the perpetuity of the dispensation of the present Buddha, he rose from his seat, adjusted his robe, covered the left shoulder, and raised his hands in adoration towards the Buddha. He then emphatically requested the Master with these words, May the exalted Buddha lay down disciplinary rules so that this dispensation may last long. May he recite the monastic rules, Pattamaka. Exalted Buddha, it is time to promulgate the rules vital to the long standing of the teaching, and to recite the rules. Exalted Gracious One, The time has come to lay down and to bring about the rules which are noted for the lasting endurance of the dispensation. Being desirous of telling him that the time is not ripe yet for laying down rules, the Buddha said, "Wait, dear Sariputta, wait, dear Sariputta." Only the Buddha knows the proper time for promulgating rules and reciting the monastic rules. Padamaka. 1. Dear Sariputta, as long as there do not take place in the saga some wrongdoings which are the basis for the pollutants, asava, in this dispensation, the Buddha does not lay down rules for the disciples, nor does he proclaim the monastic rules. Dear Sariputta, when there take place some wrongdoings in the saga, which are the basis for the pollutants in this dispensation, only then does he lay down the rules and proclaim the monastic rules, only for the benefit of eliminating those wrongdoings. 2. Dear Sariputta, as long as the saga does not have a large number of monks of long standing, there do not take place some wrongdoings which are the basis for the pollutants in this dispensation. Dear Sariputta, when the saga has a large number of monks of long standing, there take place in it some wrongdoings which are the basis for the pollutants in this dispensation, then only for the benefit of eliminating those wrongdoings, which are the basis for the pollutants, does the Buddha lay down rules and proclaim the monastic rules. 3. Dear Sariputta, as long as the saga does not thrive, there do not take place in it some wrongdoings which are the basis for the pollutants in this dispensation. Dear Sariputta, when the saga thrives, and there take place in it some wrongdoings which are the basis for the pollutants in this dispensation, then only for the benefit of eliminating these wrongdoings does the Buddha lay down rules and proclaim the monastic rules. For, dear Sariputta, as long as the saga does not know many gains, there do not take place in it some wrongdoings which are the basis for the pollutants in this dispensation. Dear Sariputta, when the saga knows many gains, and there take place in it some wrongdoings which are the basis for the pollutants in this dispensation, then only for the benefit of eliminating those wrongdoings does the Buddha lay down rules and proclaim monastic rules. 5. Dear Sariputta, as long as the saga does not have much knowledge, there do not take place in it some wrongdoings which are the basis for the pollutants in this dispensation. Dear Sariputta, when the saga has much knowledge, and there take place in it some wrongdoings which are the basis for the pollutants in this dispensation, then only for the benefit of eliminating those wrongdoings does the Buddha lay down rules and proclaim the monastic rules. Dear Sariputta, now the saga is free from immoral persons, free from blemishes, free from impurities, clean, and stands in the essence of such virtues as morality and the like. Dear Sariputta, of these 500 monks, the lowest is a stream inner Sotapanna, whose assured destination is the 3 higher stages of the path, for he will never be reborn in suffering abodes. Taking leave at the end of the rains retreat. After the Buddha had thus explained in detail the question of laying down the disciplinary rules to Venerable Sariputta, the general of the Dhamma, he spent the whole rains retreat, Vasa, at Varanja and performed the invitation, Pavra, on the great invitation day, the full moon of November, Asayuja, at the end of the rains retreat. Then he called Venerable Ananda and said, Dear Ananda, when the Buddhas have observed the rains retreat at the request of others, it is not their custom to depart without asking them for leave, or they depart only after informing them. Come, Ananda, let us go and seek permission from Brahman Varanja. After finishing his meal, the Buddha, with Venerable Ananda as his companion, visited Varanja's place in the afternoon, illuminating the city gates and all the roads and streets with his body radiance. When the Buddha stood at the door of the Brahmin's house, the Brahmin's men, seeing the Buddha, reminded their master. Only then did Varanja regain a sense of his responsibilities and get up from his seat excitedly to prepare a seat worthy of the noble one. He then welcomed and invited him respectfully, saying, Please come this way, exalted Buddha. The Buddha walked along, as had been invited by the Brahmin, and sat down on the prepared seat. It was the time when Mara had withdrawn his spell. Brahmin, we have observed the rains retreat, Vasa, at your invitation. Now we inform you that we want to go elsewhere. Varanja replied to the Buddha, Right, Venerable Gautama. You have observed the rains retreat, Vasa, at our invitation, but I have not given alms yet. The reason for that is not because we have nothing to give, not because we do not want to give, People of household life have too many things to do. Where can they have a chance to give? May Venerable Gautama accept, together with the company of monks, my food tomorrow. It occurred then to the Buddha, if I do not accept the Brahmin's invitation, demerit will develop for him, and to all the Varangi's citizens as well for that matter, who would think. The monk Gautama seems to be angry because he receives no alms for the whole period of the 3 rains retreat months. Therefore, he rejects even a single meal despite my request. The monk Gautama has no patience. He is not an omniscient one. Let there be no development of demerit to them. Out of compassion, the Buddha accepted the invitation by keeping silent. Thereafter, he made the Brahmin know the futility of being occupied with domestic affairs and their drawbacks. With a Dhamma talk appropriate at that moment, the Buddha showed the 2 benefits, one for this life and the other for the next. He also made him dedicated to good deeds and enthusiastic about and happy with them. Then he rose from his seat and departed. Varangi's great almsgiving. After the departure of the Buddha, the Brahmin Varangi summoned all his family members and other inmates of the house to a meeting, at which he said, Dear ones, I have not offered even a single day's meal to the Buddha, though I invited him to stay here for the 3 months of the rains retreat. Let us now offer alms meant for the 3 months rains retreat period in a single day. Having given instructions thus, the Brahmin had excellent food cooked, and next morning he had his place decorated and seats worthy of noble ones prepared. After 730, setting up an exquisite offering of perfumes and flowers, he sent for the Buddha with the word, It is mealtime now, Venerable Gautama, the food is ready. Accompanied by 100 monks, the Buddha arrived at Varangi's house and sat together with them on the seats prepared. Varangi personally served the Sangha of monks, headed by the Buddha, with delicious meals until they were satisfied and refused to take more. As the Buddha removed his hand from the alms bowl after finishing the meal, Varangi offered him a set of 3 robes which were worth 3,000. Each robe cost 1,000. To each monk too, he offered a set of 2 pieces of cloth to make robes. The value of each robe cloth was 500. Hence the amount of his donation made to the monks was 500,000. As he was not satisfied with this offering of robes worth 500,000, the Brahmin Varangi offered again a large number of rugs, bolts of cloth made in Patana country, each costing 7,000 or 8,000, so that they might be cut and made into garments of double layers, shoulder coverings, waistbands, water strainers, etc. He also gave each monk jugs and bottles filled with medicinal ointment, heated 100 or 1,000 times, and worth 1,000. There was nothing left out from the 4 requisites he presented for their use. He gave away in generosity all the necessities to the monks. Having done such a great almsgiving, the Brahmin sat down together with his wife and children, respectfully paying respects to the Buddha. Owing to Mara's magic, he had lost the opportunity of enjoying the taste of immortality in the form of a discourse throughout the rains retreat. In order to make up the Brahmin's loss and to fulfill his wish, the Buddha let the rain of immortality fall heavily in a single day. He taught the double advantages for the present life and the next and established him in meritorious deeds. Finally, the Buddha made Varangi zealous and delighted in good deeds, and then he left the place. Together with his wife, Varangi respectfully raised his hands in adoration towards the Buddha and his assembly of monks and followed them to see them off, requesting, Exalted Buddha, kindly do us another favor by visiting us once again. Then the Brahmin returned with tears trickling from his eyes. After staying in Varangi for as long as he wished, the Buddha left the city. Being desirous of reducing the great circular journey, he led the monks, who had been so tired and fatigued because of the scarcity of food during the whole rains retreat, along the direct route, bypassing Suriya, Sakasa, and Kanakuja cities. On arriving at the crossing at Pañcaggadāyaka, the Buddha crossed the Ganges and reached Bras. At this city too he stayed for as long as he wished, and then he headed for Vesali. Having arrived at Vesali, the Buddha sojourned at Kra, the monastery with the gable, in the Great Wood. Having stayed in the Great Wood in Vesali, teaching those worthy of conversion, the Buddha left that city and eventually arrived in Savatthi and stayed at Jetavana Monastery. The birth story about the sari drink. An event then happened, leading to the relation of the birth story about the sari drink, Pañcaggadāyaka, Jal 183, by the Buddha. 500 lay devotees in the city of Savatthi left their domestic undertakings, wandered in one group with their wives from place to place, listening to the discourses of the Buddha. Among them some were stream-enterers, Sotapanna, some were once returners, Sakadagami, and the rest non-returners, Anagami. There was not a single worldling, Puthajana, amongst them. Those who extended an invitation to the Buddha included 500 lay devotees. There lived also 500 young attendants who, while waiting upon the 500 devotees, ate what was left over. After eating the leftover food at breakfast, they slept as they had nothing more to do, and when they woke up, they went to the river Asuravati and wrestled among themselves on the banks of the river, shouting loudly. Their masters, the 500 lay devotees, however, did not shout at all but kept quiet and engaged in fruition attainment, Phala Samapatti, in solitude. When the Buddha heard the loud noises of the 500 eaters of leftover food, he asked Venerable Ananda, "What are these noises, Ananda?" "These noises belong to the 500 eaters of leftover food, exalted Buddha," replied Venerable Ananda. Then the Buddha said, "Ananda, not only now do they eat leftover food and shout loudly, but in former times too they did the same thing. Not only now do these 500 devotees remain quiet, but in former times too they did so too." Upon being requested by Venerable Ananda, the Buddha related the past incident as follows. In ancient times when King Brahmadatta was reigning in Bras, the Bodhisattva was born into the family of a nobleman, and when he came of age, he became a counselor to the king. One day, hearing of a rebellion in a border area, he harnessed 500 horses of Sinhava breed and went to the border with a fourfold army. After restoring peace there, he returned to Bras and asked his officers to give the horses syrup made from grapes, saying, "These horses are fatigued. Let them have a grape drink." The officers did as they were told by the king. The 500 horses then took the flavored and tasty grape drinks and went to their stables and stayed quietly in their respective places. After giving the syrup to the horses, there was a lot of grapes remaining, but without flavor and taste. The officers asked the king, "What shall we do with the remains from the grapes?" "Comrades," said the king, "knead them in water and filter them with pieces of coarse cloth made of fibers from marsh date palms, and give the water to the mules that carry the food for the horses." The officers acted as they were ordered to by the king. The mules who carried the food loads took the filtered secondary juice and became intoxicated with pride, and they frolicked about braying, jumping, and running in the courtyard. The king opened the palace window, and looking at the courtyard, he asked the Bodhisattva, the counselor, "Look, wise man, after drinking the secondary grape juice, these 500 mules are intoxicated with pride, and they frolic, braying, jumping, and running about. But the Sinhava horses, after drinking the flavored and delicious syrup of grapes, made no sound, not showing any frolicsome behavior. They keep quiet. What is the reason?" So he put a question in the following verse, Jal 183. Vlodaka apareza nina, pitva mado jaiti gadrabna, iman ca pit vana razapada, mado na sanjayati, sindhavna. Wise man, the mules that have taken the secondary grape syrup of less taste and poor quality and filtered with a piece of cloth made of fibers from marsh date palms are intoxicated with pride. Such intoxication has not happened to the Sinhava horses, though they have taken the delicious grape juice. What is the reason? In order to give his answer to the king, he uttered the following verse. Apapivatvana nihina yako, somajati tena janinda puho, Duraya siliciae kalami jado, namajati aga reza pavitva. Your Majesty, the lowly born mule that has been affected by its insignificant birth becomes intoxicated after drinking an inconsiderable 743 amount of secondary grape syrup. The Sinhava horses that strenuously render service to the country, though he had taken the sweetest taste of the juice extracted from fresh grapes, is not intoxicated because of his birth in a high family. On hearing the Bodhisattva's saying, the king had the mules driven out from the courtyard. Taking the Bodhisattva's advice, the king performed meritorious deeds, beginning with alms giving and passed away to another existence according to his deeds, having delivered the birth story about the sari drink, Validaka Jataka, Ja 183, the Buddha concluded the story thus. The 500 mules then have now become the 500 attendants who eat the leftover food. The 500 Sinhava horses then have now become the 500 noble lay devotees. The king of Bras then is now Ananda. The wise counselor then is now I myself, the Buddha. (31) The 12th year Rāhula. The advice to Rāhula, MN 62. While the Buddha was staying at Jetavana Monastery in Savatthi, the Buddha's son, Rāhula, was then a novice of 18 years of age. He had reached his 11th year as a novice, Smara. One day the Buddha entered the city of Savatthi in the morning for alms food, and the novice Rāhula followed the Buddha closely. When the Buddha and Rāhula were thus walking, the latter close behind the former, the Buddha was as splendid looking as a grand bull elephant that marches out of a jungle to come upon the pleasant ground in a grove of sala tree in full bloom. Rāhula too was as splendid looking as a young elephant that comes close behind the bull elephant. The Buddha was as splendid looking as the lion king that marches out of his ruby cave to look for food in the evening. Rāhula too was as splendid as a young lion that comes close behind the great lion king. The Buddha was as splendid as the tiger king that marches out of his forest resembling a jade cave. Rāhula, too, was as splendid as a young tiger that comes close behind the tiger king. The Buddha was as splendid as the Garua king that emerges out of a forest of cotton trees, while Rāhula was as splendid as a young Garua that comes close behind the Garua king. The Buddha was as splendid as the golden goose king that flies up to the sky from Sataka Mount, while Rāhula was as splendid as a young golden goose that comes close behind the goose king. The Buddha was as splendid as a large golden boat that sails in Lake Shadanta, while Rāhula was as splendid as a smaller golden boat that comes behind the larger one. The Buddha was as splendid as the universal monarch who roams in the firmament by the power of his will treasure, while Rāhula was as splendid as the eldest royal son who comes close behind the monarch. The Buddha was as splendid as the moon, the lord of the stars that roams in the cloudless sky, while Rāhula was as splendid as the morning star that comes along behind the moon. The Buddha was born in the lineage of King Okaka, a descendant from Mahā. So was the novice Rāhula. The Buddha belonged to the warrior class, Katiya, having a birth that was as pure as the milk poured into a conch. So was Rāhula. The Buddha's body was adorned with the 32 marks of a great person and was as attractive to the hearts of others as a jeweled gatepost erected at the gate of a celestial city or as a coral tree is when it is in full bloom. So was Rāhula's body. In this manner, these two extraordinary men, noble ones, who had realized their unique aspirations of the past, who had become ascetics from out of the ruling class, who possessed royal gentleness, who had golden complexions, and who bore the marks of a great man, walked along the same road, being resplendent as though they were to overcome by means of their own splendor, the splendor of 2 moons, 2 suns, and each pair of such deities as Saka, Suyama, Sanasita, Sanimita, Vasavati, Mahā, Brahma, and others. While they were thus resplendent, Rāhula, closely following the Buddha from behind, watched his father carefully from the surface of the soles up to the tip of the hair, and saw his father's resplendence generated by the glory of a Buddha. Wonderstruck, he thought thus, as his body frame is exquisite with the 32 major marks and surrounded by body luster, he is resplendent as though he were amidst the drizzle of gold dust, as a golden mountain encircled by streaks of lightning, as a golden gatepost exquisite with the 7 kinds of gems that are strung on mechanical threads, as a golden mountain screened by red rugs, though he is attired in dark red rag robes, as a golden gatepost inlaid and adorned with coral creepers, as a golden shrine honored with vermilion powder, as a golden sacrificial post painted with lac, as the moon that rises all of a sudden from between red clouds. The Buddha's possession of splendor that is caused by the power of his perfections, 30 in all, is endlessly amazing. Thereafter he looked at his own self and developed craving associated with household life on account of his own frame. I am of beauty too. If the Buddha were a universal monarch, lord of the four continents, he would have appointed me chief, Pañcaggadāyaka, the position reserved for the eldest son. In that case, the whole of Jambudvipa would become splendid. While the Buddha was walking ahead, it occurred to him thus: now the body of my son Rāhula has grown full with flesh and blood. It is a time when one's mind restlessly wanders about all the attractive objects such as sights, sounds, etc. I wonder with what thoughts he is occupied now while he passes away his time. While the Buddha was thus reflecting, he found out clearly his son's thoughts were accompanied by greed and craving towards the household life. Ghosaka. He found out Rāhula's thoughts as though he saw a moving fish in clear water, and as though he saw his own image in the round mirror. This led him to decide as follows. While following behind me, my son, the novice Rāhula, had developed craving for the household life on account of his own body, thinking, I am beautiful. My appearance is pure and clean. Landing not at a right path and following a wrong path, he directs his mind to unworthy sense objects. Like a traveling man who has lost his way, he is heading for a place which is not worth visiting. If the arising defilement of greed were to stay in him and be allowed to grow, this would not give him a chance to see clearly his own welfare, as well as that of others, in their true perspective. This will lead him to the four suffering states of purgatory, animals, pitas, and asuras, and also to conception in a mother's cramped womb. Thus will he be thrown into the wheel of sasra that knows no beginning, animataga. In fact, this greed produces what is fruitless. It destroys the meritorious consciousness. Owing to it, a terrible danger may occur in one's mental continuum, which is not seen by men. One who is craving does not see the cause and its effect clearly. When a being is overwhelmed by greed, complete darkness reigns. A big mechanized boat, fully loaded with treasures, is not to be neglected, even for a moment, if water is seeping in through the breakage of the planks, and as the breakage should be blocked up quickly, so the novice Rāhula should not be negligently left aside. Before the defilement of greed destroys the treasures of the virtuous, such as morality and the like, that have accrued to him, I shall subdue those moral defilements of his. In such an event, the Buddha used to look back by turning around his whole body, like a bull elephant, which is called the elephant look, Nagavilakkana. The Buddha stood, after turning his whole body as though a golden statue was turning mechanically, and he addressed Rāhula. Rāhula, there is matter, rupa, of the past, matter of the future, and matter of the present. Matter inside the body and matter outside the body. Rough matter and soft matter. Bad matter and good matter. Far matter and near matter. All this matter of these 11 kinds is not mine. It is not I, it is not myself. Thus must matter be contemplated as it really is through insight, vipassana, knowledge, and wisdom. When Rāhula asked, Exalted Buddha, must only matter be contemplated thus? Gracious one, must only matter be contemplated thus? The Buddha answered, Matter must be contemplated thus. Rāhula, sensation, Vedana, must be contemplated thus. Perception, Sana, must be contemplated thus. Volition, Sakra, must be contemplated thus. Consciousness, Vaya, must be contemplated thus. On receiving the Buddha's reply, Venerable Rāhula considered thus. After knowing the craving that has its base in my body, the fortunate one did not admonish me indirectly, saying to the effect that a monk should not have such an idea. Neither did he send a messenger to me saying, Go, monk, ask him not to have such an idea. In fact, he stood face to face with me and gave me a Buddha's instruction as though he seized a thief together with the stolen property, catching hold of his top knot. Hard it is to get a Buddha's advice, even in the long duration of uncountable asakya eons. Who, on getting the instruction of a Buddha in person, would care to enter a town or a village for food if he were truly wise? Accordingly, Rāhula gave up his alms food round and turned back from the spot where he heard the Buddha's exhortation without following the Buddha further, and sat down at the foot of a tree. Though the Buddha saw Rāhula turning back, he did not forbid him by saying, Rāhula, do not go back yet. This is the time for you to go on alms round, for he had conceived an idea. Let Rāhula take the food of immortality of the body-related mindfulness, kaya gadasuddhi, for the day. Venerable Sariputta's daily duties. The duties of Venerable Sariputta, while he was staying alone, were different from those when he was staying together with the Buddha. While the two chief disciples were staying alone, they would sweep their residential ground early in the morning, wash themselves, engage in absorption, jhana, sit quietly, and go on alms round, each according to his wish. While they were staying with the Buddha, the two chief disciples would not do so. While they were thus staying with the Buddha, in the company of the monks, first went for alms food. When the Buddha had left thus for alms, Venerable Sariputta would come out from his cell, and being aware that a residence of monks is a place which can sometimes be made pleasant by themselves or which cannot be done so at other times, he would go round the precincts and sweep the place that had not been swept, dispose of the rubbish that had not been disposed of, keep a drinking water pot at a suitable distance where there was none. Visiting a sick monk, he would ask, "Friend, what food shall I bring for you? Which food do you want to have?" He would also go to those who had not observed even a single rain's retreat, Vasa, and advise them, "Friends, be happy in the Buddha's dispensation, but do not be indolent." The Buddha's teaching contains practice as its essence. Having done all these, he would go on alms round following the other monastics. For example, when the universal monarch, the lord of the four continents, desired to go to a certain place, he marched out first with the fourfold army. His eldest son, the vice chief, followed him supervising the troops. In the same way, the fortunate one, the universal monarch of the true law, who set in motion the Dhamma wheel, went in the company of monks first. Venerable Sariputta, the Buddha's eldest son and his vice chief, the general of the Dhamma, went on alms round following all other monastics after performing all his duties mentioned above. When Venerable Sariputta, as the last person, went out for alms after finishing his work in the Jetavana monastery on that very day, he saw Venerable Rāhula seated cross-legged with his body upright, cultivating mindfulness, and urged him with encouraging words to develop the meditation of mindfulness on the in-breath and out-breath. Kasibhāradvāja Rāhula. Develop the meditation of mindfulness on the in-breath and out-breath. When the meditation of mindfulness on the in-breath and out-breath is developed, when it is repeatedly developed, it will be of great benefit. In this way, the Buddha and Venerable Sariputta gave Rāhula meditation on matter and meditation of mindfulness on the in-breath and out-breath respectively, and went away. Rāhula remained at the monastery. Although, knowing that Rāhula was left behind, the Buddha did not personally bring food for him, nor did he send food through Venerable Ananda, nor did he inform his male and female supporters, such as King Pasenadi, Anthapika, the wealthy merchant, etc., of the matter. Had they known of this, they would have pots of food conveyed by means of a carrying pole. Like the Buddha, Venerable Sariputta did nothing. For that very day, Venerable Rāhula received no food at all and had none whatsoever. Despite his being deprived of provisions thus, he did not mind a bit, thinking, "Though the fortunate one knows that I have been left behind at the monastery, he does not bring in person the food he obtained, nor does he send through somebody else, nor does he tell lay people of the matter. Though my preceptor also knows that I have remained behind at the monastery, he too does nothing for me. How could there be a low or high opinion, contempt or admiration in him on account of that? There was neither. In the morning as well as in the daytime, he engaged in meditation on the element of matter as taught by the Buddha. It is true that matter is impermanent for such and such a reason. It is true that matter is suffering for such and such a reason. It is true that matter is unpleasant for such and such a reason. It is true that matter is insubstantial for such and such a reason. He reflected thus incessantly like a man who urgently kindles a fire. And in the evening he pondered, I have been instructed by my preceptor to develop the meditation of mindfulness on the in-breath and out-breath. I will take up his instruction. In fact, one who does not follow the advice of one's preceptor is one who is hard to exhort. Dabaka. There is no worse oppression for me than a censure by my fellow monks saying, Rāhula is hard to exhort. He does not even follow his preceptor's advice. Desiring to ask about the meditation of mindfulness on the in-breath and out-breath, he came out from his cell and approached the Buddha. Paying obeisance most respectfully, he sat down in a blameless place and asked, "Exalted Buddha, how is the meditation of mindfulness on the in-breath and out-breath developed? How is it repeatedly developed so that it becomes to be of great benefit?" Then the Buddha explained to Rāhula in detail. 1. How to develop meditation on the 20 portions kosa of the earth element, on the 12 portions of the water element, on the 4 portions of the fire element, on the 6 portions of the wind element, which altogether are the great elements, Mahā Buddha, on the space element, which is a dependent matter, Upada Rupa. 2. How to develop meditation on the unshakable signs, Tadi Bhava Laṅkā, the characteristics of which are similar to those of the elements of earth, water, fire, wind, and space. On loving kindness, metta, on compassion, kuru, on altruistic joy, mudita, on equanimity, upekkha, on unpleasantness, asubha, on the perception of impermanence, anicca. The Buddha gave a discourse which included the advantages, urging him to practice all these forms of meditation. On the meditation of mindfulness on the in-breath and out-breath, which formed the original question put forth by Rāhula, the Buddha explained it in detail, showing the benefit derived therefrom. Discourses to Venerable Rāhula. Several discourses were delivered to Venerable Rāhula by the Buddha. 1. The questions for a novice, Smara Panha, KHB 4. 2. The advice to Rāhula 748, given in Māgaṇḍiya Park, Māgaṇḍiya Rāhulavada Sutta, MN 61. 3. The continual advice to Rāhula, Abhiha Rāhulavada Sutta, SNP 2.13. 4. The thematic discourses connected with Rāhula, Rāhula Sayutta, SN 18. 5. The long discourse giving advice to Rāhula, Mahā Rāhulavada Sutta, MN 62. 6. The short discourse giving advice to Rāhula, Kā Rāhulavada Sutta, MN 147. The gist of these discourses is as follows. At the time when the Buddha visited the palace at Kapilavatthu for the first time and met Prince Rāhula, who was then 7 years old, the prince asked for his inheritance, grasping the edge of the Buddha's robe, and said, "Father, you whose defilements have all been put away, please grant me my inheritance." Accordingly, the Buddha handed him over to Venerable Sariputta to ordain him as a novice. 1. Thereafter the Buddha decided to make some exhortations to Rāhula, for he thought, children tend to speak of all kinds of things, proper as well as improper. He then summoned his son and said, "Rāhula, a novice should not indulge in animal talk, Tirakana Katha, such as those about princes and rulers and the like, which are not conducive to the paths and fruitions. Dear son, if you wish to talk about such and such Dhamma." And the Buddha gave Rāhula a discourse, the questions for a novice by name, containing 10 questions and 55 answers that are never left out by all Buddhas from their teaching. 2. Again the Buddha considered. Children are liable to tell lies. They are likely to say, "I see," when they do not, or "I do not see," when they do see. Therefore I shall exhort Rāhula in advance. Hence, he taught the advice to Rāhula given in Māgaṇḍiya Park, which enumerates 7 examples in order. First, the 4 examples of water cups which can be easily seen by the eye, the 2 examples of an elephant in warfare, and 1 example of a mirror. 3. Besides these, the Buddha taught Rāhula another discourse which forbade the arising of craving for the 4 requisites, which removed desire, greed, and craving for the 5 sensual pleasures, and explained the significant advantages of association with good friends. For the thematic discourses connected with Rāhula teach him not to develop craving and desire for the 3 kinds of existence wherever one is born. 5. The long discourse giving advice to Rāhula was delivered in order not to cultivate the householder's lust Ghosaka Chandaraga, thinking, "I am beautiful, my look is clear and serene," with reference to one's body. 6. After that, when the Buddha was in his 14th year, as an awakened one, when Rāhula was newly ordained as a monastic, but had not yet completed a rains retreat, Vasa, the short discourse giving advice to Rāhula was taught, so that Rāhula might become an arahat right away. Of the above discourses, nothing can be said of the date of the deliverance of the continual advice to Rāhula. In fact, it was taught by the Buddha off and on. 1-2. The questions for a novice and the advice to Rāhula given in Māgaṇḍiya Park were delivered when Rāhula was a young novice of 7 years old. 4. The thematic discourses connected with Rāhula was given occasionally during the period between Rāhula's novitiate, which commenced when he was 7, and his ordination as a young monastic who had not yet observed even a single rains retreat. 5. The teaching of the long discourse giving advice to Rāhula took place when Rāhula was 18. 6. The teaching of the short discourse giving advice to Rāhula took place when Rāhula had just become a monastic with no experience even for a rains retreat vasa. Among these discourses, the continual advice to Rāhula was given in order to exhort Rāhula incessantly. 1. The questions for a novice was taught to make Rāhula avoid talking about improper things. 2. The advice to Rāhula given in Māgaṇḍiya Park was to instruct him not to tell lies knowingly. 3. The thematic discourses connected with Rāhula was given in order to let Rāhula receive the doctrine concerning insight meditation vipassana. 4. The long discourse giving advice to Rāhula was taught in order to eradicate the 5 sensual pleasures, the craving and greed for household life. 5. The short discourse giving advice to Rāhula was given in order for Rāhula to become an arahat when the 15 maturities of freedom, vimutti paripākkhaniya, had ripened in him while he was still just a freshman in the community of monastics. With reference to this point, Venerable Rāhula, desirous of extolling the Buddha's virtues, spoke in the midst of monastics as follows. Kikiva bja kamari valam uttama, napako sila sampano, mama raki tathagato. As a female pheasant protects her egg, as a yak safeguards his precious tail, so the fortunate one, my father, the apple of the eye to the 3 classes of beings, has sheltered me, his own flesh and blood, in the manner of which is comparable to that adopted by the pheasant or the yak, so that I might become an arahat. In this way, many discourses were delivered by the Buddha in connection with Venerable Rāhula. (32a) The 13th Rains Retreat, Meghiya. After staying at the Jetavana Monastery in Savatthi during the period after the 12th Rains Retreat, Vasa, and converting and exhorting such beings as humans, Devas and Brahmas, through the long discourse giving advice to Rāhula, Mahā MN 62, and other discourses, the Buddha arrived eventually at the town of Kalika. Having arrived there, he took up residence at the monastery on the hill, named Kalika, and observed the 13th Rains Retreat, Vasa. Herein there was moving marshy soil all around the town, except in the area of the town gate. As the marshland was unsteady, the town in the middle of that land gave the impression of being shaky to those who viewed it from afar. Therefore, the town was called Kalika, shaky. There stood a hill near the town. As the entire hill was white, it too looked shaky to those who saw it during the observance, Upastha, days of the dark fortnight. Hence its name also was Kalika. On the top of the hill was a big monastery built for the Buddha by his male and female supporters. The Buddha spent the 13th Rains Retreat at the Kalika Monastery on Kalika Hill. Discourse to Venerable Meghiya, UD 4.1. While the Buddha was thus observing the 13th Rains Retreat, Vasa, at the big monastery on the Kalika Hill, Meghiya was the temporary attendant fulfilling the major and minor duties to the Buddha. Explanation. The Buddha had no permanent attendant, Upaka, during the first 20 Rains Retreats, Vasa, called the first period after awakening, Pahama Bodhi. Sometimes Venerable Nagasamala, sometimes Venerable Najita, sometimes Venerable Upavana, sometimes the monk Sanakata, a former Lichavi prince, sometimes Venerable Kunda, a younger brother of Venerable Sariputta, sometimes Venerable Sagata, and sometimes Venerable Meghiya waited upon the Buddha. During the Buddha's 13th Rains Retreat, at the big monastery on the Kalika Hill, it was Venerable Meghiya who was serving the Buddha temporarily. Then one day, Venerable Meghiya approached the Buddha and fell at his feet in veneration. Then while standing, he said, "Exalted Buddha, I would like to enter the village of Jantu on alms round. Meghiya, replied the Buddha, you know the time for going, which means, you may go as you wish. So Venerable Meghiya entered the village of Jantu on alms round, and after finishing his meal, he left Janta for the bank of the river Kimik, Black Worm, where he took a leisure walk to and fro. While he was doing so, he saw a mango grove which was very appealing with its trees standing not very far from one another in green foliage, pleasant with its dark shade and excellent landscape, and delightful as it amused the hearts of those who happened to enter it. Seeing thus, the following thought arose. This mango grove is appealing, pleasant, and delightful. It is a place proper for those clansmen who are desirous of practicing meditation. If the exalted Buddha were to permit me, I should come back here for meditation practice. Then Venerable Meghiya returned to the Buddha and paid homage to him. While sitting, he reported the matter in detail, beginning from his entry into the village for alms food to the occurrence of his idea to revisit the mango grove for meditation practice. He added this request: Exalted Buddha, provided you give me permission, I would like to go back to the mango grove to meditate there. Being requested thus, the Buddha prohibited his going there. Wait, dear Meghiya. At the moment, I am alone. Wait till someone else comes. For a second time Meghiya made the request. Exalted Buddha, as you have accomplished the 16-fold task of the path, you have nothing else to accomplish, nor have you to develop what has been accomplished. As for me, Exalted Buddha, I have yet to accomplish the 16-fold task of the path completely. Also, I have yet to develop further what has been accomplished. If the exalted Buddha gives me permission, I would like to go to the mango grove to meditate there. For the second time, also the Buddha rejected Meghiya's request, saying as before, Wait, dear Meghiya, at the moment I am alone. Wait till someone else comes. For the third time Meghiya made the request. This time the Buddha did not bar him, but said, Dear Meghiya, how can we Buddhas prevent somebody who is asking for meditation? Dear Meghiya, do as you think fit. Then Venerable Meghiya rose from his seat, made obeisance to the Buddha, and went to the mango grove. Having entered the grove, he sat at the foot of a tree to spend the day. The stone slab at the foot of the tree where Meghiya was then sitting was the same one he had used as a seat, happily surrounded by various dancers, when he was a ruler in his 500 successive existences in the past. The moment he sat, it appeared as though his monkhood had slipped away. He felt, as in a dream, that he had assumed kingship, being accompanied by dancers and sitting under a white umbrella and on the throne worthy of noble personages. Then with his attachment to royal luxuries, there gradually arose in him unwholesome thoughts of sensuality, kama vitaka, connected with sensual objects, vatha kama. At that moment, he saw as in a dream 2 thieves who had been caught red-handed were brought and placed before him. Thoughts of ill will, vyapada vitaka, gradually occurred to him as he had to pass a sentence to execute one of the thieves. Thoughts of violence, vihis vitaka, gradually took place in him as he had to pass a sentence to imprison the other one. In this way, the 3 kinds of unwholesome thoughts, sensual thoughts, thoughts of ill will, and violent thoughts, besieged Meghiya, giving him no chance to escape, as a tree overwhelmingly entangled by creepers or as a honey-gathering man is overpowered when stung by bees. Then Venerable Meghiya reflected, Oh, how strange it is! Oh, how unusual it is! We are the ones who have renounced the world and joined the Sangha through faith sada. Yet we are overcome by the 3 wicked, unwholesome thoughts of sensuality, ill will, and violence. As Venerable Meghiya was seized by the 3 unwholesome thoughts from all sides, he was not able to do what was proper to meditation. Certainly, it was only after foreseeing this that the far-sighted fortunate one had prohibited me, he thought, in thinking further. I must report this to the master. He rose from his seat and went to the Kalika hill where the Buddha was. Having paid his respect, he sat at a proper place and related what had happened to him. Exalted Buddha, these 3 wicked, unwholesome thoughts of sensuality, ill will, and violence repeatedly arose in me as I was staying in that mango grove. As these thoughts repeatedly arose in me, I reflected, Oh, how strange it is! Oh, how unusual it is! We are the ones who have renounced the world and joined the Sangha through faith sada. Yet we are overcome by the three wicked, unwholesome thoughts of sensuality, ill will, and violence. When Venerable Meghiya had finished relating what had happened to him, he sat down, and while he was sitting down, the Buddha, being desirous of giving him an appropriate Dhamma talk, uttered the following. Meghiya, there are 5 factors that would lead the mind's liberation from defilements to maturity, and so on. Dear Meghiya, the following 5 factors help make immature mental liberation mature. These 5 are 1. Association with good friends. 2. Having morality. 3. Listening to and reflection on the 10 kinds of speech. 4. Having developed energy. 5. Having wisdom as to the arising and falling nature of things. Only when one is associated with a good friend, which forms the first factor, can one acquire the remaining 4. Dear Meghiya, having established himself in the said 5 factors, an earnest practicing Yagavakara, monastic must go to the next stage, which is developing 4 things. He must develop notions of the loathsomeness of things, asubha, to eradicate lust, raga. He must develop mindfulness of breathing in and out, anapanasati, to eradicate distracting thoughts, vitakka. And he must develop the perception of impermanence, anicasana, to eradicate egoistic conceit, mana. True, Meghiya, to the one who perceives impermanence, perception of non-self, anitta-sana, manifests, the one who perceives non-self can shed his egoistic conceit and realize nibbana even in the present life. Knowing this, the Buddha breathed forth the following 2 verses of exalted utterances. Yadana 4.1. Kuta vitakka sakoma vitakka, anagata maneso upalava, ida vidva maneso vitak, hurhura davadi banasido. Inferior thoughts and subtle thoughts follow the mind and make it frisky. He who does not understand these thoughts is not stable mentally and runs from one sense object to another. Itca vidva maneso vitak, adapio savrat sadama, anagate maneso upalave, assessam eat pajahasi buddho. Understanding these thoughts, the noble disciple, Sutta Buddha, endowed with energy that can burn up mental defilements and who has mindfulness, is able to block the thoughts that follow the mind and make it frisky. The noble disciple, who understands the 4 truths, is able to abandon the thoughts of sensuality and others completely. To Venerable Meghiya, who had returned to the Buddha as he was entangled by the 3 wicked and unwholesome thoughts and could not meditate in that mango grove, the Buddha said, "You have done something seriously wrong, for you left me alone, although I begged you, saying, 'Wait, dear Meghiya, at the moment I am alone. Wait till someone else comes.' A monastic should not yield to the desire of the mind. The mind is light and quick. One should try only to keep it under one's control." Then the Buddha uttered the following 2 verses, DHB 33-34. Fandana kapala siddha, draka dunavreya, uju karoti medhavi, usu karo va tajana. Dear Meghiya, just as a proud, brave Fletcher makes the curved arrow straight to his satisfaction by scorching it, even so a man with penetrative knowledge can make his mind upright by scorching it by means of energy, both physical and mental. The mind, which is excitable by the 6 sense objects, such as form, rupa, sound, sada, etc., which is not stable but fickle in a single sense object, which cannot be fixed in a proper sense object, and is thus difficult to control, can hardly be prevented from wandering about the improper sense objects. Variho va, fail kiddo, okamakata ubhado, parafandata siddha, mara diya patev. Dear Meghiya, just as the fish born in water, when taken out of its watery abode and thrown on land, restlessly jumps about, even so the mind in pursuit of the enjoyment of the 5 sense objects, when taken out from the vast watery expanse of sensual pleasure and kept on the land of insight meditation, vipassana, in order to abandon the evil defilements within oneself in the manner of abandoning by cutting off, samukkata pahana, restlessly hops about almost to death as it is away from the 5 water, like sense objects, and heated by the 4 kinds of energy in the form of strenuous meditation. At the end of these Dhamma verses, Venerable Meghiya was established in the fruition of stream entry, Sotapaddi. Many other people also became stream enterers, Sotapanna, or noble ones. 32b. The 14th Rains Retreat, Rāhula. After observing the 13th Rains Retreat, Vasa, at the big monastery on Kalika Hill, near Kalika town, and teaching worthy beings by means of the Dhamma talks, such as the discourse to Meghiya, Meghiya Sutta, UD 4.1, etc., as has been mentioned above, and after remaining there for the post-Rains Retreat period for as long as there existed beings to be enlightened, the Buddha set out from there, administering the cool water of elixir to humans, devas, and brahmas. Eventually, he arrived in Savatthi and stayed at the Jetavana monastery to observe the 14th Rains Retreat. Venerable Sariputta and Venerable Mahā Moggallāna. At that time, Venerable Sariputta went with his follower monks to a certain big monastery in the district and spent the rainy season. The people of the district visited Venerable Sariputta and promised to give him a large number of robes for the Rains Retreat, Vasa. Having performed the invitation, Pavara, ceremony at the end of the Rains Retreat, Venerable Sariputta, being desirous of visiting the Buddha even before the Rains Retreat robes were offered, said to the monks, "Friends, when the lay devotees bring Rains Retreat robes for the young monks and novices, accept them and send them to me, or store them well and give the message to me." Having said thus, Venerable Sariputta set out to visit the Buddha. When he arrived in Savatthi, many monks whispered among themselves, saying, "Friends, still Venerable Sariputta appears to have greed." That was why he came to the Fortunate One only after saying to the monks, who remained there, "When the lay devotees bring Rains Retreat robes for the young monks and novices, accept them and send them to me, or store them well and give the message to me." When the Buddha came to the assembly of monks, he asked, "Monks, what are you talking about?" When the monks replied that they were talking about such and such a matter, the Buddha said, "Monks, in my eldest son, Sariputta, there is not the slightest amount of greed. Indeed, he left word with his disciples because he thought to himself thus, 'Let the meritorious deeds of the devotees not decrease. Let the righteous acquisition of robes for the young monks and novices not decrease.'" Thereafter he uttered the following verse, DHB 420. Asa yasa navajani, asmi lok parami ca, nursa visayuta, tam, aha brumi brahma. O my dear sons, my dear monks, in the mental continuum of an arahat whose pollutants asava are gone, craving that clings to things does not exist, not even the minutest part of it, in the present world as well as in the next, as it has been broken and uprooted through the fourfold path knowledge in the manner of abandoning by cutting off samukkata pahana. The arahat whose pollutants, asava, are gone, who is totally emancipated from the 108-fold craving, and who is dissociated from every kind of mental defilement, him naturally do I declare a true Brahmin. By the end of the Dhamma talk, a large multitude of people attained the fruition of stream entry, sotapatti, and so on. As Venerable Sariputta was misunderstood by the monks who said that Venerable Sariputta seemed to have greed, so was Venerable Moggallāna once misunderstood too. His incident was somewhat similar to that of Venerable Sariputta. What was different in the case of Venerable Moggallāna was, after asserting that there was no greed in him, the Buddha 755 gave another verse as follows, DHB 411. Yasalaya na vajanti, anaya akathakath, amatagatam anapada, tam, aha brumi brahma. O my dear sons, my dear monks, in the mental continuum of an arahat whose pollutants, asava, are gone, craving that clings to things does not exist, not even the slightest part of it, as it has been broken and uprooted through the fourfold knowledge in the manner of abandoning by cutting off samukkata pahana. Having analytically understood the three treasures, the triple training and the dependent origination, paika samuppada, will in their true nature, he is free from doubt. The arahat whose pollutants, asava, are gone, who has plunged wisely into the deathless nibbana and became an arahat straightway, him naturally do I declare a true Brahmin. By the end of this Dhamma talk, a large multitude of people attained the fruition of stream entry, sotapatti, and so on. Rāhula attains awakening. The Buddha was still staying at Jetavana, Savatthi, observing the 14th Rains Retreat, Vasa, in that city. At that time, Rāhula had completed 20 years of age and had become a newly ordained monk and had not completed a rains retreat as a monastic. One day, at daybreak, when the Buddha surveyed the world of beings, a thought arose in him. The 15 maturities of freedom, Vimutti Paripakkhiniya Dhamma, have now ripened in Rāhula. What if I were to exhort and guide him so that he would take a step further towards the attainment of the paths and fruitions of awakening? Herein, the 15 factors leading to awakening are 3 factors with reference to faith, saddha. 1. Dissociation from faithless persons. 2. Association with faithful persons. 3. Reflection on discourses causing faith. 3 factors with reference to energy, Meghiya. 4. Dissociation from lazy persons. 5. Association with energetic persons. 6. Reflection on discourses causing energy. 3 factors with reference to mindfulness, sati. 7. Dissociation from unmindful persons. 8. Association with mindful persons. 9. Reflection on discourses causing mindfulness. 3 factors with reference to concentration, samadhi. 10. Dissociation from persons of unconcentrated mind. 11. Association with persons of concentrated mind. 12. Reflection on discourses causing absorption, jhana, and emancipation, vimukha. 3 factors with reference to wisdom, paññā. 13. Dissociation from unwise persons. 14. Association with wise persons. 15. Reflection on the profound wisdom discourses. Besides the 5 faculties, indriya, faith, saddha, energy, viriya, mindfulness, sati, concentration, samadhi, and wisdom, paññā. The 5 perceptions of weariness, nibbida, bhagiyasana, the perception of impermanence, and nikasana, suffering, dukkasana, non-self, anittasana, abandoning, pahanasana, and freedom from lust, viragasana. The 5 factors as contained in the discourse to Meghiya. UD 4.1 Association with good friends, having morality, listening to and reflection on the 10 kinds of speech, having 756 developed energy, and having wisdom as to the arising and falling nature of things, Udayabhayasana. These also make the 15 factors of emancipation, Vimutti. Having conceived this idea, the Buddha entered Savatthi city in the morning for alms, and after finishing his meal, he departed from the alms resort and said to Rāhula, "Bring a mat to sit on, Rāhula, and let us go to the Anhavana grove to spend the day there." "Very well, exalted Buddha," he answered, and followed the Buddha, closely carrying the mat. At that time, several thousands of devas and brahmas who had resolved to have certain spiritual attainments together with Pāḷileyyaka, the Naga king, who was to become Rāhula, in the presence of the Buddha Pajamuttara 100,000 eons ago, also followed the Buddha in close succession with the belief that the Fortunate One would exhort and teach Rāhula so that he would take a step further towards the attainment of the paths and fruitions of awakening. Herein, these several thousands of devas and brahmas, who had resolved spiritually 100,000 eons ago and had been waiting, asked among themselves, when will the Fortunate One's exhortation and guidance take place so that Rāhula would become an arahat as a further step? When the Buddha thought of exhorting and guiding Rāhula, as his faculties, such as faith, energy, etc., had finally grown, these several thousands of celestial beings, who had been longing all the time for that opportune moment of the Buddha's thinking, for they had shared the desire for spiritual growth, assembled in the Anhavana grove, knowing that conditions were thus becoming favorable to them as well. Yasarada in the Anhavana grove. Herein a short account of the Anhavana grove near Savatthi city will be reproduced from the exposition on the discourse about the anthill, Vamika Sutta, MN 23. The grove was widely known as Anhavana in the time of 2 Buddhas, that is Buddha Kassapa and our Buddha Gautama. Explanation. The body relics of the Buddhas who are of short span of life do not become one mass. In accordance with their resolution, they disintegrate. Therefore, our Buddha, who is of short lifespan, considered thus, "I shall not exist long. As my lifespan is short, only a small number of beings will be able to see me. There are far more beings who have no chance to do so. They will carry my relics to different places to worship and attain celestial abodes. Consequently, he resolved immediately before his Parinibbana, may my bodily relics disintegrate. Hence the breaking up of the relics of our Buddha. The bodily relics of the long-lived Buddhas, however, remain as a mass like solid gold. As Buddha Kassapa, who appeared at a time when the people's lifespan was 20,000 years, was long-lived, his relics remained, taking a solid form. Then the people discussed among themselves. The relic remains in a solid form. It cannot be broken up. What shall we do with it? After discussion, they agreed on constructing a solid shrine, Satya, which was the one and only monument. They decided unanimously that its size should be 1 league in height as well as in circumference. When they discussed the bricks and cement, they made decisions to lay bricks of gold, each costing 100,000 on the outer side, while bricks of gold, each costing 50,000 on the inner side. For cement, realgar and orpiment powder and oil for liquid were used. There were to be 4 gates, of which one was the king's undertaking, another, for Prince Pahavinras, still another, the undertaking of the officials led by the general, and the final one being that of the people led by the chief merchant. Of these 4 groups, the first 3 were men of wealth. So they took their own gold and started their work at their respective gates. But there was delay in the work assigned to the last group as its members did not have sufficient wealth. Then a lay devotee who was well versed in the 3 baskets, Tapiyaka, and who was a non-returner anagami, named Yasarada, understanding the reason for the delay, prepared 500 carts and 757 went round the country, crying out to the citizens and urging them to participate in the act of merit. People, countrymen, Buddha Kassapa has now attained Parinibbana after existing like a great golden mountain for 20,000 years. A great jeweled shrine, 1 league in measurement, to house the only bodily relic of that Buddha, is under construction. Please contribute whatever you can afford, whether gold, silver, gems of the 7 kinds, realgar, or orpiment. The people generously gave gold, silver, and other materials as much as they could. Those who could not afford participated in the act of merit by giving rice, oil, and the like. The non-returner, anagami, lay devotee, Yasarada, had rice, oil, pulses, etc., sent as provisions for the workers. He bought gold with the remaining things on the barter system and had it sent. In this way, roaming all over Jambudvipa, he received donations and handed them over for the work. When construction was finished, the executive elders from the work site of the shrine gave a letter to him saying, "The construction of the shrine has been finished. Please, master, come and pay homage to it." Yasarada had also sent a letter with a message reading, "I have urged and made the whole of Jambudvipa take part in this meritorious act. Try to complete the shrine by using whatever is available." The 2 letters crossed midway, but the letter from the work site reached him earlier. Having read the letter, Yasarada thought, "I should pay homage to the shrine," and set out alone. On the way, 500 robbers were terrorizing travelers in a forest grove. Some of them saw the devotee and told the others. This elderly man had collected gold and silver from the entire Jambudvipa. Pots of gold are rolling on, and they seized him. Then Yasarada asked, "Young men, why did you seize me?" The robbers replied, "You have collected all the gold and silver from the entire Jambudvipa. You must give us a little each out of that gold and silver. Do you know, young men, that Buddha Kassapa has attained Parinibbana? A great shrine of 1 league in size for enshrining the body relic of that Buddha is being built. For that great edifice, I have tried to get the people involved in this act of merit. It is not for me. And whatever I receive, I send to the work site from the place of donation. I have nothing, not a single thing that is worthy other than the clothes on my body." Then some robbers said, "What the gentleman told us is true, so let us set him free." But others asserted, "This man is honored by the king as well as by the ministers. On seeing any of us in a street at town center, he would disclose the matter to them and bring misfortune to us." Thus they spoke, representing those who did not want to free him. Yasarada, the non-returner, anagami, lay devotee, assured them, saying, "Young men, I will not create trouble for you. He said so out of compassion for the robbers, but not because he had attachment for his life. Then a dispute arose among the robbers, one group willing to continue his detention and the other willing to let him go. Finally, the former group won more votes and Yasarada was slain. At that very moment, as they committed a grave crime to the extent of slaying a highly virtuous man, a non-returner, Anagami, the eyes of the robbers suddenly went blind, as the flame of an oil lamp is extinguished. The 500 robbers moved about touching this and that with their hands, and each of them wailing, "Where are my eyes?" Some who had relatives were taken by their relatives to their respective homes. Others who had no kinsfolk had to live there miserably in leaf-roofed huts under the trees in the forest. People who came to the forest took pity on the blind robbers and gave rice, meal packets, and other kinds of food to them, as much as they could. Those who went there for gathering vegetables were asked on their return, "Friends, where have you been?" And they answered, "We have been to the forest of the blind in Havana." In this way, the forest came to be known, far and wide, as An Havana during the dispensations of the two Buddhas. What was peculiar about it was its location near a deserted district during the Buddha Kasapa's ministry. During the ministry of our Buddha, however, it stood at the back of the Jetavana monastery, near the city of Savatthi, like a meditation center where clansmen, wanting the calm of the five-sense objects, stay. The short discourse giving advice to Rāhula. What follows is based on the short discourse giving advice to Rāhula, Ka Rāhula Vadasutta, MN 147. The Buddha then entered the An Havana and sat on the seat prepared under a certain tree nearby Venerable Rāhula, who, having done obeisance respectfully to the Buddha, took a seat. To Rāhula, who had thus taken his seat, the Buddha gave the following Dhamma talk. Buddha, my dear son Rāhula, what do you think of what I am going to ask you now? Is the sensitive matter called I permanent or impermanent? Rāhula, impermanent, venerable sir. Buddha, is the impermanent sensitive matter called I unsatisfactory or satisfactory? Rāhula, unsatisfactory, venerable sir. Buddha, should the impermanent unsatisfactory and changeable sensitive matter called I be taken falsely through craving as mine, Adamama, through conceit as I is Soha Asmi, and through wrong view as myself, Esomiyata? Rāhula, no, venerable sir. Buddha, my dear son Rāhula, what do you think of what I'm going to ask you now? Is this or that form called object permanent or impermanent? Rāhula, impermanent, venerable sir. Buddha, is this impermanent form called object unsatisfactory or satisfactory? Rāhula, unsatisfactory, venerable sir. Buddha, should this or that impermanent unsatisfactory and changeable form called object be taken falsely through craving as mine, through conceit as I, and through wrong view as myself? Rāhula, no, venerable sir. Buddha, my dear son Rāhula, what do you think of what I am going to ask you now? Is I consciousness, kakhu vaya, the element of seeing, permanent or impermanent? Rāhula, impermanent, venerable sir. Buddha, is the impermanent I consciousness unsatisfactory or satisfactory? Rāhula, unsatisfactory, venerable sir. Buddha, should the impermanent unsatisfactory and changeable I consciousness be taken falsely through craving as mine, through conceit as I, and through wrong view as myself? Rāhula, no, venerable sir. Buddha, my dear son Rāhula, what do you think of what I am going to ask you now? Is I contact, kakusamphasa, permanent or impermanent? Rāhula, impermanent, venerable sir. Buddha, is the impermanent I contact unsatisfactory or satisfactory? Rāhula, unsatisfactory, venerable sir. 759. Buddha, should the impermanent unsatisfactory and changeable I contact be taken falsely through craving as mine, through conceit as I, and through wrong view as myself? Rāhula, no, venerable sir. Buddha, my dear son Rāhula, what do you think of what I am going to ask you now? Are the four mental aggregates of feeling Vedana, perception, sana, volitions, sakara, and particular consciousness, vaya, depending on the contact of the eye, permanent or impermanent. Rāhula, impermanent, venerable sir. Buddha, should the four impermanent, unsatisfactory, and changeable mental elements be taken falsely through craving as mine, through conceit as I, and through wrong view as myself? Rāhula, no, venerable sir. Buddha, my dear son Rāhula, what do you think of what I am going to ask you now? Is the sensitive matter called permanent or impermanent? Rāhula, impermanent, venerable sir, etc. This is the teaching on the 5 items concerning the ear, Sotapanchaka. Buddha, my dear son Rāhula, what do you think of what I am going to ask you now? Is the sensitive matter called nose permanent or impermanent? Rāhula, impermanent, venerable sir, etc. This is the teaching on the 5 items concerning the nose, Ganapankaka. Buddha, my dear son Rāhula, what do you think of what I am going to ask you now? Is the sensitive matter called tongue permanent or impermanent? Rāhula, impermanent, venerable sir, etc. This is the teaching on the 5 items concerning the tongue, Jivapankaka. Buddha, my dear son Rāhula, what do you think of what I am going to ask you now? Is the sensitive matter called body permanent or impermanent? Rāhula, impermanent, venerable sir, etc. This is the teaching on the 5 items concerning the body, Kaya Pañcaggadāyaka. Buddha, my dear son Rāhula, what do you think of what I am going to ask you now? Is the sensitive matter called mind permanent or impermanent? Rāhula, impermanent, venerable sir. Buddha, is the impermanent sensitive element called mind unsatisfactory or satisfactory? Rāhula, unsatisfactory, venerable sir. Buddha, should the impermanent, unsatisfactory, and changeable sensitive element called mind be taken falsely through craving as mine, through conceit as I, and through wrong view as myself? Rāhula, no, venerable sir. Buddha, my dear son Rāhula, what do you think of what I am going to ask you now? Is mind and matter called ideation, Dhamrama, permanent or impermanent? Rāhula, impermanent, venerable sir. Buddha, is the impermanent mind and matter called ideation unsatisfactory or satisfactory? Rāhula, unsatisfactory, venerable sir. 760. Buddha, should the impermanent, unsatisfactory, and changeable mind and matter called ideation be taken falsely through craving as mine, through conceit as I, and through wrong view as myself? Rāhula, no, venerable sir. Buddha, my dear son Rāhula, what do you think of what I am going to ask you now? Is mind consciousness, mano vijnana, permanent or impermanent? Rāhula, impermanent, venerable sir. Buddha, is the impermanent mind consciousness unsatisfactory or satisfactory? Rāhula, unsatisfactory, venerable sir. Buddha, should the impermanent, unsatisfactory, and changeable mind consciousness be taken falsely through craving as mine, through conceit as I, and through wrong view as myself? Rāhula, no, venerable sir. Buddha, my dear son Rāhula, what do you think of what I am going to ask you now? Is mind contact, mano samphasa, permanent or impermanent? Rāhula, impermanent, venerable sir. Buddha, is the impermanent mind contact unsatisfactory or satisfactory? Rāhula, unsatisfactory, venerable sir. Buddha, should the impermanent, unsatisfactory, and changeable mind contact be taken falsely through craving as mine, through conceit as I, and through wrong view as myself? Rāhula, no, venerable sir. Buddha, my dear son Rāhula, what do you think of what I am going to ask you now? Are the 4 mental aggregates, such as sensation, vedana, perception, sana, volition, sakra, and consciousness, vaya, arising from mind contact, mano samphasa, permanent or impermanent? Rāhula, impermanent, venerable sir. Buddha, are the 4 impermanent mental aggregates unsatisfactory or satisfactory? Rāhula, unsatisfactory, venerable sir. Buddha, Should the four impermanent, unsatisfactory, and changeable mental aggregates be taken falsely through craving as mine, through conceit as I, and through wrong view as myself? Rāhula, no, venerable sir. This is the teaching on the 5 items concerning the mind, Mano Pañcaggadāyaka. Such a discourse delivered by asking 3 times so that the 3 points of impermanence, suffering, and non-self might become clear is called a Dhamma teaching turned 3 times, Tepariva Dhamma Dasana. My dear son, Rāhula, when a knowledgeable disciple of mine views thus, he becomes weary of the sensitive matter called I, he becomes weary of various forms and objects of seeing, he becomes weary of eye consciousness, he becomes weary of eye contact, he becomes weary of the 4 mental aggregates, sensation, perception, volitions, and consciousness arising from eye contact. He becomes weary of the sensitive matter called ear. He becomes weary of various sounds and objects of hearing. He becomes weary of the sensitive matter called nose. He becomes weary of various odors and objects of smelling. He becomes weary of the sensitive matter called tongue. He becomes weary of various tastes and objects of savoring. He becomes weary of the sensitive matter called body. He becomes weary of various contacts and objects of touching. He becomes weary of the sensitive element called mind. He becomes weary of the objects of ideation. He becomes weary of cognition. He becomes weary of mind contact. He becomes weary of the 4 mental aggregates, sensation, perception, volitions, and consciousness arising from mind contact. On becoming weary, he is free from attachment. On being free from attachment, he is liberated from mental defilements. On being liberated from the mental defilements, he knows by reflection that he is liberated from the mental defilements. He gains knowledge through successive reflections thus. Rebirth for me is over. The noble practice has been finished. The task for the path has been carried out. There is nothing more to be done for the path. When the Buddha has delivered this short discourse, giving advice to Rāhula, Venerable Rāhula became established in awakening. Among thousands of Devas and Brahmas, some become stream enterers, Sotapanna, some once returners, Sakadagami, and the rest non-returners, Anagami, and some arahats according to their perfections, Parami. Mara's threat to Venerable Rāhula. The following is based on the commentary to the Dhamma verses, Dhammapada, DHB 3, 51-352. One day, when night fell, a large number of venerables went into the Jetavana monastery, visited Venerable Rāhula's place, and took their seats. As Venerable Rāhula was a junior monk, he could not prevent senior venerables from taking his seat. So he then looked for another place, and, finding none, had to lie down at the entrance to the fragrant chamber of the Buddha. At that time, the young Rāhula had just become an arahat, but he had not completed a rain's retreat, Vasa, yet as a monastic. From the celestial abode of Vasavati, his residence, Mara saw Venerable Rāhula lying at the entrance of the fragrant chamber and conceived an idea. The monk, Gautama's small finger, Rāhula, who will suffer when hurt, is sleeping outside the fragrant chamber. The monk Gautama himself is sleeping inside. If I hurt the small finger, it would mean that I hurt the monk Gautama as well. So he assumed the appearance of a huge elephant, approached Venerable Rāhula, and embraced Venerable Rāhula's head with his trunk. Moreover, he made a heron-like sound at a high pitch. Even while sitting in the fragrant chamber, the Buddha knew it was Mara and said, "Hey Mara, even 100,000 Maras, let alone you, are incapable of frightening my son Rāhula. In fact, my son has no fear at all. He is free from craving, very energetic, and highly intelligent." In order to stamp his word with the seal of Dhamma, the Buddha uttered the following 2 verses, DHB 351-2. Nagato asanasi, Vita taho anago. Akindi bhava salani, antamoya samasayo. Hey Mara, disturbing one. My son Rāhula is one who has realized the goal of the spiritual life, Brahma Kariya Pariyasana. He is absolutely free from fear. He is purified of the 108 kinds of craving. He is devoid of the 1,500 mental defilements. He has uprooted the thorns and spikes of all existences such as sensual kama, material, rupa, and immaterial, arupa, existences. The body of my son Rāhula in the present existence is his last body. Vita Taho Anadano, Naruti Pada Kovido, Akarna Sanipta, 762 Jana Pabaparani Ca. S.A.V. Antimasariro, Mahā Pano, Mahā Puriso, Ti Vakati. He who is purified of the 108 kinds of craving has no attachment at all. He does not grasp the 5 aggregates of the body and the mind as I, mine and myself. He is clever in respect of the fourfold analytical knowledge of meaning, truth, wit, and analysis. Sees the combinations of letters known as natural speech, Sabhava Naruti, as they really are. He clearly knows the preceding syllable from the following and the following syllable from the preceding. If one knowing known natural speech says fusso wrongly with reference to the mental concomitant of fassa, he knows it is fasso, the correct word of the natural speech. Of the 3-syllabic word satana, for instance, if the initial syllable alone is distinct, from it he correctly knows the indistinct middle and final ones. If the middle syllable alone is distinct, from it he correctly knows the indistinct initial and final in like manner. If the final syllable alone is distinct, from it he correctly knows the indistinct initial and middle in like manner. That person, having his final life, is indeed to be spoken of as a man of great wisdom, an extraordinary man free from the 1,500 moral defilements. By the end of the discourse many attain stream entry, Sotapati Phala, and so on. Aware of the fact that the Buddha came to know his identity, Mara disappeared from that very place. The discourse about the Yaka Susaloma. The discourse about the Yaka Susaloma Sutta is contained in the Anthology of Discourses Sutta Nipata, SNP 2.5, and the collection of the Thematic Discourses, Sayutta Nikaya, SN 10.3. Here the discourse will be retold according to the commentary. One day, when the Buddha emerged from the attainment of great compassion, Mahā Karu Samapati, immediately before dawn, and surveyed the world of sentient beings with his Buddha, I consisting in the knowledge of the inclinations and disposition of others, Asayanusia with Mekrane, and the knowledge of the thoughts and intentions of others, Indriya Paro Pariyati with Mekrane. He saw the past deeds of merit belonging to the 2 Yaka friends, Susaloma and Karaloma, which would bring about their attainment. A stream entry. Hence, he took his bowl and robe and set out, even at dawn, and sat on the lithic couch called Akita at the mansion of Susaloma near the village of Gaya. Akita lithic couch was a stone slab placed on 4 stones. It served as a seat. At that time, the 2 Yaka friends went out in search of food, wandering about the place somewhat near the Buddha. Of the 2 Yakas, one in his past life happened to have smeared his body with the oil belonging to the saga without seeking permission. For that unwholesome act, he suffered in hell and was reborn in a Yaka family near the bank of the lake at Gaya. As a result of his wrongdoing, his limbs were big and small and were frighteningly distorted. His skin was like a tiled roof with his skin resembling scales of a fish and terribly rough to touch. When he frightened others, his skin or scales became bloated. As he had a rough body surface, he was called Kara the Yaka. The other Yaka was a supporting lay devotee during the lifetime of the Buddha Kassapa. He used to go to the monastery and listen to the discourse on every day a discourse was taught, which was 8 days a month. One day, when the invitation for attendance to the discourse was being announced, he heard it from his farm where he was cleaning it. Without taking a bath, lest it should take time, he entered the observance, Upasatha, hall with his dirty body and lay on a very costly rug on 762, the ground, showing no care for it. Because of this and other acts, he suffered in Niraya and became a member of a Yaka family near the lake at Gaya. As a subsequent result of his bad deeds, he had a terribly ugly look. His body hair was sharp-pointed and pricking like needles. When he frightened other beings, he did so as though he were piercing them with needles. Because he had needle-like hair, he was given the name Susaloma. Going out of their abode to look for food, the 2 Yaka friends walked for some time and returned by the same way. While visiting another place, they happened to reach a place that was somewhere close to the Buddha. Then Karaloma said to Susaloma what he honestly thought. "That man is a monk." Susaloma replied, "That man is not a true monk. He is a false monk." I will investigate to find out for certain whether he is a true monk or not." Thereafter, Sisaloma went up to the Buddha and bent his big, ugly, bristling body towards the Buddha. The Buddha suddenly moved his body to the other side. This prompted Sisaloma to ask, "Are you frightened by me, monk?" "Dear Yaka," answered the Buddha, "I am not frightened by you. Your body contact is indeed rough and vile though." Seeing the Buddha without the slightest trace of fear, Sisaloma thought, "Despite his experience of my body that was so rough, this man, though a real human, is not afraid. Now I shall present to him some problems worthy of an omniscient Buddha's sphere of wisdom, Buddha Visaya. He will not be able to tackle them fully. Then I shall torment him in so many ways." So he said rudely, "Monk, I shall ask you some questions. If you cannot give me a thorough answer, I shall drive you mad, or I shall burst open your heart, or I shall throw you to the other bank of the river by catching hold of your legs." Then the Buddha, with his face gladdened by great compassion, said, "Friend Yaka, the celestial world with its devas, maras, and brahmas, and the terrestrial world with its ascetics, brahmins, and princes, in either of these two worlds, I see none who is able to make me mad, or to burst open my heart, or to throw me to the other bank of the river by catching hold of my legs. Be that as it may, friend Yaka, ask me whatever questions you want. I shall answer your questions without leaving out anything." When the Buddha invited the Yaka's questions the way an omniscient Buddha would, Sisaloma put his question thus in verse. SNP 273. Rago ca doso ca kudo nidana. Arati rithi loma haso katoja. Kudo samuhya mano vitaka. Kumaraka dakam ivosajani. Monk, where do lust and hate have their source? Displeasure in the wholesome things of a quiet forest monastery, pleasure in the five sense objects, and goose flesh, Siddha Dhamma, the sign of a terrified mind. From what do these three kinds of emotion arise? As village children throw up a crow for fun after tying its feet with a rope, from where do the ninefold thoughts appear and overthrow wholesome consciousness? Then the Buddha gave his answer and taught Sisaloma Yaka with the following verses. SNP 274, 275. Rago ca doso ca ito nidana. Arati rithi loma haso itoja. Ito samuhya manovataka. Kumaraka dakam ivosajani. Dear Yaka, lust and hate have their source in this body. These three kinds of emotion, displeasure in the wholesome things of a quiet forest monastery, pleasure in the five sense objects, and goose flesh arise from this body. As village children throw up a crow for fun after tying its feet with a rope, so the ninefold thoughts appear from this very body and overthrow wholesome consciousness. Snehaya at samhuta nigrotha sevakankaya puthu visataka misu malava vavitatavan. Friend Yaka, as shoots of a banyan tree appear on its trunk, so do lust, hate, and the like caused by the sap of craving appear on this very body. Just as creepers in the forest wrap up the tree that they cling around, so innumerable moral defilements attach themselves in a strange manner to the sense objects and pleasures. Ye na pajanani yado nidna, ti na vinadini swohi yaka, ti datara agam ima tarantai, aisha pubba apunabhavaya. Listen, friend Yaka, certain persons know thoroughly that the physical frame, which is the embodiment of the five aggregates, and which forms the truth of suffering, has its source in craving and greed, which forms the truth of the cause of suffering. They drive away that craving and greed, the truth of the cause of suffering, by means of the truth of the eightfold path leading to the cessation of suffering. These noble ones, who have thus driven away craving and greed, the cause of suffering, cross over this fourfold torrential flood of moral defilements, the flood which is difficult to overcome, which has not been crossed over in their past existences in Sasra, not even in a dream, for the non-arising of rebirth, which is the truth of the cessation of suffering. When the two Yaka friends had heard these Dhamma verses, both of them attained stream entry, Sotapati Phala, as the verses came to an end. As soon as the two friends become noble stream enterers, Sotapanna, their original ugliness and bad looks disappeared. With a bright golden complexion and bedecked in deva ornaments, they assumed an appearance that was pleasant to beholders. 33a. The 15th Rains Retreat, Sakyans. After staying in Savatthi for the 14th Rains Retreat, Vasa, the Buddha remained in that city, after the end of the Rains Retreat, for as long as there were beings worthy of teaching. Thereafter, he set out to administer the medicinal Dhamma to all beings, humans, devas, and brahmas, and he eventually arrived in the city of Kapilavatthu and observed, together with a host of monks, the 15th Rains Retreat at Nigrodharama, which was built and given to him on his first visit by the Sakyan Prince Nigrodha, and which had been named after him as Nigrodharama. The Discourse to Mahānama. The following is retold from the Discourse to Mahānama, Mahānama Sutta, SN 55.37, and its commentary. While the Buddha was thus staying at Nigrodharama of Kapilavatthu in the Sakyan country, Prince Mahānama paid a visit to him, did obeisance, and sat down at a proper place. Then the prince asked the Buddha, "By doing what, exalted Buddha, does one become a lay devotee, Upasaka?" Buddha, Mahānama, taking refuge, Sarak Gamana, in the Buddha, taking refuge in the Dhamma, and taking refuge in the Sangha. By doing so, Mahānama, one becomes a lay devotee. Prince, by doing what, exalted Buddha, is a lay devotee endowed with morality sila? Buddha, Mahānama, abstaining from taking life, abstaining from taking what is not given, abstaining from wrong sexual acts, abstaining from telling lies, and abstaining from taking strong drink, a cause of unmindfulness. By doing so, Mahānama, a lay devotee is endowed with morality. Prince, by doing what, exalted Buddha, is a lay devotee endowed with faith sada. Buddha, in this dispensation, Mahānama, a lay devotee, believes that the Buddha is an arahat because he is worthy of extraordinary homage, that he is a fortunate one because he has great glory in the sense of awakening. By believing so, Mahānama, a lay devotee, is endowed with faith. Herein, he is talking about the 9 attributes of the Buddha in an elliptical way, Upalakanaya. Of teaching, a lay devotee who believes in the 9 attributes of the Buddha also believes in the 6 attributes of the Dhamma and in the 9 attributes of the Sangha. Therefore, it means to say that a lay devotee who is convinced of the attributes or the 3 treasures is endowed with faith. Prince, by doing what, exalted Buddha, is a lay devotee endowed with charity kaga? Buddha, in this dispensation, Mahānama, a lay devotee abides at home with his mind freed from the impurity of stinginess, makara. He gives away with full detachment. He washes his hand to give with while his hand is wet. He takes delight in giving. He is pleasing to alms seekers as he shuns wearing a grim face. He delights in offering and distributing things. By doing so, Mahānama, a lay devotee, is endowed with generosity. 766. Prince, by what, exalted Buddha, is a lay devotee endowed with wisdom, panna? Buddha, in this dispensation, Mahānama, a lay devotee is wise. He has wisdom which is pure and noble, which destroys moral defilement, which leads to nibbana, the end of suffering, and which helps him understand the rise and fall, yudayabaya with makrane, of mind and matter. All this makes him endowed with wisdom. More details about Mahānama, the Sakyan prince, will be given in Chapter 45, 8.5. Prince Suppabutta. The following is based on the Dhamma verses, Dhampada, DHB 128, and its commentary. While staying at Nigrodharama, Kapilavatthu, in the country of Saka, the Buddha spoke a verse beginning with, "Monks, he who stands in the air cannot escape from death." DHB 128, in connection with his uncle and father-in-law Suppabutta, a Sakyan prince. Elaboration. The Buddha's uncle, Prince Suppabutta, bore a grudge against the Buddha for 2 reasons. He thought, "This nephew and son-in-law of mine, Prince Siddhartha, Buddha Gautama, has abandoned my daughter Mahapajapati Gautami and renounced the world. And having ordained my son Devdatta into the monkhood, he treats him as an enemy." One day, thinking, I should not give him a chance to have his meal, he blocked the Buddha's way by standing in the middle of the road and preventing him from passing. At that time, when the Buddha came in a company of monks to that place, the prince's men informed him of the Buddha's visit. "Men," said the prince bitterly, "tell Prince Siddhartha, my nephew, to take another road. He is not older than I am. Therefore I cannot make way for him." Despite his men's repeated plea, the prince said the same thing and kept on standing in the road and drinking. Failing to get permission from his uncle, the Buddha turned back from that place. Suppabutta then sent a spy with these words, "Go, man, take note of what my nephew has to say, and come back." While turning back, the Buddha smiled, and Venerable Ananda asked him about the reason for his smile. "Dear Ananda," the Buddha asked in return, "did you see my uncle Suppabutta?" "Yes, exalted Buddha," replied Venerable Ananda. The Buddha then foretold the following. "Dear Ananda, my uncle Suppabutta, who refused to make way for me, has made a very serious mistake. 7 days from now, he will be swallowed up by the earth at the bottom of the stairs leading down from the upper terrace." Having overheard these words, the spy went back to Suppabutta, who asked, "What did my nephew, who has turned back, say?" The man told him of all he had heard. The prince then conceived an idea. "What my nephew has said cannot go wrong. Whatever he says comes true. Despite this, I will accuse him of falsehood now. He said that I would be swallowed up by the earth on the 7th day. He said it without mentioning the place, but he did say I was to be swallowed by the earth at the foot of the stairs. From now on, I will never go anywhere near the foot of the stairs. If I do not go there, I shall not be swallowed by the earth there. On not being swallowed at the end of 7 days, I shall accuse my nephew, the Buddha, of false speech." After getting this idea, Prince Suppabutta had his belongings taken up to the top of the residence and had the stairway removed and the doors locked. At each doorway, he placed a couple of wrestlers, whom he ordered, "In case I try to descend absent-mindedly, you must prevent me." So he remained in his cozy chamber on the 7th and top terrace of his residence. Hearing of the matter, the Buddha said, "Monks, the word of a Buddha is never ambiguous. It is only of one meaning that is truthful, no matter whether my uncle Prince Suppabutta stays only on the terrace, or takes flight and remains in the sky, or comes down and abides in a boat in the ocean, or dwells inside a mountain. On the very spot I have mentioned, at the foot of the stairs, he will be swallowed by the earth." Being desirous of teaching by connecting the former speech with the latter, the Buddha uttered the following verse, DHB 128. "Na antalik na samutta maj, na pabatna vivara pavisa, na vijati so jagadipadiso, yathahita napasahiya mako." Monks, he who stands in the air cannot escape from death, nor can he who lies in the middle of the ocean. He who enters a hole or a cleft in a mountain and lives there still cannot escape from death. There is no space on the ground, not even that of a hair's breadth, that is not plagued by death. By the end of this verse, innumerable persons attained stream entry, Sotapati Phala, and so on. On the 7th day, while the road leading to the palace where the Buddha would take his meal was being blocked, Suppabutta's state horse, which was kept under the mansion, got away from the ropes with which he was tied to a post, kicking the walls around and neighing forcefully. Nobody was able to control or capture him. While up on the terrace of the mansion, Suppabutta heard the cries of his state horse and asked what it was all about. His servants then replied that the prince's charger had broken loose. As soon as he saw the prince, the state horse stood quietly. Suppabutta could not help trying to catch the horse. He then rose from his seat and went up to the door, which opened by itself. The stairway that had been removed previously stood at its original place. The wrestlers who were on guard caught hold of the prince by the neck and, instead of pushing him back into the mansion, threw him down the stairs. The doors on all 7 floors opened up of their own accord. The stairways were reinstated by themselves. The guards on each floor threw him down successively by catching hold of him by the neck. After that, when he got down to the foot of the stairs leading to the ground, the great earth opened, making a roaring sound, and received Suppabutta, the Sakyan prince. Having entered the earth, the prince fell into the Avicii hell. (33b) The 15th year, Saka. While staying at Nigrodharama of Kapilavatthu and observing the 15th rains retreat, Vasa, the Buddha distributed the cool water of the Dhamma, the elixir of deathlessness, to worthy beings. When the 15th rains retreat came to an end, he set out from Kapilavatthu in accordance with the Buddha's practice and arrived eventually at Jetavana in the good city of Savatthi. While he was staying there, the Buddha delivered a teaching beginning with, "The gift of Dhamma, which is the teaching and learning of Dhamma, excels all other gifts." DHB 354, upon being questioned by Saka, the lord of the Devas. The details are as follows. Once the Devas of the Tvatisa, celestial abode, met and raised 4 questions. 1. What is the best of all gifts? 2. What is the best of all tastes? 3. What is the best of all delights? 4. Why should awakening, the end of craving, be called the best? Not a single Deva was able to answer these 4 questions. In fact, one Deva asked another, who in turn asked another, and so on. Asking like this among themselves, they roamed about the 10,000 world element for 12 years without getting the answers. Knowing nothing of the meaning of these questions, though 12 years had passed, the Devas residing in the 10,000 world element assembled and went up to the 4 great kings. When asked by the 4 great kings as to why they had made a great assembly, the Devas said, "We came to you as we have 4 questions which we are unable to solve." "What are the 4 questions, friends?" asked the Deva kings. "Out of the innumerable gifts, tastes, and delights, which is the best gift, taste, and delight? Why is awakening, the end of craving, the best?" asked the Devas. Finding no answers to these questions, "We have come to you." Then the 4 great kings said, "We too do not know the meaning of these questions, friends. But our Lord Saka is capable of knowing promptly when he reflects on the significance of the questions that may be forwarded by 1,000 persons. Saka is superior to us in intelligence, wisdom, and glory. Come, we shall go to Saka." When the 4 great kings took them to Saka, and when asked by him about such a great assemblage, the Devas explained the matter to him. "Devas," said Saka, "the significance of these 4 questions cannot be known by anyone except the Buddha. In fact, these 4 questions are for a Buddha to solve. Where is the Buddha staying now?" Saka added, "Come, we shall go to the exalted Buddha and ask him." Together with all these Devas, Saka illuminated the whole of Jetavana at night and approached the Buddha, did obeisance to him, and stood at a proper place. When the Buddha inquired about their coming in such a great multitude, Saka replied, "The Devas, fortunate one, have these questions to ask. There is none other than you, venerable sir, who is able to answer them, who could know the true significance of the questions. Please explain the meaning clearly to us, exalted Buddha." "Very well, Saka," said the Buddha. "Having fulfilled the perfections and performed unflinchingly the 5-fold generosity, I achieved omniscience just to eliminate the doubts of persons like you. The answers to your 4 questions are as follows. 1. Of all gifts, the gift of Dhamma is the best. 2. Of all tastes, the taste of Dhamma is the best. 3. Of all delights, the delight in Dhamma is the best. For awakening, as the end of craving, is the best because of the cessation of all suffering." Having spoken thus in prose, the Buddha uttered the following verse, DHB 354. "Sabadna Dhammadna Janati, Sabba Reza Dhamma Raso Janati, Sabba Radi Dhamma Rithi Janati, Tahakeo Sabba Dukkha Janati." Saka, the Lord of the Devas, the gift of Dhamma, which is the teaching and learning of Dhamma, excels all other gifts overwhelmingly. The taste of Dhamma, consisting in the 37 factors of awakening and the 9 supramundane attainments, excels all others overwhelmingly. The delight in Dhamma excels all other delights overwhelmingly. Awakening, at the end of craving, absolutely overcomes all suffering. Explanation of the meaning. Even if robes as soft as layers of a banana trunk were given to Buddhas, Pañcaggadāyaka and Arahats, who were seated up in the abode of Brahmas in a universe with no space between one another, a 4-line verse, which was delivered in that assembly in appreciation of the gift, is far superior. In fact, the value of such a gift of countless robes is not even a 256th part of the value of the Dhamma verse, which was delivered in appreciation of the gift of robes. Hence, the excellence of speaking, teaching, and learning the Dhamma. Even to those who put in efforts to organize and manage it so that the multitude might listen to the Dhamma, the benefit accrued is immense. To the gift of food in bowls, each and every one of them filled with a sumptuous meal. To the gift of medicine in bowls, each and every one of them filled with butter, oil, and such like. To the gift of hundreds of thousands of dwellings like the Mahā Vihara. To the gift of hundreds of thousands of pinnacled mansions like the Lohaprasada. Even to the various gifts, including the Jetavana monastery, given by Anthapika and others to Buddhas, Pañcaggadāyaka and Arahats, who were seated and occupying the whole of the aforesaid universe with no space between one another. To all these gifts, the gift of the Dhamma taught in a 4-line verse, least of all in appreciation of a material gift, is far superior. Why? Because those who perform the wholesome act of giving the aforesaid 4 requisites, robes, food, dwellings, and medicine, do so only after hearing the Dhamma, not otherwise. If they had not heard the Dhamma, they would not have given even a ladleful of rice gruel or a spoonful of food. For this reason, the gift of Dhamma excels all other gifts. To make the facts more explicit, leaving out Buddhas and Pañcaggadāyakas, even Venerable Sariputta and other noble ones, who had intelligence that could help them count the raindrops when it rained heavily and endlessly for the whole lifespan, Aukappa, were unable to make such noble attainments as stream entry, Sotapadiphala, and higher stages on their own, without hearing the Dhamma. In fact, it was after hearing the teaching of Venerable Assaji and others that they attained stream entry, Sotapadiphala. It was by listening to the Buddha's teaching of the discourse concerning Dhyānika, Dhyan Nakasutta, MN 74, and others that they attained discipleship, Savaka Paramiye with Mekrane. For this reason, too, the gift of the Dhamma, Dhammadana, is more admirable than the gift of requisites, Pakayadana. Hence the Buddha's saying, the gift of the Dhamma excels all other gifts overwhelmingly. All kinds of tastes, including the taste of fruit, the taste of flowers, the taste of flavors, even that of the food of the Devas, are the cause of rebirth in Sasra and of falling into suffering. The taste of a 9-fold supramundane Dhamma, together with the 37 factors of awakening, are more praiseworthy than all mundane tastes. Hence the Buddha's saying, the taste of Dhamma, Dhamma rasa, excels all other tastes overwhelmingly. All kinds of delights in earthly things, such as sons, daughters, riches, women, dancing, singing, music, etc., are the cause of rebirth in Sasra and of falling into suffering. Joy, pity, that arises in one, through one's attention paid to the Dhamma while speaking, teaching, or hearing it, causes elation, even tears and gooseflesh. Such joy that can put an end to the suffering in Sasra and bring about welfare to the extent of realization of stream entry, Sotapadiphala, is more praiseworthy than all kinds of delight in earthly things. Hence the Buddha's teaching, the delight in Dhamma, Dhammariti, excels all other delights overwhelmingly. All kinds of craving disappear the moment the Arahat path is attained. The Arahat path is immediately followed by its result, which is the Arahat fruition. As the Arahat fruition arises at the end of craving, it is called the destruction of craving, Tahakya. As the Arahat fruition, the destruction of craving, overcomes all suffering, it is the Dhamma that is superior to and more praiseworthy than all other things. Hence the Buddha's saying, the Arahat fruition, the end of craving, absolutely overcomes all suffering. When the Buddha explained the verse in detail, 84,000 sentient beings realized the 4 truths and were converted. Having listened to the Buddha's elaborate teaching, Sakka did obeisance to him and made a request. Exalted Buddha, although the gift of the Dhamma is so great and praiseworthy, why are we not allowed to share the merit of it? From now on, please make the Sangha give our share of merit from the gift of the Dhamma. Having heard Sakka's request, the Buddha called a meeting of the Sangha and said, from now on, monks, after giving a Dhamma speech, be it a grand one, or an ordinary one, or one given to those who visit you, or at least one given in appreciation of some almsgiving, share the merit which accrue to you from the Dhamma speech with all beings. 33c. The 16th reigns retreat, Avaka. King Avaka, of the city of Av, was in the habit of pursuing pleasurable hunting in a deer forest once a week, leaving behind all his enjoyment at the palace together with the female courtiers and dancers. In order to ward off the dangers of rebels, foes, and thieves, and to prevent his contemporary rulers from attacking him, he took up a sporting exercise to boost his kingly might. One day, just before he set out for hunting, he had an agreement made with his military officers. He, from whose charge a deer escapes, must be responsible for that deer. And when they got to the forest, a deer ran away from the king's charge. As he was quick and strong, the king, equipped with a bow, immediately followed the deer on foot for up to 3 leagues. Antelopes can run continuously only for 3 leagues. Therefore, when the king had covered that distance, he killed the deer that was lying exhausted in a pond with an arrow. He cut up the animal into 2 pieces. Though he did not want its flesh, he carried it by means of a pole lest he should be ill-spoken of as one who was unable to catch the deer. On his way back, he saw a shady banyan tree in new and old foliage at a place that was neither too near nor too far from the city. He approached the foot of the tree to take some rest. Now, the Yaka Avaka had been granted a boon by Vesava, the Deva king, that whoever came into the vicinity of the banyan tree, as far as its shadow fell at noon, could be his food. Herein, it should not be taken that those who came under the tree only at midday could be eaten by him. The fact was that those who came into the vicinity of the tree covered by the shadow of the tree at noon would be eaten, whether they came by day or by night. When the Yaka saw the king come under his banyan tree, he showed himself in person and wanted to eat the king. The king gave the 2 halves of the deer to the Yaka as he wanted him to be set free. But the Yaka did not do so, saying, "Since it came into my hand, is it not mine? How could you, great king, seek your freedom by giving me the deer?" Then the king made a promise to the Yaka, saying, "Set me free. I shall send you each day a man and a pot of cooked rice." Still the Yaka refused to release him. He said, "You might forget about it, being intoxicated with your kingly luxuries. As for me, I cannot eat those who do not come up to my residence, nor can I eat those who do not voluntarily give themselves up. How would I live if you were released?" Then the king satisfied the Yaka by saying, "The day I fail to send you food, you may devour me." He regained his freedom from the Yaka's hand and returned to the city of Av. While waiting for the king at the makeshift shelter of branches that they had constructed midway, the officers saw the king coming back. They greeted the king and received him, saying, "Why did you try so hard to catch the deer, great king? Did you fear a loss of dignity?" Relating nothing of the incident, the king returned to the city and had his breakfast. Then he summoned the administrative minister of the city and secretly told him of the promise which he had given to the Yaka. "Have you agreed upon the time, great king?" asked the minister. "No, I have not," replied the king. "You have made a mistake, great king," said the minister. "Yakas are to have access only to things that are limited. As you have not put a limit, the whole district is in danger of disease. Be that as it may, great king, though you have been wrong, do not worry, but enjoy your royal comfort. I shall do what is to be done in this matter." The minister rose early and went to the prison and made an announcement to the criminals who had been sentenced to death. He said, "Those who wish to survive may come out." He took the convict that came out first and had him bathed and fed. He then sent him, saying, "Take this pot of rice to the Yaka." As soon as the convict got into the shade of the banyan tree, the Yaka assumed a very terrible frame and ate him as though he were biting lotus stalks and stems. Through the supernatural power of Yakas, a human body, including its hair, etc., turns into a lump of butter. Those who escorted the convict and the food for the Yaka saw Avaka devouring the man, became frightened, and told their intimate friends of the matter. From that time onwards, the news that the king catches thieves and feeds them to the Yaka spread, and people abstained from stealing. At a later time, as there were no new thieves and all the old ones were gone, the prisons became empty. Then the minister reported the matter to the king, who had his gold and silver dropped on all the main roads of the city, thinking that somebody might want to pick it up. But nobody touched it even with his foot, lest they should be accused of theft. When the king of Avaka failed to get new recruits of thieves in this way, he discussed it with his ministers, who advised him, saying, "We shall make people send one aged person from each household in serial order." An aged person means one who by himself is about to enter the mouth of death. But the king rejected the advice, saying that people would then be terrorized with the thought, "The king has the heart to send my father to the Yaka," or "He is cruel enough to send my grandfather to the Yaka. I do not prefer that plan." Then the ministers presented their alternate idea thus: "In that case, great king, make people send their children who are lying on their backs in their cradles each day. Such children have no such affection as, 'This is my mother,' or 'This is my father.'" Upon this the king agreed, and let him do so. The ministers started executing the plan. Mothers fled from the city with their children, and pregnant women fled too. After bringing up their children in another country, they brought back their young children to the city. In this manner, the daily feeding of the Yaka took place for 12 long years. One day, when the royal servants roamed about the city looking for children, they found not a single child. So they reported to the king, "Leaving aside your son, Prince Avaka, in the palace, there are no children in the city." The king replied, "As I love my son, so do all these people love their respective sons. But in this world there is none more lovable than one's own self. Go, men, save my life by giving my son to the Yaka." At that time, the queen, the mother of Prince Avaka, had her son bathed with scented water and adorned with ornaments. She was sitting with her son wrapped in soft white pieces of cloth and placed him at her bosom to let him sleep. Under the command of the king, the royal servants went there, and while the queen and 16,000 female attendants were crying, they took away the chief nurse and the prince, declaring that the little prince would become food for the Yaka. The Buddha's visit to Av. On that day, the Buddha rose early in the morning and engaged in the attainment of great compassion, Mahā Karu Samapatti, in the fragrant chamber inside the Jetavana monastery. And when he surveyed the world by his twofold Buddha eyes, consisting in the knowledge of the inclinations and disposition of others, Asayanusya ewithmekrane, and the knowledge of the thoughts and intentions of others, Indriya paro paryati ewithmekrane, he saw in his vision three significant things: the past merit of Prince Avaka that would lead him to become a non-returner, Anagami Phala; the past merit of the Yaka Avaka that would lead him to stream entry, Sotapati Phala; and the past merit of 84,000 beings that would lead them to the realization of the eye of the Dhamma, Dhammacakka, the penetration of the four truths at the end of his discourse. Accordingly, at daybreak he performed his morning duties. Before he finished his afternoon undertakings at sunset on that new moon day, he set out on foot alone and unaccompanied, taking his bowl and robes, on a journey of 30 leagues from Savatthi, and entered the precinct of the Yaka's residence. Now where did the Buddha stay? Did he stay in the Yaka's mansion that was invisible to ordinary people and near the banyan tree? Or did he sit at the foot of the banyan tree? He took his seat in the Yaka's mansion. Explanation: as Yakas saw their mansions, so did the Buddha see them. Therefore, he went up to the Yaka's mansion and stood at its gate. At that time, Avaka was attending a meeting of Yakas in the Himavanta. The doorkeeper of Avaka, the Yaka by the name of Gadraba, donkey, approached the Buddha and paid his respects. And a dialogue took place between Gadraba and Buddha. Gadraba: exalted Buddha, did you come only at sunset? Buddha: yes, Gadraba, I came only at sunset. If it were not a burden to you, I would like to spend the night in Avaka's mansion. Gadraba: exalted Buddha, it is not a burden to me. But that Yaka Avaka is violent. He does not show respect even to his parents. Therefore please do not prefer to stay there. Buddha: Gadraba, I know of Avaka's violence. There would not be a bit of harm to me. I want to stay for the night there in Avaka's mansion, if you do not feel my stay burdensome. Gadraba: exalted Buddha, Avaka is like an iron pan aglow with fire. He is absolutely ignorant of parents, monks, Brahmins, and the Dhamma. Those who come to this place he drives them mad, or bursts open their hearts, or throws them beyond the ocean or beyond the universe by catching hold of their legs. Buddha, Gadraba, I know all about this. If it were not burdensome to you, I would like to stay in Avaka's mansion for the night. Gadraba, exalted Buddha, it is not burdensome for me. But Avaka might kill me if I were to give you permission without first informing him. Exalted Buddha, let me go to him therefore, and tell him of the matter first. Buddha, Gadraba, tell him as you like. Gadraba, exalted Buddha, please consider then whether you should stay here or not. Having said thus, Gadraba paid his respects to the Buddha and departed to the Himavanta. Then the door of Avaka's mansion opened by itself, and the Buddha entered and took his seat on the divine, jeweled throne which Avaka usually sat on important and auspicious days, enjoying divine luxuries. Being seated, the Buddha emanated golden yellow, pitta, radiance. Beholding the yellow radiance, Avaka's female attendants gathered, did obeisance to the Buddha, and sat around him. The Buddha gave a miscellaneous Dhamma talk to them, saying, Yakis, as you have in the past given alms and observed morality and honored those who deserved honor, you attained divine luxuries. Now also, do as you have done before. Abide not by jealousy, Isa, and stinginess, Meghiya, and so on. Having heard the sweet talk of the Dhamma, they gave 1,000 cheers and remained sitting and surrounding the Buddha. Having arrived at the Himavanta, Gadraba the Yaka told Avaka respectfully, Avaka, king of the Yakas, who knows no suffering, may I draw your attention to something? Please be informed. The Buddha has come and is sitting in your mansion. Then Avaka made a gesture, meaning to say, be quiet, shut up. I will go back immediately and do whatever is necessary. Herein Avaka was so strong in wrong thinking that he took the Buddha's stay in his mansion as a disgrace, and out of pride as a Yaka, he hushed up the news, thinking, let nobody amidst this assembly of Yakas hear of it. Then the two noble Devas, Satagiri and Himavata, agreed between themselves to go visit the Buddha at Jetavana before they went to attend the assembly of Devas. Riding different vehicles, they set off by air together with their hosts of retinue. Routes existed nowhere in the space for the Yakas. They only had to find out their way, avoiding celestial mansions that were standing there. Avaka's mansion, however, was situated on the ground. It was well secured, surrounded by properly fixed walls, doors, turrets, and archways. Above the mansion was spread a net made of white brass. The mansion was like a box. It was 3 leagues in height, over which there formed an aerial route used by divine Yakas. When the two friends, the divine Yakas Satagiri and Himavata, happened to come just above the mansion on their way to visit the Buddha, and were unable to proceed. In fact, up to the top of the universe above, nobody can pass over the place where a Buddha is seated. Therefore, when they thought of the cause for their inability to go further, they saw the Buddha and descended to the ground like a stone that has been thrown up falls earthbound. Having made obeisance to the Buddha, they listened to a discourse and circumambulated the Buddha, and asked for his permission to leave. Exalted Buddha, we have to attend a meeting of divine Yakas. Saying some words in praise of the 3 treasures, they headed for the Himavanta, the venue of their meeting. On seeing the 2 noble Devas, Avaka rose from his place and invited them, saying, please take your seats here. The fury of Avaka. The 2 friends informed Avaka, friend Avaka, in your mansion the fortunate one is still sitting. You are so lucky. Go, friend Avaka, wait upon the exalted Buddha. To a faithless person, the pious word connected with faith is unbearable. So is the word connected with morality to an immoral one. The word connected with knowledge to an ignorant one. The word connected with generosity to a miser. And the word connected with wisdom to a fool. The words of the 2 friends, encouraging faith in the Buddha, were unbearable to Avaka, who had no faith. Therefore, on hearing words of praise of the Buddha, the faithless the Yaka Avaka became furious. His heart crackled with rage like lumps of salt thrown into fire. He asked in anger, what kind of man is the so-called exalted Buddha who is sitting in my mansion? Then the 2 noble Devas said to Avaka, friend Avaka, do not you know of our master, the fortunate one? He is a very prominent and noble personage. Even while in the Tusita abode of Devas, he made 5 investigations, and they related the biography of the Buddha up to his delivery of the Dhamma wheel, Dhammacakka discourse. They also told the Yaka of the 32 portents that took place at the time when the Bodhisattva was conceived, and so on. Friend Avaka, have you not seen those marvelous portents? They asked. Although he had seen them, he was carried away by anger, and he replied, hiding the truth, no, I have not. The 2 devas then became dissatisfied and said, whether you have seen them or not, what is the use of your seeing or not seeing? Friend, what are you going to do to our master, the exalted Buddha? Compared with him, you are like a calf that has been born today near a bull with his hump swaying. Like a baby elephant that has been born today near a bull elephant in must with his granular secretion flowing from the 3 parts. The trunk, the tip of the male organ, and the ears. Like an old ugly fox, near a lion king who is graceful with his round back and shoulders and with long bright mane. And like a young crow with its broken wings, near a Garua king with his body of 150 leagues in size. Go and do what is to be done. Being furious, the Yaka got up from his seat, and standing firmly with his left foot placed on the flat rock of red orpiment, he shouted, is your master, the Buddha, powerful? Or is it I who is powerful? You will see now who is more powerful. So shouting, he stamped with his right foot on the top of Mount Kailasa that was of 60 leagues. Then, just as fiery particles fall off from the glowing iron that has been excessively heated in the blacksmith's furnace and that is put on the anvil and hammered, even so Mount Kailasa broke up into layers of rock. Standing on the mountain top, the Yaka declared roaringly, I am Avaka indeed. The roar overwhelmed the whole Jambudvipa. There have been 4 great roars which were heard by all Jambudvipa. 1. The roar, I have won! I have won! Made by the Yaka general, Pwaka, when he beat King Dhananjaya in the game of dice, as told in the long birth story about the wise Vidura Jataka, Ja 545. 2. The roar, I will eat up all wicked monks, wicked nuns, wicked male lay devotees and female lay devotees and unrighteous men. Made by Visakama in the guise of a big black dog under the command of Saka, the lord of the Devas, when the dispensation of Buddha Kasapa deteriorated. 3. The roar, King Kusa, the Sahasrara, whose voice is bold and penetrating like that of a lion king, am I, made by the Bodhisattva Kusa, after going out of the city with Princess Pabhavati on the back of his elephant, when the 7 kings, desirous of winning the princess's hand in marriage, besieged his city. See the birth story about King Kusa, Kusa Jataka, Ja 531. 4. The present one, I am Avaka indeed, made by the Yaka, standing on Mount Kailasa. When those shouts were made, it seemed that they appeared before each and every town gate and village gate throughout the whole of Jambudvipa. Because of Avaka's power, the Himavanta, 3,000 leagues in vastness, trembled. Thereafter, the Yakas attacked the Buddha with the 9 kinds of missiles in the way mentioned in the section on the vanquishing of Mara in Chapter 7. Despite his attack with such missiles, Avaka was unable to make the Buddha flee. Consequently, he marched towards the Buddha, leading a frightening army composed of 4 divisions: elephants, horses, chariots, and foot soldiers, and mixed up with various forms of Yakas armed with weapons. The ghosts made all sorts of guises and threats, and, shouting, seize him, kill him, they appeared as though they were overpowering, coming from the sky above the Buddha. But they dared not go near to the Buddha, like flies which dare not approach a solid, hot, glowing iron. Although they dared not go near, they did not retreat in a short time, unlike Mara and his enormous army, who turned back immediately after being defeated, on the verge of the Bodhisattva's awakening at the Mahā Bodhi tree. Instead, Avaka and his Yakas spent half the night making disturbances. Having failed in his attempt to frighten the Buddha by displaying various terrible objects for half the night, he conceived an idea. It were well if I would fling the weapon of the divine white cloak that is invincible. There are 4 most powerful weapons in the world. They are: 1. Saka's thunderbolt. 2. Vesava's iron club. 3. Yama's side glance. 4. Avaka's divine white cloak. Explanation. 1. If Saka, in his fury, were to discharge his thunderbolt towards Mount Meru, it would pierce the mountain, which is 168,000 leagues in height, making a hollow right through it, and come out from the bottom. 2. Vesava's iron club, when hauled by him in anger, as in his earlier days, when he was still a worldling, Puthajana, would chop off the heads of thousands of yakas and, after returning, would lie in its original position. 3. When an angry Yama, the king of hell, glances sideways, thousands of kumbhas are destroyed, making a hissing sound like sesame seeds when thrown into the red-hot iron pan. 4. If the Yaka Avaka, flying into a rage, were to throw up his divine white cloak into the sky, there would be a drought for 12 years. If it were thrown upon the earth, all the trees and plants and other things would dry up, and the land would be deprived of vegetation for 12 years. If it were thrown into the ocean, all the waters in it would be dried up, like drops of water would in a red-hot pot. When flung at a Meru-like mountain, it would fall, breaking up into fragments. With that idea, Avaka took off his divine white cloak, so powerful a weapon, and while standing, he was poised to cast it. At that time, all the Devas, most of whom belonged to the 10,000 world element, assembled quickly, for they had decided, today the fortunate one will tame the violent Yaka Avaka. At that taming place, we will listen to the Buddha's teaching. Apart from those willing to listen to the teaching, the Devas, who wished to watch the fight, also gathered there. In this way, the entire vault of heaven was full of celestial beings. The taming of Avaka. The following is based on the discourse to Avaka, Avaka Sutta, SNP 1.10, and its commentary. Then Avaka, rising up and up around the Buddha and roaming about, hurled his weapon of the divine white cloak towards the Buddha, making a terrible sound in the sky, like the weapon of thunder, and emitting smoke all over and burning with flames. The cloak flew towards the Buddha, but on coming near him, it turned into a foot towel and dropped at his feet, destroying the Yaka's pride. On seeing this, Avaka became powerless. He felt he had utterly lost his pride, like a bull with its horns broken, or like a poisonous cobra with its fangs taken out. He then reflected, the weapon of the divine white cloak has failed to overcome the monk Gautama. Why? Then he made a guess. The monk Gautama abides in loving kindness. This must be the reason. Now I will deprive him of loving kindness through an annoying speech. So he said, Monk Gautama, without my permission, why did you enter my mansion and take the seat amidst female attendants like a householder? Is it not improper for a monk to enjoy what is not given and to mix with females? Therefore, if you abide by the rules of a monk, Gautama, get out of my mansion at once. With reference to Avaka's speech, only the essential portion was recited as the text in the Buddhist counsels. The rest is taken from the commentary. The Buddha then accepted the Yaka's order and went outside the mansion, giving a very pleasant reply. Very well, friend Avaka. A hostile man cannot be calmed by hostility. That is true. Just as a piece of the bear's gall put into the nostril of a wild, furious dog will make it worse. Even so, a rude, ferocious person, when retaliated upon with rudeness and ferocity, will become more violent. In fact, such a man should be tamed only with gentleness. This natural phenomenon the Buddha understood thoroughly. Hence, he uses mild words and yielding action. Then the Yaka thought, the monk Gautama is very quick to obey indeed. He went out at my command, given but once. Without a cause I have fought against him for the whole night, the monk Gautama who is so docile that he goes out. Avaka's heart began to be softened thus. He continued to ponder, but I am not certain yet whether his going out was caused by his obedience or by his anger. Now I will make an inquiry. So he asked the Buddha again, come in, monk Gautama. The Buddha, in order to make the Yaka's mind flexible and to feel certain of his docility, said again pleasingly, very well, friend Avaka, and re-entered the mansion. In this way, the Yaka tested the Buddha by his repeated orders to know for sure whether the latter was really obedient. For the second time, and the third, he said, come in, and then go out. The Buddha followed the Yaka's orders so that he might become more and more soft-minded. So great was the Buddha's compassion indeed. If the Buddha were to disobey the Yaka, who was violent by nature, his rough heart would become more and more boisterous and be unable to receive the Dhamma. To cite a worldly simile, just as a little son, naughty and crying, is helped to become good by giving him something that he wants and by doing something that he likes. Even so, the Buddha, who was like the great mother to the three worlds, acted according to his command in order to make the Yaka Avaka, who was like a little wild and rough son who was crying out of anger, docile. Another simile, just as a wet nurse with a gift and persuasion suckles a naughty baby who refuses to take milk, even so the Buddha, who was like the great wet nurse to the three worlds, followed whatever the Yaka had to say, thereby fulfilling the latter's desire by way of persuasion in order to feed the Yaka, who was like the naughty baby, on the sweet milk of the supramundane Dhamma. Still another simile, just as a man, desirous of filling a glass jar with the sweet food or medicine containing for ingredients, katamadu, cleanses the inside of the jar, even so the Buddha, desirous of filling the jar like heart of the Yaka with the four ingredient like supramundane Dhamma, had to clean the Yaka's heart of the dirt like anger. He therefore obeyed the Yaka 3 times by going out of the mansion and coming into it as he had been ordered by him. Thereafter the Yaka entertained a wicked desire thus. The monk is really docile. When ordered but once, go in, he went in. When ordered but once, come out, he came out. In this way, ordering him to go in and to come out, I will make him weary during the whole night. Having made him weary, thus will I throw him to the other side of the Ganges by holding him by his 2 legs. Accordingly, he asked the Buddha for the 4th time, come out, O monk Gautama. Then the Buddha knew the Yaka's wicked intention. He also foresaw what the Yaka would do if he said something to him. Avaka would think of asking some questions to the Buddha, and that would create a golden opportunity for the Buddha to preach. Therefore he replied, I know the vicious plan that is in your mind. I will not get out. Do whatever you like. Prior to Avaka's encounter with the Buddha, in former times too, when recluses and wandering ascetics, endowed with higher psychic powers, came by air, they visited the mansion out of curiosity to find out whether it was a golden or a silver or a ruby one. To these visitors, the Yaka put questions. If they were unable to give him the answers, he would do harm by driving them mad, or by ripping their hearts out, or by throwing them by the legs to the other shore of the Ganges. The following is how Yakas do harm. They make a man mad in 2 ways, by showing him their horrible looks and by gripping and crushing his heart. Knowing that the first way would not cause madness to recluses and wandering ascetics, Avaka did not employ the first method. Instead, he reduced his body to a delicate frame by his own supernormal power and entered the persons of these powerful ascetics and crumpled their hearts with his grip. Then their mental processes could not remain stable, and they went out of their senses. He also burst open the hearts of these ascetics who went mad thus. As they could not answer his questions, he would tell them not to come again and would fling them by the 2 legs to the other side of the Ganges. So Avaka recalled the questions he had asked on previous occasions and thought, now I will ask the monk Gautama in this manner, and then, if he fails to give me satisfactory answers, I will make him mad, burst open his heart, and fling him by the legs to beyond the Ganges. Thus will I torment him. So he said rudely, Great monk Gautama, I am going to ask you some questions. If you cannot answer them thoroughly, I will make you mad, or cause your heart to burst, or hold you by your legs and throw you across the river. From where did Avaka's questions come? Answer. His parents had learnt the questions numbering 8, together with their answers from Buddha Kassapa, whom they worshipped. The parents taught him all the questions and answers when he was young. As time went by, Avaka forgot the answers. He then had the questions put down in ornament on gold plates, lest they should get lost, and he kept the plates at the entrance of the mansion. In this way, Avaka's questions had their source in a Buddha, and they were the ones which only Buddhas could answer, as they belonged to the sphere of the Buddhas, Buddha Visaya. On hearing the Yaka's words, the Buddha wished to show the unique power of the Buddhas. Unique in the sense that it was not shared by any in the world, for nobody could do any harm to the 4 things in their possession. The gains accrued to them, their life, their omniscience, and their physical radiance. So the Buddha said, Friend Yaka, all over the dual worlds, the world of divine beings such as Devas, Maras, and Brahmas, and the world of human beings such as monks, Brahmins, princes, and commoners, I see none who could cause me madness, or who could explode my heart, or who could fling me over the river. After barring the cruel intent of the Yaka, the Buddha added in order to make him ask, Friend Yaka, in spite of that, you may put whatever questions you like. Thus the Buddha extended his invitation, the kind that omniscient Buddhas adopt. Herein there are two kinds of invitation, one made by omniscient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and the other made by other individuals. Omniscient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas invite questions with full self-confidence. Ask whatever you like. I will answer your questions, leaving nothing unanswered. Other individuals do so, but with less confidence, saying, Ask, friend. On hearing your question, I will answer if I know. Avaka asks questions, and the Buddha's answers. When the Buddha made the kind of invitation usually adopted by omniscient Buddhas thus, Avaka put his questions in verse as follows, SNP 183. Ki Siddha Vida Purasasasiya, Ki Su Sushya Sukham Avahati, Ki Su have Sadatara Rasna, Katha J Jividam Ahusiya. O monk, Gautama by clan, what is the most praiseworthy property of men in this world? What, when practiced continuously for days, can convey the threefold happiness of humans, Devas and Nibbana? Of all enjoyable tastes, what indeed is by far the best for living beings? How is one's life, the most praiseworthy among living beings, as sweetly declared by numerous men of virtue, such as Buddhas and others? In this manner the first question, what is the most praiseworthy property of men in this world, is asked by using the term which is of a leading nature. Such a way of speaking is called the detailed, Ukaha method. Therefore it is to be noted that the term men here represents both male and female. The question means, what is the best thing for all men and women? By this verse, the following four questions are meant. 1. What is the best property in the world? 2. What, when practiced day by day, can lead to the three blissful states of humans, Devas and Nibbana? 3. What is the sweetest of all tastes? 4. What living is the best? Then the Buddha, desirous of answering in the same way as Kassapa Buddha did, uttered 778, the following answers in verse. SNP 184. Sadhata Vida Purasasasiha, Damo Sushyo Sukham Avahati, Saka have Sadatara Rasna, Pana J Jividam Ahusiya. Friend Yaka by the name of Avaka. In this world, the most praiseworthy property of every man and woman is faith sada, mundane as well as supermundane. The 10 wholesome deeds, or the 3 good works of generosity, morality, and meditation, which practice day and night continuously, can convey the threefold bliss, sukha, for humans, devas, and nibbana. Of all enjoyable tastes, the truth, saka, which is significant of nibbana, the reality in its ultimate sense, paramatha saka, or the truthful speech of oral auspiciousness, vachi Moggallāna, achieved by refraining from falsehood virati saka, indeed is by far the best for all beings. Men of virtue, such as Buddhas and others, declare that the life following the right course of conduct continuously is the most praiseworthy. Herein the meaning, at moderate length, should be taken thus. Just as various mundane properties, such as gold, silver, etc., though their usefulness bring about both physical happiness, kayika sukha, and mental happiness, cetasika sukha, just as they prevent one having thirst, hunger, and other forms of suffering, just as they affect the cessation of poverty, just as they form the cause for gaining pearls, rubies, etc., just as they attract admiration from others, even so the two kinds of faith sada, mundane and supermundane, bring about both secular happiness and spiritual happiness. Even so, faith being the leading virtue of those who take the right course of conduct, prevents one from suffering in sastra, such as rebirth, old age, and so on. Even so, it affects the cessation of the poverty of virtues. Even so, it forms the cause for winning the Dhamma jewel, such as the 7 constituents of wisdom, Bojjhanga, which are the mindfulness constituent, Sati Sambojjhanga, and others, DHB 303. Sato Silena Sampano, Yeso boga samapido, yaya padisa bajati, tathathathiva pajito. He who possesses faith, sada, and morality, sila, who also has a retinue and wealth, is honored wherever he goes. As the Buddha preaches thus, a faithful individual is honored or praised by all human and divine beings. Therefore, the two kinds of faiths, mundane and supermundane, are said by the Buddha to be one's property. This property of faith is the cause of the threefold unique happiness of humans, devas and nibbana. Moreover, it is the cause of gaining such secular treasures as gold, silver, and the like. This is true. Only he who is faithful and performs almsgivings can acquire secular treasures. The property of one without faith is just fruitless. Therefore, the property of faith is said to be the most praiseworthy possession. When the 10 wholesome works, or, alternately, the 3 deeds of generosity, dana, morality, sila, and meditation, bhavana, are performed day after day, they bring happiness to the performer, as they did to Soa, Rāhula, and other sons of wealthy persons. They bring divine happiness to the performer, as they did to Saka, the lord of the devas, and others. They bring the bliss of nibbana to him, as they did bring to Prince Mahā and others. Something to be licked and enjoyed is called tasty. Various tastes, such as the taste of roots, the taste of stems, etc., and the other parts of a plant contribute to the development of one's body. But they can convey only secular happiness. The taste of the truth caused by refraining from falsehood, Saka, and speaking only the truth, Saka, contribute to one's mental development through tranquility, samatha, and insight, vipassana, meditation, and other meditative practices. They lead to spiritual happiness. Awakening, called the taste of emancipation, Vimudhi Rasa, as developed through the taste of the peace of nibbana, the ultimate truth, Paramatha, is sweet and delicious. Therefore, these 3 tastes of ultimate truth, refraining from falsehood and truth, are the best of all tastes. An individual who lacks both eyes, the eye of intelligence in mundane development and the eye of intelligence in supermundane development, is called a blind person and a Pañcaggadāyaka. One having only the eye of intelligence in mundane development and lacking the eye of intelligence in the Dhamma is called one-eyed aka kaku. One who has both eyes of intelligence is designated as an individual who has 2 eyes that can see dvi kaku Pañcaggadāyaka. Of these 3 kinds of individuals, a 2-eyed lay devotee lives by doing his domestic tasks, by taking refuge in the 3 treasures, by keeping the precepts, by fasting, and by fulfilling other human social duties only through wisdom. A monk lives by accomplishing his ascetic undertakings, such as purification of morality, sila visuddhi, purification of mind, citta visuddhi, and others through wisdom. Only the life of one who abides by wisdom is praiseworthy, the noble ones, such as Buddhas, declared. They do not say that the life of one who lives just by respiration is praiseworthy. On hearing the Buddha's answer to his 4 questions, the Yakkavaka became very glad, and being desirous of asking the remaining 4, he uttered the following verses, S&P 185. Kathasu tarati yoga, Kathasu tarati ava, Kathasu dukkamaksiti, Kathasu parasajati. Exalted Buddha, how, or by what does one cross over the 4 rough whirlpools? How, or by what does one cross over the ocean of Sasra? How, or by what does one overcome the round of suffering? How, or by what does one cleanse oneself of mental impurities? When the Yakka had questioned him thus, the Buddha uttered the following verse as he wished to answer as before, S&P 186. Sada tarati yoga, apamadina ava, viryena dukkamaksiti, panaya parasajati. Friend by the name of Avaka. By faith, sada, one crosses over the 4 rough whirlpools. By heedfulness, apamada, which is repeated performance of the 10 wholesome deeds, one crosses over the ocean of Sasra. By energy, Viriya, one overcomes the round of suffering. By wisdom, Pana, one cleanses oneself of mental impurities. Herein, he who crosses over the 4 whirlpools can also cross over the ocean of Sasra, can overcome the round of suffering and be aloof from moral impurities. But 1, he who lacks faith, sada, as he does not believe in the worthy practice of crossing over the 4 whirlpools, cannot engage in meditation, which is the crossing over. Therefore, he cannot go beyond them. 2. He who neglects the crossing by indulging in the 5 sensual pleasures, as he holds fast to these very pleasures, cannot get beyond the ocean of sasara. 3. He who is not energetic but indolent, by mixing with unwholesome things, lives miserably, for a fool, as he does not know the good path of practice leading to the purification of moral impurities, cannot get away from such mental defilements. Hence the Buddha's answer revealing faith as opposed to faithlessness, asadīya, heedfulness, apamita, as opposed to heedlessness, pamita, energy, viriya, as opposed to indolence, kosaja, and wisdom, panna, as opposed to delusion, moha. Again, in this answering verse, faith, or the faculty of faith, is the fundamental cause of the 4 factors of stream winning. Sotapadivāja, an association with the virtuous, saparisa, listening to the law of the virtuous, sadhamasava, proper contemplation, yaniso manasikara, an engagement in tranquility and insight meditation in accordance with the 9-fold supermundane Dhamma, Dhammanuttama Paipadi. Only the possession of faith leads to the development of the 4 factors of the stream-winning factors, and only the development of these 4 factors leads to stream entry, sotapati, or the winning of the stream. Hence, by the first answer in the verse reading, Sadhaya Tarati Yoga, by faith one crosses over the 4 whirlpools of rough waters, the path of stream entry, sotapati magga, which is the crossing over of the whirlpool of wrong beliefs, dihoga, as well as the noble stream, sotapanna, are met. The noble stream, sotapanna, as he has diligence equivalent to the repeated deeds of merit, accomplishes the second path, and is to be reborn but once in the human world. He crosses over the ocean of sasara. The feat has not been performed yet by stream entry, sotapati magga, has its source in the whirlpool of becoming bhavoga. Hence, by the second answer in the verse reading, apamadina ava, by diligence one crosses over the ocean of sasara, the once returning sakadagami magga, which is the crossing over of the whirlpool of becoming bhavoga, as well as the noble individual once returners, sakadagami, are met. The noble once returners, sakadagami, accomplish the third path by energy and overcome the lust-related suffering, which has its source in the whirlpool of sensual pleasures, kamoga. The feat has not been performed yet by once returning sakadagami magga. Hence the third answer in the verse reading, virayena dukkha maksidi, by energy one overcomes the round of suffering. The non-returner, anagami magga, which is the crossing over of the whirlpool of sensual pleasures, kamoga, as well as the noble individual non-returners, anagami, are met. The noble non-returner, anagami, as he is free from the mire of sensuality, accomplishes the 4th path through the pristine pure insight wisdom and abandons the extreme impurities of ignorance, avijja, which has not been eradicated yet by the non-returner, anagami magga. Hence the 4th answer in the verse reading, paniyaprasajati, by wisdom one cleanses oneself of mental impurities. The arahat path, arahata magga, the crossing over of the whirlpool of ignorance, avijjoga, as well as the arahat, are met. At the end of the verse, an answer that was taught with awakening as its apex, the yako avaka, was established in the stream entry fruition, sotapati phala. Avaka attains stream entry. Now that the yako avaka had been impressed by the word wisdom, panna, that is contained in the 4th answer of the verse, panaya parasajati, by wisdom as one is cleansed of one's mental impurities, uttered by the Buddha, as was typical of a noble stream enter sotapanna, he became desirous of asking further questions, a mixture of mundane and supermundane problems, and uttered the following 6 lines. SNP 187. Kathasu labhate pa. Kathasu vinde dana. Kathasu kitty papodi. Kathamatani ganthadi. Asma lokapara loka. Kathapekanaso kadi. Exalted Buddha, how is the twofold wisdom, mundane and supermundane, gained? How is the twofold wealth, mundane and supermundane, attained? How is fame achieved? How are friends bound? Through what? One does not grieve on passing away from this world to the next. By this verse the yaka avaka meant to ask about these 5 problems. 1. The means to get wisdom. 2. The means to get wealth. 3. The means to get fame. 4. The means to get friends. 5. the means to escape sorrow in the next life. Being desirous of teaching Avaka properly, that there were four things contributing to the acquisition of the twofold wisdom, mundane and supermundane. Answering the first question, the Buddha delivered the following verse, S&P 188. Sadahano arahata, dhamma nibbana patiya, susa labhate pa, apamato vikako. Friend by the name of Avaka. He who has deep faith in the 10 wholesome deeds and the 37 constituents of awakening that contribute to the attainment of Nibbana taught by Buddhas, Pañcaggadāyaka and Arahats, who respectfully pays attention to the wise, who is mindful and earnest, and who reflects thoroughly on the two speeches, one well-spoken, Subhasita, and the other ill-spoken, Asabhasita, acquires the twofold wisdom, mundane and supermundane. By this answer, the Buddha meant to say that these four are the means to gain wisdom. 1. Faith sada. 2. Attention sasusa. 3. Heedfulness apamita. 4. Reflection vikaka. To make the meaning more explicit, Buddhas, Pañcaggadāyaka and Arahats realize Nibbana through the 10 wholesome deeds at the beginning and through the 37 constituents of awakening later on. Therefore, these 10 wholesome deeds and the 37 constituents of awakening are to be designated as the means to Nibbana. Only he, who has profound faith sada, can possess both mundane and supermundane wisdom. The possession of wisdom, however, is not possible just by faith. Only when the faithful individual develops attention, sasusa, by approaching the wise, serving them, by listening to their pious words, can he win these two kinds of wisdom. That is to say, having faith that leads to Nibbana, he must go to his preceptor, Upajjhaya, and fulfill his duties towards him. When the preceptor, being pleased with his fulfillment of duties, teaches him, he must listen carefully. His approach to his preceptors, his service towards him, his listening to his word, all these briefly make up the term attention, respectful obedience. Only one who possesses attention can realize mundane wisdom as well as supermundane wisdom. Only when the faithful and respectful listener further develops heedfulness, apamita, and reflection, vikaka, on well-spoken speech, subhasita, and ill-spoken speech, dubhasita, can he realize the twofold wisdom. He who lacks these four cannot gain wisdom. With regard to the interrelation between these four and the supermundane wisdom, 1. By faith sada, a man takes up the practice which leads to wisdom. 2. By attention, sasusa, he listens respectfully to the Dhamma which leads to wisdom, panna. 3. By heedfulness, apamita, he does not forget what he has learnt. 4. By reflection, vikaka, he considers deeply what he has learnt so that it may remain intact and without distortion, and widens his knowledge and wisdom. Or 2. By attention, a man respectfully listens to the Dhamma which leads to wisdom. 3. By heedfulness he bears in mind what he has learnt so that it may not be forgotten. 4. By reflection he ponders the profound significance of what he has borne in mind. The repeated practice of these 4 brings one closer to the ultimate reality of Nibbana and becoming an Arahat. In this manner, the development of the supermundane wisdom of the path and that of the fruition is to be noted. After answering the first question thus, did the fortunate one, being desirous of answering now the second, third, and fourth questions, uttered the following verse, S&P 189. Patarupa Kari Durava, Advinde Dana, Saxena Kitty Papodi, Dada Matani Ganthati. Friend Yaka by the name of Avaka. He who performs these two things leading to both worldly and spiritual wealth in harmony with the place and time, who by mental energy does not abandon his duty, and who is physically energetic as well, certainly gains the twofold wealth. By auspicious, truthful speech does one attain a good reputation, such as, this man is the speaker of truth, or by the attainment of ultimate reality of Nibbana does he reach fame, and people might say, he is a Buddha, he is a Pañcaggadāyaka, or he is a noble disciple of the Buddha. He who, without stinginess but wholeheartedly, gives somebody what he or she wants makes friends. By the first half of the verse, the Buddha answers that the twofold wealth can be attained through 3 factors. Following the practice that is in harmony with the place and time, leading to wealth, having mental energy, and having physical energy. By the third foot of the verse, the third question is answered. By the fourth foot, The fourth question is answered. Herein, the way worldly wealth is attained through suitable practice, mental energy, and physical energy may be noted from the well-known birth story about the little merchant, Kasibhāradvāja, Jah 4, which tells of a man who becomes rich, gaining 200,000 within 4 months, beginning with a dead rat as his starting capital. With reference to the attainment of spiritual wealth, it should be understood from the story of Venerable Mahā. Explanation. The aged elder Mahā of Ceylon once decided to live only using the 3 postures of sitting, standing, and walking, and he actually did so, fulfilling his duties. Whenever he felt slothful and drowsy, he soaked a head pad made of straw, normally used as a cushion for things carried on the head, with water, put it on his head, and went into the water to the depth of his throat to remove his sloth and drowsiness. Thinamita. After 12 years, he became an arahat. Having answered thus the first 4 questions in the way in which the worldly and spiritual things for the layman and the monk are mixed, the Buddha now wished to answer the 5th question. Accordingly, he uttered the following verse, SNP 190. Yasi Katuro Dhamma, Siddhasa Garam Asino, Saka Damo Vidi Kago, Sa V Pekanasokati. He who is faithful and seeking the benefit of one's home, in whom exist 4 things, truthfulness, Saka, wisdom, Dhamma, physical and mental energy, Vidi, and generosity, Kaga, indeed does not worry about his departure to the next existence. After answering the 5th question thus, the Buddha wished to urge the Yakavaka and uttered this verse. SNP 191. Iga and Pai Pachasu, Putha Samabrahmi, Yadi Saka Dhammakaga, Pañcaggadāyaka Vajati. Friend Yaka, by the name of Avaka. In this world, if there were any virtue better than the twofold truthfulness, Saka, for the attainment of good reputation, if there were any virtue that is better than taming, Dhamma, through prudence, which is part of wise obedience for the attainment of worldly and spiritual wisdom, if there were any virtue that is better than giving, Kaga, for the making of friends, if there was any virtue better than forbearance, Kani, in the form of physical and mental energy for the making of worldly and spiritual wealth, if there was any virtue better than these 4, truthfulness, taming, giving, and forbearance, for the elimination of grief hereafter, or if you think there are any virtues better than these, I pray you, for your satisfaction, ask many others, those monks and Brahmins, such as Pura Kassapa, who falsely claim that they are omniscient Buddhas. When the Buddha uttered thus, the Yakavaka said to the Buddha in verse, the first half of which explains that he had already removed his doubt through his attainment of the path knowledge, the doubt as to whether he should ask Pura Kassapa and so on, and the second half explains the reason for his having no intention to ask. Avaka then uttered this verse, SNP 192. Katha nu Dani Pachiya, Putha Samabrahmi, Yoha Ajapajanami, Yo Atho Sampareko. Exalted Buddha, now that I, your disciple, Avaka by name, have cut off all doubts by means of the sword of the knowledge of stream entry, Sotapati Maga and with Mekrane. Why should I ask many monks and Brahmins who unrighteously claim that they are omniscient Buddhas? Indeed, I should not ask them, as I am free from the endangering defilement of doubt, Visakicha. As you have instructed me, I, who am your disciple, Avaka by name, come to know personally and clearly on this day that instruction of yours regarding the attainment of wisdom, the attainment of wealth, the attainment of fame, and the making of friends, and regarding the virtues that do not lead to grief hereafter. Therefore, I need not ask other persons for my satisfaction. Now the Yakavaka uttered again the following verse in order to show that the knowledge he had acquired had its source in the Buddha. SNP 193. Athaya Veda mi Buddho, Saivamagama, Yoha Ajapajanami, Yatha Dinamahaphala. The Fortunate One, Lord of the world and omniscient Buddha, has out of compassion come to the city of Av to spend the whole rain's retreat, Vasa, period for the development of my worldly and spiritual welfare. The gift faithfully given by the omniscient Buddha is of great fruit ranging from the bliss of humans and devas to the bliss of Nibbana. That omniscient Buddha, who deserves the best gift, I have come to know now thoroughly. Having told in verse that he had now acquired the means to develop his welfare, Avaka now uttered again this verse in order to express his wish properly to do for the welfare of others. S&P 194. So aha vicarissimi, 784, Gamagma pura pura, Namasamano Sambuddha, Damasa ca Sudhamada. Exalted Buddha whose sun of glory shines bright eye, your disciple Avaka, from today onwards till the day I met with the Master, with my joined hands raised to my head in adoration, will wander from one celestial abode to another, from one celestial city to another, proclaiming aloud the countless attributes of the Buddha, the Lord of the three worlds, and the attribute of the Dhamma of the 10 constituents, the 4 paths, Magga, the 4 fruitions, Phala, Nibbana, and the entire collection of your teachings, containing the means of emancipation from the round of suffering, and the attributes of the Sangha, the 8 classes of its members, the noble ones who carefully follow the various admirable practices of the threefold training. The presentation of Prince Avaka. It was the time when the following 4 events simultaneously took place. 1. The end of Avaka's verse. 2. The coming of daybreak. 3. The reception of Avaka's verse with wild acclaim. 4. The sending of Prince Avaka to the Yaka's mansion. When the king's men from the city of Av heard the tumultuous acclaim, they thought to themselves, such a roar could not have occurred about any personage other than the Fortunate One. Could it be that the Fortunate One has come? On seeing the bodily radiance of the Buddha, they no longer remained outside the mansion, but entered it without fear. There, in the Yaka's mansion, did they encounter the Buddha seated and the Yaka Avaka, standing with his hands joined in adoration. After seeing thus, the king's men bravely handed the little Prince Avaka over to the Yaka Avaka, saying, Great Yaka, we have brought this Prince Avaka to give you in sacrifice. You may eat him if you wish. Do as you please. As Avaka had already become a noble stream enter Sotapanna, at that time, and especially as he was told so in front of the Buddha, he felt greatly ashamed. Then Avaka tenderly took over the little prince with his 2 hands and offered him to the Buddha, saying, Exalted Buddha, I offer this royal child to you. I give you the boy in generosity. Buddhas are kind and protective to sentient beings for their welfare. Exalted Buddha, please receive him, this Prince Avaka, for his welfare and happiness. He also uttered this verse, SNPA, PTS 1.240. Ima Kumara Satapana Laṅkā, Sabhagupada Paripua Bhayajana, Yadagasito Samano Dadami T, Paigaha Loka Hitaya Kakama. Exalted Buddha of the fivefold eye, being elated and happy I, Avaka by name, faithfully give you the prince named Avaka, who possesses more than 100 marks owing to his past meritorious deeds, who also has all the big and small limbs and a developed physical appearance. Buddhas look after the sentient beings for their benefit. Kindly accept the prince for his own welfare. The Buddha accepted the little prince Avaka with his hands. While he was thus accepting, in order to give his blessing for the benefit of long life and good health of the Yaka and the prince, the Buddha uttered 3 verses, each omitting a line to be filled up by somebody else. That blank in each verse was filled up 3 times as the 4th line by the Yaka in order to establish the little prince in the 3 refuges. The incomplete verses 785, which were uttered by the Buddha and completed by the Yaka, are as follows. Buddha, Digheko Hotu Aya Kumaro, Tubin Ca Yaka Sakito Bavahi, Abhyadita Loka Hitaya Tahatha. May this Prince Avaka live long. Yaka Avaka. May you also have physical and mental happiness. May you both remain long, being free from the 96 diseases, for the welfare of many. Yaka. Aya Kumaro Saram Upati Buddha. Exalted Buddha. This Prince Avaka takes refuge in the Fortunate One, Lord of the world, and omniscient Buddha. Buddha. Digheko Hotu Aya Kumaro. Tubin Ca Yaka Sakito Bavahi. Abhyadita Loka Hitaya Tahatha. May this Prince Avaka live long. Yaka Avaka. May you also have physical and mental happiness. May you both remain long, being free from the 96 diseases, for the welfare of many. Yaka. Iya Kumaro Saram Upadi Dhamma. Exalted Buddha. This Prince Avaka takes refuge in the Dhamma consisting of the 10 features, such as the 4 paths, 4 fruitions, Nibbana, and the entire body of teaching. Buddha. Digheko Hotu Iya Kumaro. Tuvanca Yaka Sakito Bhavahi. Abhyadita Lokahidya Tahatha. May this Prince Avaka live long. Yaka Avaka. May you also have physical and mental happiness. May you both remain long, being free from the 96 diseases, for the welfare of many. Yaka. Iya Kumaro Saram Upadi Saga. Exalted Buddha. This Prince Avaka takes refuge in the saga of the noble ones in the ultimate and noble sense of the word, Paramatha Arya. Then the Buddha entrusted the little prince to the king's officers, ordering, "Bring up this royal child, and later return him to me." The original name of the prince was Avaka. As has been said, the day the Yaka was tamed, the prince was passed from the hands of the royal officers to the Yaka's hands, from the Yaka's hands to the Buddha's hands, from the Buddha's hands back to the hands of the officers. Hence he was named Hathaka Avaka, Avaka who has been handed over from person to person. When the officers returned, carrying the little prince, they were seen by farmers and foresters and other people, who asked timidly, "How is it? Is it that the Yaka does not want to devour the prince because he is too small?" "Friends, do not be afraid," replied the officers. "The Fortunate One has made him free from danger," and they related the whole story to them. Then the entire city of Av cheered, shouting, "Well done! Well done!" The people faced in the direction where the Yaka Avaka was and roared, "The Fortunate One has caused safety. The Fortunate One has caused safety." When it was time for the Buddha to go to town for alms food, the Yaka went along, carrying the Buddha's bowl and robe half the way down to see the Buddha off, and then he returned to his mansion. After the Buddha went on alms round in the city of Av, and when he had finished his meal, he sat on the splendid seat, which was prepared under a tree in quietude at the city gate. Then King Avaka came with his hosts of ministers, troops, and they were joined by the citizens of Av, who did obeisance to the Buddha and sat down around him and asked, "Exalted Buddha, how could you tame such a wild and cruel Yaka?" The Buddha then delivered the aforesaid discourse to Avaka, Avaka Sutta, SNP 1.10, in 12 verses in which he started his narration with the attack made by the Yaka and related in detail. In this manner did he rain down 9 kinds of weapons. In this manner did he exhibit such horrible things. In this manner did he put questions to me. In this manner did I answer his questions. By the end of the discourse, 84,000 sentient beings realized the 4 truths and found emancipation. Now King Avaka and the citizens of Av built a shrine for the Yaka Avaka, near the original shrine of the Deva Vesava, and they regularly made offerings to the Yaka of things worthy of divine beings, Devadabali, such as flowers, perfumes, etc. When the little prince grew up into an intelligent youth, they sent him to the Buddha with these words, "You, prince, have secured a new lease of life because of the Fortunate One. Go and serve the master. Serve the saga of monks as well." The prince approached the Buddha and the monks and rendered his service to them, practiced the Dhamma, and was established in the non-returning fruition, Anagami Phala. He also learned all the teachings of the 3 baskets, Tipiyaka, and acquired a retinue of 500 lay devotees for the Buddha. At a later time, the Buddha held a convocation where the devout layman and non-returner Prince Hathaka Avaka was placed foremost among those who lavishly showered upon their audience the 4 bases of sympathy, Sagaha Vathu. (34a) The 17th Rains Retreat Beauty. After taming and converting the Yaka Avaka, while observing the 16th Rains Retreat, Vasa, at Av city, the Buddha exhorted and taught those beings who were worthy of his teaching. When the Rains Retreat came to an end, he journeyed from the city of Av and eventually reached the city of Rajagaha, and he stayed at the Vivana monastery in that city to keep the 17th Rains Retreat. Sirama the Courtesan. Here is a brief account of Sirama the Courtesan, which should be known in advance. merchants of Rajagaha who belonged to a trading guild, having personally witnessed the splendor of the city of Vesali, which was due to the courtesan Ambapali, told King Bimbisara on their return to Rajagaha that a courtesan should be kept in their city too. When the king granted permission to do so, they appointed a very pretty woman, Salavati by name, a courtesan with appropriate ceremonial emblems who was duly recognized by the king. A fee of 100 coins was charged for those who wanted to enjoy her company for one night. When the courtesan first gave birth to a son, the infant was abandoned on a road, but was picked up, adopted, and named Javaka by Prince Ubya. On coming of age, he went to Takasila and studied medicine under a prominent teacher till he became accomplished. He was, in fact, later to be famous as the physician Javaka, and his name is well known even today. Salavati's second child was a daughter. As a daughter could follow her mother's occupation as a courtesan, she was not abandoned, unlike in Javaka's case, but nurtured well. The name Sirima was given to her. On her mother's death, Sirima succeeded her and was recognized as city courtesan by the king. Those who wished to seek pleasure with her for one night had to pay 1,000 pieces of money. This is a brief account of the courtesan Sirima. The Buddha's instruction to Sirima. The following is based on the Dhamma verses Dhammapada, DHB 147.8, and their commentary. While the Buddha was keeping the 17th range retreat Vasa at Vivana in Rajagaha, Sirima was still a lady of great beauty. What was peculiar about her was this. During one rainy season, she did something wrong against the Buddha's female lay devotee, Upasaka, Uthra, who was daughter-in-law of the wealthy merchant, Pwa, and who was a noble stream enterer, Sotapanna. In order to beg Uthra's pardon, she confessed to the Buddha, who had finished his meal together with members of the Sangha at Uthra's house. On that very day, after listening to the Buddha's discourse, given in appreciation of the meal, she attained stream entry, Sotapati Phala, when the verse beginning with DHB 223 Akadhina Jain Koda, through kindness one should overcome anger, uttered by the Buddha came to a close. This is just an abridgment. A detailed account will be given when we come to the section on Nandamata Uthra in the Chronicle about the female lay devotees, chapter 45b. The day after her attainment of stream entry, the courtesan Sirima invited the Sangha with the Buddha at its head for alms and gave an alms giving on a grand scale. From that day onwards, she undertook repeated Nibbāda, giving of alms food to a group of 8 monastics. Beginning from the first day of her invitation, the 8 monastics went in their turn to Sirima's place constantly for food. Speaking respectfully, Sirima said, "Please accept butter, venerable sirs. Please accept milk, venerable sirs." And she offered alms by putting her supplies to the brim of the bowls of the 8 monks who came in turn. The food received by a monk from Sirima's house was sufficient for 3 or 4 monks. Sirima spent 16 coins each day for offering food. One day, one of the 8 monks went to Sirima's place as it was his turn, had his meal, 788, there, and went to another monastery that was more than 3 leagues away from Rajagaha. One evening, while the visiting monk was sitting at the place reserved for waiting upon the great elder of the monastery, his fellow monks asked him in their speech of welcome, "Paisanthra friend, where did you have your meal and come over here from?" The visiting monk replied, "Friends, I came after having the meal, which is the permanent offering made to 8 monks by Sirima." Again the monks inquired, "Friend, did Sirima make her offering attractive and give it to you?" "Friend, I am not able to praise her food fully. She offered the food to us after preparing it in the best possible manner. The food received by one from her is sufficient for 3 or 4 to enjoy. It is particularly fortunate for one to see her beauty rather than to see her offering. That woman, Sirima, is indeed one endowed with such and such signs of beauty and fairness of limbs, big and small." Thus the visiting monk replied, extolling Sirima's qualities. Then one of the monks, after hearing the words in praise of Sirima's qualities, fell in love with her, even without actual seeing her. Thinking, "I should go and see her," he told the visiting monk his years of standing as a monastic and asked about the order of monks who were presently due to be at Sirima's house. "Friend," replied the visiting monk, If you go now, you will be one of those at Sirma's place tomorrow and receive the food for the 8 Ahakabata monastics." Hearing the reply, the monk set out at that very moment, taking his bowl and robe. Though he could not reach Rajagaha that night, he made a great effort to continue his journey, and he arrived in Rajagaha at dawn. When he entered the lot drawing booth and stood there, the lot came to him, and he joined the group to receive the food for the 8 monastics at Sirma's residence. But Sirma had been inflicted with a fatal disease since the previous day when the former monk left after having the meal offered by her. Therefore, she had to take off her ornaments that she usually put on and lay down on her couch. As her female servants saw the 8 monks coming according to their lot, they reported to Sirma. But she was unable to give seats and treat them personally by taking the bowls with her own hands as in the previous days. So she asked her maids while lying, "Take the bowls from the monks, women. Give them seats and offer the rice gruel first. Then offer cakes and, when mealtime comes, fill the bowls with food and give them to the monks." "Yes, madam," said the servants. And after ushering the monks into the house, they gave them rice gruel first. Then they offered cakes. At mealtime, they made the bowls full with cooked rice and other foods. When they told her of what they had done, Sirma said to them, "Women, carry me to see the venerable ones. I would like to pay my respect to them." When they carried her to the monks, she did obeisance to the monks respectfully with her body trembling, as she could not remain steady. The monk, who had become amorous with Sirma without even seeing her previously, now gazed upon her and thought, "This Sirma looks still beautiful despite her illness. How great her beauty would have been when she was in good health and adorned with all ornaments." Then there arose in his person wild, lustful passions, as though they had accumulated for many millions of years. The monk became unconscious of anything else and could not eat his meal. Taking the bowl, he went back to the monastery, covered the bowl, and put it down in a certain place. Then he spread out a robe on which he lay down. No companion monk could persuade him to eat. He starved himself by entirely cutting off food. That evening Sirma died. King Bibisara had the news sent to the Buddha, saying, "Exalted Buddha, Sirma, the younger sister of the physician Javaka, is dead." On hearing the news, the Buddha had his message sent back to the king, asking him, "Do not cremate the remains of Sirma yet. Place her body on its back at the cemetery and guard it against crows, dogs, foxes, etc." The king did as he was instructed by the Buddha. In this way, 3 days passed, and on the 4th day, Sirma's body became swollen. Worms came out profusely from the 9 openings of the body. The entire frame burst out and was bloated like a boiling pot. King Bibisara sent the drummers all over the city of Rajagaha to announce his orders. All citizens, except children, who were to look after their houses, must come to the cemetery to see the remains of Sirma. Those who fail to do so, 789, will be punished with a fine of 8 coins each. He also sent an invitation to the Buddha to come and observe Sirma's body. The Buddha then asked the monks, "Let us go and see Sirma's body." The young passionate monk would not follow the advice of others but starved himself and remained lying down. The food kept in the bowl 4 days ago had now gone stale. The bowl also had become filthy. Then a friendly monk told the young monastic, "Friend, the Buddha is about to go and see Sirma's body." Though he was oppressed severely by hunger, the young monk got up as soon as he heard the name Sirma. "What do you say, friend?" he asked. When the friend replied, "The Buddha, friend, is going to see Sirma. Are you coming along?" Answering, "Yes, I am," he threw away the stale food, washed the bowl, put it in the bag, and went along with other monks. Surrounded by monks, the Buddha stood on one side at the cemetery. There were also groups of nuns, members of the royalty, and male and female lay devotees, standing on other sides. When all had gathered, the Buddha asked the king, "Great king, who was this woman?" "Exalted Buddha, she was a young woman named Sirma, sister of the physician Javaka," answered the king. "Was she Sirma, great king?" the Buddha asked again. When the king affirmed it, the Buddha said, "Great king, in that case, if she was Javaka's sister, have an announcement made by beating the drum that those who desire Sirma may take her on the payment of 1,000 pieces of money. The king did as instructed by the Buddha. But there was no one who would say even hey or ho. So the king informed the Buddha that nobody would like to take her. The Buddha said, "Great king, if there is none to take her for 1,000 pieces of money, then reduce the price." The king then had it announced that those who would like to take her by paying 500. Again, none was found desirous of taking her by paying that amount of money. Again, the price was reduced to 250, 200, 150, 25, 5, 1 coin, half a coin, 1/4 of a coin, 1/16 of a coin, just a licorice seed. But nobody came out to take her body. Finally, it was announced that the body might be taken for free, without making any payment at all. Still no one muttered even hey or ho. The king reported the matter to the Buddha, saying, "Exalted Buddha, there does not exist a single person who would take it even when free of charge." The Buddha then spoke as follows. "You monks, my dear sons, behold this woman Sirma, who had been dear to many. Formerly in this city of Rajagaha, one could seek pleasure with her by paying as much as 1,000 pieces of money. Now nobody would like to take her even without paying anything at all. The beauty that was so highly valued has now come to destruction. Monks, through your eyes of wisdom, observe this physical frame that is always intolerably suffering." Then the Buddha uttered the following verse, DHB 147. Pasasiddha katabimba, arukya samasada, turabahu sakapa, yasanati duvahaitai. My dear sons, monks, there is no such a thing as a nature of firmness or of steadfastness in this bodily frame, not even the slightest bit. The body, which is made pleasant and exquisite with dress and ornaments, flowers and perfumes and other forms of cosmetics, which is composed of limbs big and small, beautiful and proportionate, giving a false impression of splendor, which can stand upright because of its 300 bones, which is constantly suffering and intolerable, which is wrongly thought of by many blind worldlings to be pleasant, befitting and fortunate as they know no truth, and 790 have no intelligence, and which is unpleasant as the whole thing is disgustingly full of loathsomeness, trickling down from the sore like 9 openings. With your penetrating eye, have a look at such a body, study repeatedly. By the end of the discourse, 84,000 beings realized the 4 truths and attained emancipation, and the young monk who had loved Sirma became established in stream entry, Sotapati Phala. While the young monk was starving himself, Sirma died and was reborn as chief queen to Suyamadeva of the Yama, celestial abode. The Buddha, in the company of monks, took the young monk and went to watch the remains of Sirma that was not cremated yet, but kept by King Bimbisara under the Buddha's instructions at the cemetery where dead bodies were thrown away. Similarly, the citizens as well as the king himself were present there. There, at the cemetery, the people talked among themselves. "Friends, in the past it was hard to get your turn to see and enjoy her even by paying 1,000 pieces of money. But now no person would like to do so even for a licorice seed." In connection with the story of Sirma, the account contained in the Discourse about Victory, Vijaya Sutta, S&P 1.11, and its commentary will be included here, for it has so much appeal. The celestial queen Sirma, accompanied by 500 divine chariots, came to the cemetery. To the monks and lay people who had assembled there at the cemetery, the Buddha delivered the Discourse about Victory, Vijaya Sutta, and to the young monk he uttered in his exhortation the verse beginning with, Pasasiddha katabimba, there is no such a thing as a nature of firmness or of steadfastness in this bodily frame, as preserved in the Dhamma verses, Dhammapada, DHB 147. The Discourse about Victory. The first verse spoken by the Buddha, S&P 195. Sarvaya devatiha nisino udavasalya samiyati pasareti isakana sayana. Walking or standing, sitting or lying down, bending one's joints or stretching them. All these postures of walking, standing, sitting, lying down, stepping forward, stepping backward, bending, and stretching are movements of the body. By this verse is meant the following. In this body there is no person who walks, no person who stands, no person who stretches. In fact, one should 1. Know that it is the mind that desires to walk, stand, sit, or lie down. 2. know that it is the mind that conditions the wind element that pervades the body and causes movement. 3. Know that when the wind element pervades the body, new matter arises, and it is the matter that walks. 4. Know with intelligence that what walks is no person or self, but it is matter which does the walking. 5. Know with intelligence that what stands is no person or self, but it is matter which does the standing. 6. Know with intelligence that what sits is no person or self, but it is matter which does the sitting. 7. Know with intelligence that what is lain down is no person or self, but it is matter which does the lying down. 8. Know with intelligence that what bends is no person or self, but it is matter which does the bending. 9. Know with intelligence that what stretches in and out is no person or self, but it is matter that does the stretching. In accordance with the above lines. 1. When the mind desires to walk, the wind element, conditioned by the mind, pervades the body. Because of the pervasion of the wind element, there appears the bodily gesture of striding in the desired direction. That is to say, particular forms of matter come into being in succession by the gesture of striding towards another desired place. Because of the striding gesture of these successive forms of matter, such a gesture is called going in worldly parlance. 2. Similarly, when the mind desires to stand, the wind element, conditioned by the mind, pervades the body. Because of the pervasion of the wind element, there appears the vertical erection of the body. That is to say, particular forms of matter come into being in succession by vertical erection. Because of the vertical erection of these successive forms of matter in linking the upper part and the lower part of the body, such a gesture is called standing in worldly parlance. 3. Similarly, when the mind desires to sit, the wind element, conditioned by the mind, pervades the body. Because of the pervasion of the wind element, there appears the bending gesture of the lower part and the erecting gesture of the upper part of the body. That is to say, particular forms of matter come into being in succession by the bending of the lower part and the erection of the upper part of the body. Because of the partly bending and partly erecting gesture of these successive forms of matter, such a gesture is called sitting in worldly parlance. 4. Similarly, when the mind desires to lie down, the wind element, conditioned by the mind, pervades the body. Because of the pervasion of the wind element, there appears the horizontally stretching gesture of the body. That is to say, particular forms of matter come into being in succession by the horizontally stretching gesture of the body. Because of the horizontally stretching of these successive forms of matter, such a gesture is called lying down in worldly parlance. In the case of bending or stretching too, as the mind desires to bend or to stretch, the mind-conditioned wind element pervades the joints. Because of this pervasion of the wind element, the bending or the stretching gesture appears. That is to say, particular forms of matter come into being in succession to form the bending or the stretching gesture. Because of the bending or the stretching gesture of these successive forms of matter, such a gesture is called bending or stretching in worldly parlance. Therefore, all these gestures of walking, sitting, sleeping, bending, or stretching belong to the body. That is to say, particular forms of matter come into being by their respective gestures. In this body, there is no individuality, no entity, no soul that walks, stands, sits, lies down, bends, or stretches. This body is devoid of any individual entity, any soul, that does the walking, the standing, the sitting, the lying down, the bending, or the stretching. What is in reality is mind preceding the wind element. SNPA PTS 1.247. Citta nanata magam nanata hotivayuno vanyananata tonana hotikana sayena. On account of the particular state of mind, the particular state of the wind element arises. On account of the particular state of the wind element, the particular state of the body's movement arises. This is the ultimate sense of the verse. By this first verse, the Buddha teaches the three characteristics: the characteristic of impermanence, anicca, the characteristic of suffering, dukkha, and the characteristic of non-self, anitta. The way he teaches is as follows. 792. When one remains long in any of the four postures of walking, standing, sitting, and lying down, one becomes painful and uneasy. In order to dispel that pain and uneasiness, one changes one's posture. The characteristic of suffering is covered over by change in posture. In order to not let the characteristic of suffering appear, it is hidden by means of another posture. That is why the wise say, the posture, Iryapatha, covers the characteristic of suffering. Thus by the 3 feet, beginning with Kara va yadi va tiha, whether walking or standing, the characteristic of suffering covered up by a change of posture is taught. Change of one posture to another is due to body pain. The cause, which is body pain, the characteristic of suffering, is known from the aforesaid effect, which is change of posture. In the same way, as there is no posture of standing, sitting, etc. while one walks, the characteristic of impermanence covered by continuity, santati, is taught by the Buddha who says, Esa kayasa in jhana. All these postures of walking, standing, sitting, lying down, stepping forward, stepping backward, bending, and stretching are movements of the body. Further explanation. The uninterrupted arising of matter and mind is called continuity. Because of this continuity, which is the uninterrupted arising of matter and mind, the cessation and disappearance of matter and mind, that is, the characteristic of impermanence, is not seen. That is why the wise say, continuity covers the characteristic of impermanence. By his teaching, Esa kayasa in jhana, the Buddha means to say, all these postures of walking, standing, sitting, lying down, stepping forwards, stepping backwards, bending, and stretching are movements of the body. In each posture, an aggregate of mind and matter, in harmony with the posture, arises uninterruptedly. With the change of each posture, the aggregate of mind and matter changes or disappears too. Therefore, it is understood that by the 4th and last line, the Buddha teaches the characteristic of impermanence covered by continuity. As has been said above, in ultimate reality, it is because of the mind which desires to walk, to stand, to sit, or to lie down that the mind-conditioned wind element arises. Because the wind element pervades the body, particular forms of matter, such as the gesture of walking, of standing, of sitting, or of lying down arise. With reference to these gestures, people say, one walks, one stands, one sits, one lies down, one steps forward, one steps backwards, one bends, or one stretches. In ultimate reality, however, this is the mere arising of particular forms of matter as they rise into being by certain combined causes in harmony. That is to say, this is the mere arising of particular forms of matter by the gestures of walking, standing, etc., as motivated by the combination and harmony of the causes belonging to both the matter and the mind of the body. Those who teach soul theory, Advaita, have no profound knowledge of this, so they say, the soul itself walks, stands, sits, or lies down. On the contrary, the Buddha declares that it is not the soul that does the walking, standing, sitting, and lying down. Esa kayasa in jhana. All these are but movements of the body appearing through their respective gestures, accomplished by a number of causes which harmoniously come together. The following account of the 4 masses is reproduced from the sub-commentary to the enumeration of Phenonema, Dhammasaga, and the sub-commentary, Anukkā. Herein, there are 4 masses gana. L. Mass of continuity, Santati gana. 2. Mass of coherence, Sammaha gana. 3. Mass of functions, Kika gana. 4. Mass of sense objects, Ramagana. Of these 4, 1. The arising of physical and mental elements by uniting, combining, and cohering with one another, so that they appear as a whole, without any gap, is the mass of continuity, Santati gana. Herein, without any gap, means the cessation of the preceding element, 793, coincides with the arising of the following, or, as soon as the preceding element ceases, the following arises. This is said by the sub-commentary to be Purima Pachimna Niranarata, the absence of a gap between one element and the next. By arising thus without any gap, it seems that the arising elements are more powerful and overwhelming and the ceasing elements less manifest. So people then have a wrong impression that what we see now is what we saw previously. This is proved by the fact that when a burning stick is turned round and round, it is thought to be a ring of fire. This indeed is the mass of continuity. 2. The arising of mental elements such as contact, phassa, and of physical elements such as the earth element, Pathavi, by uniting, combining, and cohering with one another so that they all give the impression of their being one in reality is a massive coherence. When mental and physical elements arise, they do so not as one natural quality, Sabhavasai. On the mental side, there are at least 8 elements, such as I-consciousness, Kakavaya, and 7 mental concomitants, dealing with all consciousness, Sabhasiddhasrasatasika. On the physical side, too, there are at least 8 elements, by which 8 material units are referred to. Thus, at least 8 natural qualities, whether mental or physical, give the impression that they are but one, by uniting, combining, and cohering with one another, such is meant by a massive coherence, Samahagana. This indeed is the massive coherence. 3. Elements belonging to a mental or physical unit arise, performing their respective functions. When they arise, it is difficult for those who have no knowledge of Abhidhamma to understand this is the function of contact, phassa, this is the function of sensation, Vedana, this is the function of perception, Sana, and so on. Likewise, it is difficult for them to understand this is the function of the earth element, Pahav, this is the function of the water element, Apo, this is the function of the wind element, Vayo, this is the function of the fire element, Teju, and so on. Thus the functions of the elements, being difficult to grasp, make their appearance as a whole by uniting, combining, and cohering with one another. Such is called a mass of functions, Kikagana. This indeed is the mass of functions. For elements belonging to each mental unit collectively pay attention to elements belonging to each physical unit form a single object for one's attention by uniting, combining, and cohering with one another, leading one to the impression that they are just one natural quality. In reality, it is a mass of sense objects, Ramagana. This indeed is the mass of sense objects. In short, several physical and mental elements arise as a result of a cause, Pakyapana. But it is hard to discern their differences in terms of time, nature, function, and attention, and thus they create the false impression that they are but one unit. They are called respectively mass of continuity, Santadigana, a mass of coherence, Samahagana, a mass of functions, Kikagana, and a mass of sense objects, Ramagana. In dealing with ultimate reality, the quality of an element is to be discerned. For instance, with regard to a chili seed, the mind is to be focused only on its taste. Only when the natural quality of an element is discerned with the eye of wisdom can the ultimate reality be penetrated. Only when the ultimate reality is penetrated is the mass, Gana, dissolved. Only when the mass is dissolved is the knowledge of non-self, Ana, gained. If the natural quality is not discerned with the eye of wisdom, ultimate reality cannot be penetrated. If the ultimate reality is not penetrated, the mass is not dissolved. If the mass is not dissolved, the knowledge of non-self is not gained. That is why the wise say, mass Gana covers up the characteristic of non-self, Anatta. By the 4th foot of the first verse, the Buddha reveals the characteristic of 794, non-self that is covered up by the masses, for he says there, Esa Kyasa and Jhana. All these postures do not belong to a soul or an entity, but they are, in fact, just the movements of the physical and mental elements accomplished in their respective functions. Deep indeed is the teaching. It cannot be understood through the eye of ordinary wisdom. Having thus taught by way of the 3 characteristics, the meditation subject of void or absence, Sanata, of permanence, Nika, happiness, Sukha, and soul, Atta, and in order to preach the 2 kinds of loathsomeness, that of the living, Savyakara-sabha, and that of lifeless, Avyakara-sabha, the Buddha uttered more verses, S&P 196. Ahinaharu Sayudo, Taka Masalapano, Shavya Ko Paichano, Yathabta na Dasati. This living body is composed of 300 bones, 900 tendons that bind the bones, and 7,000 capillaries that help experience the tastes. It is plastered by the thick inner skin in white and 900 extremely stinking and disgusting lumps of flesh. This living body is covered by the thinner outer skin of different colors as the walls of a house are painted brown, etc. Therefore, the reality of loathsomeness is entirely indiscernible in true perspective to the fools who are blind for lack of wisdom. The nature of the body is said to be as follows. Just as in a house, beams, purlins, principal rafters and common rafters, and other substantial parts are fastened and kept immovable by means of rattan stems. Even so, in the body, the 360 substantial bones are fastened and kept immovable by means of the rattan like 900 tendons. Just as walls of bamboo matting are plastered with cow dung and fine earth, even so the bones and the tendons are plastered by the 900 lumps of flesh. As the walls of the house are finished with cement, so the body is wrapped up by the thicker skin. The aforesaid bones, tendons, lumps of flesh, and thicker skin have by nature a foul and loathsome smell. But as the walls are painted in different colors, such as brown, yellow, green, red, etc., in order to make the house look beautiful, the bones, tendons, lumps of flesh, and the thicker skin are covered by the paint like outer, thin skin, which is flimsy like the wing of a fly, in brown, golden, red, or white color. The skin is so flimsy that when it is taken off from the body and rolled into a ball, its size would be as small as a plum seed. Therefore, those without the eye of wisdom cannot see its loathsomeness in its true state. In order to preach that the variety of unpleasant internal organs must be seen by penetrating them with the eye of wisdom, the organs, very impure, foul-smelling, disgusting, and loathsome, but which are not obvious to all people, because they are thus enveloped by the thicker skin that is again covered by the colored outer skin. The Buddha went on to utter these verses, S&P 197-198. Anta perith udara kurth, yakana peasa vatino, hara yasa pakasasa, vaktasa pihakasaseo, sigikuakeasa, serasasea merasaseo, lohitasa lasikua, pitasa sea vasiaseo. This living body is not filled with sandalwood perfume, etc. In fact, this body is filled with such things as intestines, newly eaten food, liver, urine, heart, a pair of lungs, a pair of kidneys, and the spleen. This living body is filled with the mucus of the nose, saliva, sweat, fat, blood, synovial fluid, bile, and marrow. Having taught thus by these two verses that there is nothing in the body that is worth keeping with pleasure like pearls, rubies, and so on, and that this body is, in fact, full of impurities, the Buddha uttered the following two verses in order to reveal the internal impurities in contrast to the external appearance, and in order to combine those already enumerated with those not enumerated yet. S&P 199-200. Athasa navahi sotehai, asusi savati sabata, akima aki gathako, Pañcaggadāyaka, saiksie nasato, makina vamatekada, pitasemensie vamati, kayama jalaka. Besides, from the 9 sore openings of the living body ever uncontrollably flow at all times, day and night, filthy and loathsome elements. From the eyes flows an unclean secretion. From the ears flow the unclean wax. Impure mucus sometimes flows from the nose. Sometimes frothy food, when vomited, comes out through the mouth. Sometimes the bile as organ, bada, and the bile as fluid, abada, and the phlegm come out frothy from the mouth. From the body, day and night, sweat, salt, moisture, dirt, and other impurities come out at all times. Herein, since the flow of excrement from the opening of the rectum and that of urine are understood by many, and since the Buddha wished to show his regard for the occasion, the individual and the audience concerned, he did not mention them explicitly, and as he desired only to say that there were impurities that flow by other means as well, he summarized all in the expression, Kayama jalaka. Other impurities come out at all times. By these two verses the Buddha gave a simile. Just as when rice is cooked, the impure rice water comes up with the scum and overflows the brim of the pot. Even so, when the food eaten is cooked by means of the digestive fire element generated by one's past deeds, kamaja teju data, impurities such as secretion of the eyes, ears, etc., come up and overflow the body. The head is recognized as the most sacred part of the body. Because of the sacredness, or sometimes through conceit, the head is not bowed in showing respect even to those worthy of respect. In order to show that the body was impure and loathsome by the fact that even the head, as the most sacred part of the body, was devoid of essence and purity, the Buddha uttered this verse, S&P 201. Athasa sasara sa, mathalagasa prida, subhato namanati, below avijaya puricato. Besides, the hollow head of the living body is disgusting. It is filled with the brain. The fool, who is blind to reality through craving, conceit, and false views because he is enveloped wrongly by ignorance, wrongly takes the body thus. 796. Beautiful is my body indeed. Beautiful am I indeed. My beauty is permanent. Having thus taught the loathsomeness of the living, now in order to preach the loathsomeness when life is destroyed, in other words, having taught that even the body of the universal monarch is full of putridness, and that therefore even life filled with all kinds of luxury is also unpleasant, the Buddha uttered this verse, SNP 202. Yadasiye so mato seti, adhumato vinalako, apavito sus nasmi, anapeka hanti niteo. When the body is dead because of the absence of three factors, life, ayu, or material and mental life, javita, body temperature, usma, or the fire element generated by the past deeds, kamajateju, and consciousness, vaya. It becomes swollen like a leather bag filled with air. It turns black through loss of the original complexion, and it lies in the coffin deserted at the cemetery. Then all relatives and friends have no regard for him, thinking, it is certain that the dead will not come to life again. In this verse, by dead, mato, is shown impermanence. By lies in the coffin, seti, is shown a lack of vitality. By both words, it is urged that the two kinds of conceit, the conceit due to living, javita mana, and that due to strength, bala mana, should be rejected. By swollen, adhumato, is shown the destruction of shape. By turns black, vinalako, is shown the loss of the original complexion. By both words it is urged that the conceit due to beauty and that due to good shape should be rejected. By deserted apavito, is shown the total absence of what is to be taken back. By at the cemetery susnasmi, is shown the loathsomeness that is so intolerable that the body is not worth keeping at home. By both words, it is urged that the grasping with the thought, this is mine, and the impression that it is pleasant should be rejected. By the words, all the relatives and friends have no regard for it, anapekahani nateo, is shown that those who formerly adored the deceased no longer do so. By showing thus, it is urged that the conceit, due to having a large number of companions around, paravara mana, should be rejected. By this verse, the Buddha thus pointed out the lifeless body that has not disintegrated yet. Now in order to point out the loathsomeness of the lifeless body that has disintegrated, the Buddha uttered this verse, SNP 203. Khadanti na suvanata sigala vakakimi kakagihata khadanti nyitse santipaino. Domestic dogs and jackals, wolves and worms eat that discarded body at the cemetery. Crows and vultures also eat it. Other flesh-eating creatures, such as leopards, tigers, eagles, kites, and the like, also devour it. In this way, the Buddha taught the nature of this body by virtue of the voidness, sanatta. Meditation through the first verse beginning with Kara va yadive tia, whether walking or standing, by virtue of the loathsomeness of the living body through the 6 verses beginning with Ahina Harusuudo, his living body is composed of 300 bones, and by virtue of the loathsomeness of the lifeless body through the 2 verses beginning with Yadasiye so mato seti, when the body is dead. Furthermore, the Buddha revealed, thereby, the state of the fool who thought that the body was pleasant, for he was overcome by ignorance regarding the body that was really devoid of permanence, nikka, pleasantness, sabha, and self, atta. By so doing, the Buddha disclosed the fact that the round of suffering, va-dukkha, indeed was led by ignorance, avijja. Now, in order to point out the state of the wise man regarding the body of such nature, and the fact that the end of suffering, viva, was led by the 3 phases of thorough understanding, parinna, the Buddha uttered these verses, SNP 204. Satvana Buddha Vakana, Bhikkhapavita, so ko na parajanati, yatha bhutan hypasati. In this dispensation of the Buddha, which consists of 8 wonders, the monastic, who is a worldling, puthajana, a learner, sekha, or a meditator, yagavakara, endowed with insight, vipassana, having heard properly this discourse of the Buddha, named the discourse about victory, Vijaya Sutta, SNP 1.11, sometimes called the discourse on disinterest in the body, Kaya Vikandanika Sutta, sees with the eye of insight the body in its true nature. He therefore discerns the body clearly through The three phases of understanding, parina knowledge, nada, judgment, tra, and abandoning, pahana. The way of discernment of the body by the three phases of understanding, parina, is as follows. After inspecting carefully a variety of merchandise, a merchant considers, if I buy it at this price, my profit would be this much. Then only he buys the merchandise and sells it at a profit. In the same way, the worldling, learner, or meditating monastic inspects his body with his eye of wisdom and comes to understand thoroughly. By understanding knowledge, nada parina, things that truly constitute the body are merely bones, sinews, etc., which are directly mentioned in the text, and hair on the head, hair on the body, etc., which are not directly mentioned in the text. He then reflects and judges the body with the eye of insight and comes to understand by judgment. Tra parina, the phenomena that occur in the body are only impermanent, anicca, unsatisfactory, dukkha, and non-self, anatta. Finally, he arrives at the noble path, arya magga, and comes to understand by abandoning, pahana parina, and abandons his attachment to the body or his desire and passion for the body. Herein, because this body, which is visible to all, would not have been thoroughly understood through the three phases of understanding, parina, should there be no chance to listen to the Buddha's teaching, in spite of the body's visibility, because such thorough understanding is possible only when his teaching is heard, and in order to point out that there is also the way of understanding the characteristics of voidness, sanatta, etc., through the three phases of understanding, parina, and also to point out that those who are outside the Buddha's dispensation are unable to discern in this manner. The Buddha uttered, Sattvana Buddha Vakana Ida, in this dispensation of the Buddha. On account of the female monastic Venerable Nanda, and on that of the monastic whose mind craved for the beauty of Sirma, the discourse about victory, Vijaya Sutta, was delivered. Of the four assemblies, the assembly of monks ranks highest. It was only that very assembly of monks that was ever close to the Buddha. Anybody, be he a monk or a layman, who meditates on impermanence, anicca, suffering, dukkha, and selflessness, anatta, can be designated a monastic. In order to point out these things, the Buddha uses the term monastic, not because the three phases of understanding, parina, are confined to monastics. This import should also be noted in particular. Now, in order to point out the way of seeing things as they really are in accordance with the words, Yatha Bhutan Hypasati, he therefore discerns the body clearly. The Buddha uttered this verse, S&P 205. Yatha Ida Tatha Ada, Yatha Ada Tatha Ida, Ajhatansiye Bahidasiye, K Chandavirajay. Even as this living body, full of loathsomeness, walks, stands, sits, and lies down, because it is not without the three factors of physical and mental life, Ayu, the kama-generated body heat, usma, and consciousness, vaya. So is the lifeless body of loathsomeness at the cemetery, which before its death could walk, stand, sit, and lie down, as it was then not without those three factors. Even as the dead, lifeless body is now unable to walk, stand, sit, or lie down because of the cessation of those three factors, so will this body of mine be unable to walk, stand, sit, or lie down because of the cessation of the very three factors. Thus, the practicing wise one who ponders and discerns the events of the body threatened by the danger of sasara should be able to uproot the attachment to, or the desire and passion for, the internal body as well as the external, by means of the fourfold path knowledge, in the mode of abandoning, by cutting off samukkata pahana. In this verse, by identifying oneself with the lifeless body, one abandons the defilement of anger, dosa kilesa, that would arise with regard to the external body as he ponders. Yatha ida tatha ada. Even as this living body of mine is, so was that lifeless body of loathsomeness in the past. By identifying the lifeless body with oneself, one abandons the defilement of passion, raga kilesa, that would arise in the internal body as he ponders. Yatha ada tatha ida. Even as this lifeless body, so will be my living body in future. As one knows by one's wisdom, the manner of mutual identification of the two internal and external bodies, or of the two living and lifeless bodies, one abandons one's defilement of ignorance, moha kilesa, i.e., ignorance of the nature of both bodies. In this way, even at the earlier moment of the arising of insight, vipassana, one knows things as they really are and removes the three roots of unwholesomeness, greed, lobha, hatred, dosa, and delusion Moha. At the later moment of the arising of insight, through the 4 stages of the path, one can abandon all desire and passion, leaving no trace of them, in the mode of abandoning by cutting off Samukkata. This import is to be noted. Having pointed out the level of learners, Sekabumi, the Buddha now desired to point out the level of those beyond learning, Sekabumi, and uttered this verse, S&P 206. Chanda Raga Virato So, Bikapav Ida, Ajaga Amatasani, Nibna Pada Makuta. In this teaching, which consists of 8 wonders, or with regard to this body, living or lifeless, within or without, the monastic who has totally abandoned all craving and desire, who possessed the path wisdom of an arahat, who has reached the fruition immediately after the path and become an arahat, attained nibbana that is deathless or excellent like ambrosia, the cessation of all Khandian things, sakara, or the characteristic of peace, the release from craving, the state absolutely free from the nature of falling, the goal that can be attained by path wisdom. By this verse, the Buddha meant to say that the one who practices in the manner mentioned previously, abandons craving and desire, or all moral defilements led by craving and desire, and secures the 2 elements of nibbana. Having taught thus the loathsomeness meditation, a subhakamana, by means of the 799 living, Savyaka, body, and the lifeless, Avyaka, body together with its culmination in the paths, fruitions, and nibbana, the Buddha uttered again the 2 final verses in order to censure, by a brief discourse, the unmindful living, Pamadavahara, that was dangerous to such greatly fruitful meditation. SNP 206-207. Dviptakoya Asusi, Da Gandho Paraharati, Nana Kwapa Parapuro, Visavando Tato. Ada Dasina Kaina, Yoman Yumatave, Para Va Avijaniya, Kimanatra Adasana. This human body, having 2 feet, which is full of impure, disgusting things and is foul-smelling, has to undergo daily maintenance such as through bathing, perfuming, etc. But despite such daily maintenance, it is still filled with numerous kinds of filth. And from the 9 openings in the pores on the body flow incessantly such disgusting things as saliva, secretion of the eye, sweat, mucus of the nose, wax of the ear, in spite of repeated attempts to cover them up by applying perfumes and wearing flowers. By the body, or because of the body, which is thus impure and full of disgusting things, the fool, whether male or female, may think, through craving, that this is my body, through conceit that this I am indeed, through wrong view that my body is lasting, which only enhances one's arrogance. On the other hand, one may despise others for their lowly birth, name, clan, and the like. In so exalting oneself and despising others, what reason can be there other than not discerning the 4 truths in their true perspective? It is only due to one's ignorance of the 4 truths that one praises oneself and has contempt for others. By the end of the discourse, 84,000 beings realized the 4 truths and were released. The divine Queen Sirma attained the non-returner fruition, Anagami Phala. The monastic who was previously enamored of Sirma attained stream entry, Sotapati Phala. This discourse is called by 3 names. 1. The discourse about victory, Vijaya Sutta. 2. The discourse on disinterest in the body, Kaya Vikandanika Sutta. And 3. The discourse to Nanda, Nanda Sutta. The reason is, 1. It leads to the victory, Vijaya, over desire and passion, Chandaraga, or craving and greed, Taloba, for the body. Hence it is called the discourse about victory, Vijaya Sutta. 2. It teaches the eradication of desire and passion, craving and greed for the body. Hence it is called the discourse on disinterest in the body, Kaya Vikandanika Sutta. 3. The story of the courtesan Sirma was the introduction to the second delivery of the discourse. This very discourse was previously given to Venerable Janapadakali Nanda in Savatthi. Hence it is called the discourse to Nanda, Nanda Sutta. Explanation. 1. The discourse about victory, Vijaya Sutta, was first taught in connection with Venerable Janapadakali in Savatthi. 2. The same discourse was taught with reference to the courtesan Sirma in Rajagaha. The account of the second teaching has been told. That of the first teaching was as follows. Venerable Janapadakali Nanda. While visiting the city of Kapilavatthu for the first time after becoming a Buddha, the Buddha exhorted the Sakyan prince and ordained Prince Nanda and others. 5 years later, when he granted permission for ordination of females as female monastics, the 3 Sakyan princesses. 1. Nanda, sister of Venerable Ananda. 2. Abharapananda, daughter of the Sakyan prince Kamaka. 3. Janapadakali Nanda, fiancé of Prince Nanda, were also ordained. At the time of their ordination, the Buddha was still staying in Savatthi. Of these 3 princesses, Abharapananda was so called because of her great beauty. Janapadakali Nanda too saw nobody else comparable to her in beauty. Since both were highly conceited with their beautiful appearance, they never approached the Buddha, nor did they want to see him either. For they thought, the Buddha despises beauty. In various ways, he points out the fault in good looks. Why then did they become female monastics? It may be asked. The answer is, because they had none to depend on in society. Hence they're becoming female monastics. Explanation. The husband of the Sakyan princess, Abharapananda, died on the day they were married. Then the parents made her a nun against her will. Janapadakali became a nun because she had lost her hope to win back her fiancé, when the latter, as Venerable Nanda, became an arahat. Then she thought, my lord, Prince Nanda, my mother Mahā Pajapati Gautami, and other relatives have joined the saga. It is indeed a misery to live without one's kinsmen in the world of householders, and finding no solace in living in an organized community of families. Both of their ordinations took place, but not out of faith, sada. Knowing the maturity of wisdom of both, the Buddha gave an order to Venerable Mahā Pajapati Gautami that all female monastics are required to come in turn for receiving an exhortation. When their turn came, the elder nuns sent someone else on their behalf. This prompted the Buddha to issue another order. Coming in person to me, in turn, is compulsory. Sending a representative is not permitted. Thereafter, one day, Venerable Abharapananda came to the Buddha to receive his exhortation. Then the Buddha stirred her mind by means of his created figure of a woman and by uttering the following verses of exhortation. DHB 150. Ananagra kata, masa lohita lepana, yatha jarasiye makusiye, mano mako siye ohito. Dear daughter Abharapananda, just as a typical barn for storing crops is built by fixing timber, by binding it with rattan stems, and by plastering it with earth, even so the barn-like body has been built by the carpenter like craving by fixing the 300 bones, by binding it with sinews, and by plastering it with 900 lumps of flesh and a measure, pathi of blood, deposited in her old age, death, conceit, and ingratitude. First line equals Nantharapadna, T19a. Second line equals THE 394b. Tura Kwapatai, Pasananda Samasaya, Ugarana Pagaranta, Bulna Abhinandada. Dear daughter Abharapananda, behold carefully with the eye of wisdom, the body which is constantly painful, impure, stale, having a flow of filth going upwards and downwards, that body the fools are highly fond of. The second half of the verse in the verses of the elder nuns, Therigatha, reads, T19b. Asabhaya Siddha Bhavahai, Ikaga Susamhita, which may be translated as, develop your absorption, jhana, consciousness on the loathsomeness of the living body, the consciousness that has one-pointedness by access concentration, upakara samadhi, and that is well concentrated by fixed concentration, apana samadhi. The following verse reads, T20. Animitensiye bhavahai, mananusiam ujaha, tato manabisamaya, upasana karisasai. Dear daughter Abharapananda, develop incessantly your meditation on impermanence and nikabhavana, your meditation on suffering, dukkhabhavana, and your meditation on non-self, anatta-bhavana, which are collectively designated as things having no sign of permanence, animitta. Uproot the impression of I that has latently come along in the sastra which has no beginning. By so doing in the mode of abandoning, by cutting off samukkata pahana, dear daughter, you will live with all the heat of moral defilement quenched. By giving his exhortation by these verses, as mentioned in the verses of the elder nuns, Therigatha, the Buddha established the elder Abharapananda in the Arahat fruition, Arahata Phala, in due course. One day, the citizens of Savatthi gave alms and observed the precepts in the morning. They also dressed themselves well and went to the Jetavana monastery, carrying unguents and flowers and other offerings to attend to the Buddha's discourse. When the discourse was over, they did obeisance to the Buddha and entered again into the city. The female monastics also returned to their living quarters after listening to the discourse. In the city of Savatthi, the lay people, as well as the female monastics, spoke in praise of the Master as follows. There is nobody who fails to have devotion on seeing the Buddha in the assembly of devas and humans, who are particularly attracted by four things: his body, rupa, his voice, gosa, his austerity, luka, and his dhamma. To wit, 1. Those who are mainly attracted to body, rupapamika, become devoted to the Buddha when they see his splendid beauty with his major and minor signs and the radiance of light in 6 colors. 2. Those who are mainly attracted to his voice, gosapamika, become devoted to the Buddha when they hear his good reputation as a bodhisattva from numerous birth stories, jataka, and his voice as a Buddha that has 8 qualities. 3. Those who are attracted to austere use of the 4 requisites and scarcity of moral defilement, Laṅkā, become devoted to the Buddha when they know of his few wants of the 4 requisites and of his striving, dukkha. 4. Those who are mainly attracted to such virtues as morality, sila, concentration, samadhi, and wisdom, panna, and other attributes, dhammapamika, become devoted to the Buddha when they reflect on one of his 5 attributes, such as morality as an attribute, sila gwa, mental concentration as an attribute, samadhi gwa, wisdom as an attribute, panna gwa, emancipation as an attribute, vimudhi gwa, and insight leading to emancipation as an attribute, vimudhiye with makrane dasana, which are all beyond compare. In this way, words were spoken everywhere in praise of the Buddha, words that 802 incessantly overflow from their mouths. 1 2/3, 66% of beings are attracted to his body. 2 4/5, 80%, are attracted to his fame and voice. 3 9/10, 90%, are attracted to his austere use of the 4 requisites and scarcity of moral defilement. 4 1 in 100,000 is attracted to such virtues as morality, concentration, and wisdom. However numerous beings are, they all make 4 divisions if divided in this way. Of these 4 divisions of beings, those who failed to be devoted to the Buddha were very few. Far more were those devoted. Explanation. 1. To those attracted to his body, there was no beauty more attractive than the Buddha's. 2. To those attracted to fame and voice, there was no fame and voice more attractive than the Buddha's. 3. To those attracted to his austere use of the 4 requisites and scarcity of moral defilement, there was no austerity than that of the Buddha, who gave up fine clothes made in the country of Kasi, gold vessels, the 3 golden palaces befitting the 3 seasons and replete with various sensual pleasures, but who put on rag robes, used a lithic bowl, stayed at the foot of a tree for lodging, etc. And 4. To those attracted to such virtues as morality, concentration, and wisdom, there was no attribute more attractive in the whole world than the attributes of the Buddha, such as morality, concentration, etc. In this way, the Buddha held in his grip the entire world of beings, so to speak, who formed the 4 categories, Katapamika. When the Venerable Janapadakali Nanda got back to her dwelling, she heard various words in praise of the Buddha's attributes, and it occurred to her, these people are talking about the attributes of my brother the Buddha, as though their mouths have no capacity to contain them all. If the Buddha were to speak ill of my beauty the whole day long, how much could he do so? What if I go to the Buddha and pay homage to him and listen to his discourse without showing my person? Thus thinking, she told her fellow female monastics, I shall come along with you to listen to his discourse. The other female monastics were glad and went to the monastery, taking along Venerable Nanda as they thought. It took Venerable Nanda so long to approach the Master. Surely, the Master will discourse marvelously in various exquisite ways. The Buddha foresaw the visit of the elder nun and created by his supernormal power the figure of a very pretty 15 or 16-year-old maiden and made her stand fanning him in order to humble Venerable Rupanana's pride in her own beauty, just as a man removes a thorn with a thorn or a prick with a prick. Together with other female monastics, Venerable Rupananda moved towards the Buddha and paid homage to him, after which she remained amidst her companions, watching the Buddha's splendor from the tip of his feet up to the top of the hair. Then seeing the lady standing fanning the Buddha at the side, as the Buddha had created it, Venerable Rupananda thought, "Oh, so fair is this maiden indeed." And her thought led her to an extreme fondness of the created beauty and a burning desire to have that very beauty herself, as she lost pride in her own beauty. Then the Buddha, while discoursing, changed the age of the created maiden to 20. A lady is at the height of her beauty indeed when she is 16. Beyond that age, she is not so fair. Therefore, when the age of the created maiden was changed, Venerable Rupananda saw with her own eyes the decrease of the lady's beauty, and her desire and passion, Chandaraga, became less than before. Thereafter, the Buddha increasingly changed the age of the created maiden step by step to that of a lady not being yet in labor, to that of a lady having given birth but once, to that of a middle-aged lady, to that of an aged lady, and to that of an old one of 100 years, unsteady with a walking stick in her hand and with her body freckled all over. While Venerable Rupananda was watching her, the Buddha caused death to overcome the created old lady. Her remains thereafter bloated and decomposed and had a disgustingly foul smell. On seeing the decaying process of the created figure, Venerable Janapadakali Rupananda reflected on it. This process I am watching now, all of us beings are commonly subject to, and the perception of impermanence and nikasana arose in her, following which the perception of 803 suffering, dukkasana, and the perception of non-self and atasana also occurred to her. The three kinds of existences manifested to her, making her helpless like a blazing house. Then the Buddha, coming to know that Venerable Nanda was engaged in meditation, uttered the following verses that were most appropriate to her. DHPA, PTS 3.118. Tura asusitai, Pasa Nanda Samasaya, Ugarana Pagaranta, Bulna Abipathita, Yatha Ida Tathareta, Yatha Ada Tathaita, Datudo Sanato Pasa, Maloka Punaragami, Bhavachanda Virajetva, Upasanto Karasati. Dear daughter Nanda, behold carefully with the eye of wisdom, the body which is constantly painful, impure, stale, having a flow of filth going upwards and downwards, that body only fools are highly fond of. Dear daughter Nanda, as this internal body is subject to impermanence, suffering, etc., so is the external body. As that external body you have seen discards all its various stages and comes to the state of being swollen, etc., so will this internal body of yours discard all its various stages and come to the state of being swollen, etc. With the eye of insight, vipassana, see both the internal and external bodies as devoid of such elements as earth or self and things associated with self. Do not desire to come again to the world of the five aggregates of attachment. Eradicate in the mode of abandoning by cutting off, samukkata your craving for the three existences of the sense realm, kama, form realm, rupa, and formless realm, arupa. If you have eradicated these, you will abide with all the heat of your moral defilements quenched. At the end of the verse, Venerable Janapadakali Nanda was established in stream entry, Sotapati Phala. Then did the Buddha give the discourse about victory, Vijaya Sutta, teaching in order to preach insight meditation, vipassana, with the accompaniment of voidness, sanatta, so that Venerable Nanda might reach the higher paths and fruitions. The Buddha gave this discourse about victory, Vijaya Sutta, firstly, to Janapadakali when he was in his 5th or 6th year after his awakening, and later, it was in his 17th year that he delivered it to the monk craving for sirama. When the delivery of the discourse was over, Venerable Nanda was greatly stirred with fear, thinking, "Oh, it was so stupid of me. To this brother of mine, the Buddha, who taught me such a wondrous doctrine, paying much attention to me, and so compassionately, I had failed to come and attend earlier." Having feared thus, she repeatedly reflected on the discourse and diligently practiced voidness, sanatta, meditation, and accordingly, in 2 or 3 days' time, she became an arahat.